Welcome to Light Novel Audiobook. Reborn in Mha, Chapter 21. A Day at Night Tower. There was smoke in the room as two people dragged another inside and shut the door, barricading it from the inside. Shit, what do we do, man? Our quirks are useless against that guy. Not even the boss was able to take him down. Well, I guess that it's true what they said about him, said the second man. Asked the first. I remember the boss saying that even the bigwigs in the government are bowing to him, and boss was willing to cut a deal. And betray him? Is he crazy? Asked the first one, scandalized. This earned him a smack over the head. Look around, you idiot. This isn't someone we can fight off. Even All Might wouldn't have dared come into our hideout without a group to back him up, said the second. Suddenly the noise outside stopped and the two held their breath, hoping to not be detected. They could hear the muted thud of boots getting closer, and from the tiny slit at the bottom of the door they could see that their assailant stopped in front of the door. Their hearts beat faster as they covered their mouths to prevent their breaths from being heard. After what seemed like an eternity, the entity outside left and the two men could breathe again, only for the door to be suddenly blasted off its hinges and made to crumple against the far wall of the room. So this is where you had hidden, an admirable action even if it was foolish, came a voice from the doorway. There, standing in the doorway, stood Rikudu, his once pristine armor now stained with soot and blood. Behind him was a hellish sight as buildings burned and bodies laid on the ground with blood pooling around them. The two men drew the third behind them and stood on trembling legs to confront him. Rikudu grinned, his blood-red Sharingan glowing in the light of the fires behind him, giving him a most terrifying visage. Loyal to the very end, aren't you? A pity that I have to make you break your loyalty. Now, I have two options for you. You either continue standing there and die, or you cooperate and give me all the things I want to know, and I will let you live out the rest of your miserable lives in prison, said Rikudu. The two men grew angered at his words and rose their heads to meet the challenge head-on. Unfortunately, they had forgotten about the golden rule when engaging Rikudu. Never look in his eyes. Rikudu grinned as he felt the two fall under his genjutsu. From there it was an easy task of rummaging through their memories for anything useful. A few seconds later he disengaged the genjutsu and allowed the two to take a step back in fear. Oh, how gracious of you to offer this knowledge for free. For this service I will grant you a quick death, said Rikudu. A second his left hand was covered in lightning that sparked to the sound of 1,000 birds. Chidori. In the next instance the chest of the first villain was pierced and his heart destroyed. The second didn't fare any better as his head was sliced off with a swing of a lightning-enhanced blade. Withdrawing his hand from the cooling corpse of the now dead villain, Rikudu stealthed his sword and picked up the unconscious boss. After receiving confirmation from his shadow clones that any and all evidence was removed and stored, Rikudu disappeared in a body flicker and reappeared at the entrance of the cave where the villain base was located. Folding his hand in a hand seal, Rikudu spoke. Foniatsu Kai. Inside the cave, on an open ceiling scroll, a Foniatsu circle activated and released a stored plasma-style unstable rays Nan. The small ball of white light detonated milliseconds after its containment field fell, and the resulting explosion erased all trace of the former villain hideout and caused a collapse of the cave, forever sealing whatever evidence was not vaporized under hundreds of tons of rock. No one would learn of this massacre, and all was as it should be. It took me a week and a half before I managed to get a lead on just what the League of Villains was doing, though that's not strictly true. I discovered that the League had ties with an underground broker called Jiren, real name Keijiro Okuda. He was a small-time villain that dealt with illegal arms and technology trafficking. He was probably one of All for One's former roster of allies, one of the outer circle that was offered the chance to go solo after All for One's supposed death. This being said, that guy was craftier than I gave him credit for. Many of the leads I discovered turned out to be dead ends, with the people that knew how to find this Jiren being found either dead or catatonic, their minds destroyed. Somehow my ability to read the minds of others was leaked. It was expected, after all I used it on Kurogiri during the USJ. Nowadays Jiren seemed to be doing his business remotely, using expendable muscle as his delivery boys. A risky endeavor all things considered, but one that was necessary to preserve his life and freedom. After my latest raid on an underground safehouse for villains, I managed to discover the League's next target, the hero killer Stain. It seemed like Shigaraki wanted to recruit Stain. A foolish and ultimately useless endeavor. Stain was widely known in the underground as being a solo player. After all, he had hundreds if not thousands of fans and many a young villain that thought themselves wronged by society. One with ideals such as Stain was like a beacon to all those that believed as such, and he was unlikely to bow to the whims of a man-child. My task was now clear. Find Stain and take him into custody. As a secondary objective, I should work on a smear campaign against Stain or a way to fracture whatever link he had with the League in the media's eyes should I fail in capturing Stain quietly. There was much to do, and with the sports festival fast approaching, not much time to do it in. Leaned back in my chair as I turned around to look out of the window. My office was at the top of Might Tower, a giant skyscraper in the middle of Roppongi, Tokyo. This truly was my agency nowadays. After my battle with the League at the USJ and the discovery that All For One was still alive and kicking, All Might decide to hand me the keys to his agency, literally and in public. There was a giant media circus, as I remember quite clearly. Not that remember much from when the blonde oaf actually dropped this on me. I was too tired and shocked to even be able to respond. Still, it freed All Might from his obligation to the agency, and it gave me the opening I needed to build up my influence even more. Honestly, up until now I was some amalgamation of a sidekick and secretary for All Might, and now I have to take over his role completely. What a pain! A good thing that came out of it is the fact that I'm now invited to the UA Sports Festival as not only a UA alumnus but also as a pro hero in charge of an agency. I don't think that they expect me to take an intern, but if someone happens to catch my eye, I won't say no. This being said, I won't be taking Zuko as an intern. He needs to learn how to deal with his own problems and not expect me to bail him out every time. Furthermore, I don't want Izuku to live under my thumb and be unable to escape the shadow caste. Was easily able to escape All Might's shadow, but it still haunts me. Rikudo is widely known as All Might's heir, that is true, but there was a time when I was known only as that. The US incident may have gone some way towards changing this perception, but it still needs a lot of work. Third, a knock on the door. Enter, I called out. The door opened and in came Shiro Nobuyuki. He was a young man that graduated from UA's management course in the same year as I. He was my secretary. I hired him once I discovered that the previous secretary was a spy for All For One. Of course, I made sure to dispose of that man. Sir, Nightai and Gran Torino are here to see you, as well as a third-year UA student named Togata Mirio. He says that he is Nightai's intern, said Shiro. I see, send them in, Shiro, and initialize a beta-level quarantine around this level, I said. Yes sir, was the swift reply. I returned to watching the streets bellow as my secretary left the room. I did not need to wait for very long as my three visitors entered the room. They stopped a few feet away from where I was. Madara, we need to talk, said Nightai. I sighed and turned towards them and stood up. Indeed we do, I said. As I passed my desk I let loose a pulse of chakra in the ceiling array embedded in the floor. From there a blue ring spun into existence as the seal took effect, darkening the room as it spread over the windows. This action of mine startled them. Don't worry, it's just insurance against any spies that might be lurking around, I said. There are spies here? Asked Gran Torino, bewildered. I chuckled. It would be surprising indeed. After all, this very tower was for the better part of a decade the central operational command against the forces of All for One back when All Might was in his prime. Yes, it surprised me as well, but given that All Might used to spend so little time here over the past 6 years, it's not that surprising to see that some moles have gotten in. I eradicated most of them, and the rest I keep under strict mind control to feed false information back to their masters, I said. I looked over them. Gran Torino's face was grim and understanding, and Nightie's was blank. Mirio's, though, spoke of a different emotion. You don't approve? I asked him. His smile became strained. I can't really say I do, but Sir trusts you and so will I. Oh, how silly of me, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Mirio Togata, third-year UA student, said Mirio as he thrust his arm forward for a handshake. I won't be uncouth with a kid that did no wrong and whose only guilt was associating with a man I was in a disagreement with. I returned the gesture. Madara Midoriya, Pro-Hero Rikudu and head of Might Tower Agency, I said succinctly. Hat, you're really cool. Let's fight someday, said Mirio with a grin. I remained impassive for a few moments as I studied him. Sweat was beginning to form along his brow, a clear sign that he was beginning to feel uncomfortable. Please go outside and find Shiro Nobuyugi. He will direct you to one of our training grounds. You are ready for a battle now, correct? I asked. This seemed to startle him, but he took it in stride and quickly left the room. Now that the baggage is gone, shall we begin? I said. Have you found anything on the League's actions? Asked Gran Torino, getting straight to the point. Some, though their objective is elusive. We have time though, so let's talk about your student, Nightie, I said. What about him? He asked, seemingly indifferent. You brought him here in the hopes of convincing me that Izuku was the wrong choice for One for All. Don't deny it, Nightie, your motives were quite transparent, I said, frowning. Then are you going to reject him from the start without even getting to know him? Asked Nightie, filled with righteous anger for his student. Strange as it may sound, no. That's why I'm going to fight him after we're done here, to test his resolve. I will give him a chance, Nightie, something that you wouldn't do were you in my shoes and Izuku and Mirio's, I said. Enough. We haven't come here to bicker like children. All for One is yet again loose in the world and we have to stop him, said Gran Torino, slamming his cane in the ground. I remained silent as I held Nightie's gaze and he held mine. Not looking away, I waved my hand and numerous holographic screens appeared between. US. Very well. So far I've been able to identify a person going by the name of Jiren as the League's primary broker. Unfortunately, my ability to read minds was revealed to the villains at US and Jiren has gone into hiding. What little of his network he managed to keep under his control once I began going after him seems to be somewhat disorganized. I did manage to find something about what the League wants, and that is a meeting with Stain. The hero killer. Why would they even want to collaborate? Asked Nightie, surprised. While I was rummaging through the one called Kurogiri's mind, I discovered that Shigaraki thinks himself a revolutionary of sort. His dialogue though sounds more like a child's tantrum, so it's doubtful that he would be able to draw people to this supposed ideal of his. That's where Stain comes in. He can provide the ideological basis, and so long as he works under Shigaraki, villains will flock to the League, I said, exposing my predictions. That's highly doubtful. Stain wouldn't lower himself to work for a man-child, said Nightie. Indeed, but he doesn't really need to work for them now, does he? After all, a martyr is sometimes as good as, if not more so than, an ideological leader. So long as he falls and the general public believes that he was working for the League, they will profit. Sometimes I forget how smart you are. You got any plans to stop that? Asked Gran Torino. Several, but nothing concrete. My best option is to face the hero killer in public and tear his ideals to shreds, though that comes with its own set of problems, I said. This problem was multi-faced to the extreme, and many courses of action would result in a catch-22 for the hero side, boosting the villain's position irrespective of their status as winners or losers. Such matters were delicate and could not be solved by simply throwing powerful heroes at the problem. The fact that I was capable of dealing with these matters made me so much more valuable than the rest of the top-tier heroes. I see. So, what do you want from us? You called us here after all, said Nightai. Support, if you are able to spare any. I know we may not see eye to eye on many things, Nightai, but I do not wish for this world to fall into chaos. Whatever machinations All for One has placed in motion are well hidden and impossible to determine. This League of Villains is the closest we've gotten to his operations since his fight with All Might, if he still runs them like Might Tower's records show, I said. I don't know if I'll be able to help you much, but you have my support in this endeavor. Should I find anything noteworthy, I'll let you know, said Nightai. He then rose from his chair and left without saying another word. I doubt that our relations will be anything but frigid. You're playing a dangerous game, kid, said Gran Torino. I directed my attention at the old man. Lying to the public, hiding information from the hero database, and even going as far as to kill in cold blood. He shook his head, worry about what our world will end up becoming. So do I, but what I do is necessary. The system as it is now is corrupt and bloated, and as much as it pains me to say, I can't fix it. All I can do is win this war with All for One. So you say. I pray that you will not find the price of whining too costly to bear. After this festival is over, send the kid my way. I'll make sure he's not slaking off his training, said Gran Torino as he too prepared to leave. I said nothing as I watched him go. I hope you're right, old man, but I fear this war may take something from all of us, regardless of my actions. After all, there are few prices I wouldn't be willing to pay to ensure victory. I know that his words should have instilled some sort of fear or dread into my heart, but I feel nothing. Maybe this is the price I pay for my power. To stand so far above the rest that their woes no longer touch or reach you. What a truly terrifying existence that is for those below, and what a boring existence that would be for the one above. I left the room soon after and headed for the training room I know to be pending use. I made sure to change into a more suitable outfit than the semi-formal one I usually wore when I was conducting business at Might Tower. The doors opened automatically in front of me as I entered the reinforced room that was used for minor combat training. This room was perfectly suited for those that needed to improve their hand-to-hand combat abilities, but it was quite unsuited for someone like me to go all out. It may sound arrogant, but I don't think I'll need my full power to deal with Mirio. He may be good, but he's still human. He has human reflexes and reaction times, something that I have far surpassed with my usage of chakra. Oh, hi, I was just getting ready to start, said Mirio. I could see that he was just finishing up a set of stretches. Did you wait long? I asked. Nor really. Honestly, I thought that your meeting with Sir would take longer, said Mirio. Well, then let's begin. First one to be knocked out or unable to continue loses, I asked. He nodded and I made a sign. A few seconds later Thorn blared and the match was on. I did not move and instead focused my chakra around me like a cloak. It was a new technique that I created to detect objects around me in a 4-meter radius. I could go further, but then my combat ability is impaired due to sensory overload. Mirio made the first move by undressing. His clothes apparently fell through his body and unwittingly, I activated my Sharingan. With the amount of data the Sharingan could give me, I could quite clearly see that Mirio's quirk is some sort of knockoff Kamui. In the hands of a knowledgeable and trained fighter, the phase-shifting ability of the Kamui is nigh unrivaled. After all, Tobi was able to keep up with the combined power of Kakashi, Guy, and KCM Naruto in an almost pure taijutsu battle using only this aspect of Kamui, and I doubt that Mirio has the same weakness as Kamui. Suddenly my senses blared and I reacted. From behind me and out of the ground popped out a naked Mirio, his fist already chambered and aiming towards me. My Sharingan could see the portions of his body that were still intangible, and the battle precognition granted to me by my eyes made it so I knew what I had to do. My chakra flexed and I was off in a fraction of a second into a flash step. As I came out of it, I could see Mirio's shocked face as he tried to expand his permeability. It was useless against my speed, even without the lightning chakra armor. My fist found his gut and Mirio was launched into a wall with enough force to crack the wall and make him puke out his lunch. I stood there as I watched impassively as he tried to get up. I have to say, I'm impressed, I said. Mirio lifted his head to look at me. I could see the pain in his eyes. You made me activate my Sharingan, something only All Might has previously done, I said, bringing a hand to gesture to my blood-red eyes. I smiled. Your quirk, is it automatic or do you need to manually control which parts of your body you turn intangible? I asked. The second, he said as he struggled up. He managed to stand by bracing himself against the wall. Then you are even more impressive. Against a normal opponent you would have won quite easily. Unfortunately for you, I possess a form of battle precognition. Tell me, can you still fight? I'd like to see the measure of your martial prowess, I said. He steadied himself before nodding and charging towards me. I couldn't help it, I grinned. We met in the middle of the room, just like last time. This time, though, we were taking each other seriously. I have to say that the more I fought, the more impressive Mirio became in my eyes. He is determined to prove himself and his fighting style made blocking quite redundant. My attacks were useless as well, though to be frank, I was enjoying this match, so I didn't use chakra to enhance myself beyond what the Sharingan provided me. After close to half an hour of continuous battle, Mirio disengaged. You're holding back, he noted. I am. I apologize for the disrespect, but this battle with you is the first fight in a long while that I could actually enjoy, I said. Mirio looked stunned for a moment and then grinned and laughed. As soon as he did that, he collapsed on the ground. Man, you're intense. I haven't fought this hard since the beginning of my training with Sir, and you haven't even broken a sweat. He spoke the truth. I was not tired and the chakra circulating inside of me kept me at an optimal temperature. On the other hand, Mirio was an exhausted mess. After your sport festival, consider my offer for an internship, I said. Mirio's head shot up and he looked at me with wide eyes. I smiled at him. I could see some deficiencies in your fighting style that I would like to correct. You are, after all, one of the few people that I could say I have had a hard fight against. It would not do to have you at anything other than peak performance, I said. I began Mirio, but I stopped him. You don't need to decide now. Take some time and recover. I'll be sending you an offer regardless after the sport festival, I said. So, what did you think about this, sir? Asked Mirio after he and Nitai entered their waiting car. Nitai was quiet. He could not believe that the one he had trained for more than a year fell to a single attack by Madara. Was he right? Was Madara right in saying that he made a mistake with choosing Mirio? Mirio, do you want this? Asked Nitai. Mirio frowned. I do, I mean even you can't defeat me so easily. There's a lot I could learn from him, said Mirio. That you can. Madara is one of the greatest combatants of this generation and he is powerful enough to beat All Might in a fair fight, said Gran Torino. Mirio believed him. Just this small bout with Madara showed him the difference between them. Learning from someone as great as Madara, the legendary pro-hero Rikudo himself, was a great honor. I'll accept his offer, said Miro. Nightai leaned back in the car seat, uncertainty plaguing his mind. Rikudo was a truly terrifying man, and against him even the nation's top heroes were as good as quirkless. Chapter 22, A Spectator View. Today was the day of the UA Sports Festival. Normally this day would be celebrated by the families of those that take part in it. This didn't happen in my family. Oh sure, I wished Izuku good luck, but I don't really think that he'll need it. Chakra is the ultimate tool of war in this world, and Izuku is a sage on top of it. Even if he can only bring out 15% of One for All's true power, that is still more than enough to deal with most of his classmates. I must underline the most aspect of this statement. Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. They will be Izuku's challenge. I'm sure that Izuku can deal with Katsuki easily, if he allows himself to let go of their emotional connection. In Todoroki's case, things are a bit different. If Izuku learns of his situation and the mental block that prevents him from using his fire, then... Who the fuck do I think I'm kidding? Izuku won't let this rest, not until he's saved him. I won't stop him. It's not my place to intervene in what Izuku's doing, but if Endeavor just so happens to lay off his son for a little bit, no one would be suspecting me. Endeavor is akin to a mad dog, and if he can't be trained and leashed, then he's better off dead. Sir, the festival is starting, came the voice of my secretary. I'm off then. Please see to it that the analysis department finishes their analysis on Stain's movement patterns today. Mark it as top priority if you have to, I said. Of course, sir. Turned and walked to the open window, and I was off, flying towards UA. The trip was short. The distance between my tower and UA isn't that great, and I was flying at just under the speed of sound. It wouldn't do to get complaints from the people below about the sonic booms that I produce when flying at full speed. I came down to land at the entrance to the stadium. They didn't have to verify my identity, not when the entire stadium is under a phoniatsu barrier of my own design. It won't stop an intruder, but it will detect them a lot better than other safety equipment. After that it was a straight shot to the booth that I will be staying alongside the UA faculty and top pro heroes. As soon as I arrived, the event started with Present Mix loud voice blaring out of the speakers. It amused me to see that Izuwa had somehow been roped into attending. Blackmail probably, though I struggle to see why would Izuwa even allow such blackmail to exist in the first place. On second thought, it may just be that Mike has hidden it well, and I know that Izuwa cares about him as a friend, so torture or counter-blackmail is off the table. My thoughts are getting too dark, aren't they anyways? Back to the event. It started with the usual slow walk of the students from their respective gates. Of course, 1A got the most attention. After all, they did survive a villain attack, even if all they did was hide inside a barrier powered by Izuku's chakra. Come to think of it, what has Izuku been doing for the past few weeks? I was at my tower almost all the time, and I didn't get the chance to speak with him in quite some time, though by the looks of things he is determined to win this. For the athlete's oath, the hero course representative Izuku Midoriya. To be expected, though I'm curious to see what his speech may be. Don't know what to say. Moron. But I will say this. This sports festival is the beginning of our journey as heroes in the eyes of the world, so everyone do your best. Plus ultra. The crowd cheered. Well, it was simplistic, but understandable. They don't expect a kid to have any kind of experience motivating people, and my case was exceptional to the extreme. Still, the hype is there as they prepare to enter the first challenge. It was, just like with me, an eliminatory round to cut down from the 200 plus students to a more manageable set. As midnight revealed the challenge, I couldn't help but grin. Obstacle course. A better matchup couldn't exist. As the horn blared the start of the challenge, Izuku was off in a streak of green light with Katsuki spouting insults hot on his heel. He managed to neatly dodge the ice that Todoroki used to stop the rest of the students by running up the wall and on the ceiling. Wow, look at this kid go! Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya easily takes the lead in style, yelled Mike. As I look around me, I couldn't help but overhear what all the others were saying. Looking at Izuku's bastardization of my lighting armor, it's easy to draw parallels between him and me. I could hear the media doing it too. God, I hate them. It's not just the quirk that makes the hero but also how he uses it. Next up, Robot Inferno, yelled Mike. This was a relatively easy event as Izuku made himself look like a green ping-pong ball as he jetted from one robot to the other, most often than not leaving heaps of scrap in his wake. He easily cleared the area and went ahead. Man, Eraser, what are you teaching them? Don't look at me like that, the problem child came that way. That's right. Let's not forget that Izuku Midoriya is the brother of none other than Madara Midoriya, the current head of Might Tower Agency and youngest pro hero ever, though let's also not forget the most important part. He's All Might's anointed heir and successor. Okay, where are you going with this, Mike? He's not the only talent in the class. Right behind him are Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki, another heroic legacy as the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. I looked at the screen that was now following those two. Todoroki seemed to be highly annoyed, and his annoyance was somewhat visible in the vicious way he dealt with the robots. Katsuki was the same, though his rage was clearly visible as he seemingly used every curse word under the sun and then some, all the while violently tearing through the robots on his way to the next obstacle. Here comes, the next obstacle, the fall. Sure enough, there was a giant chasm with a few pillars sticking up from its depth. They were connected to each other by rope and it seemed sturdy enough for even the heaviest person in the group to be able to cross. Izuku was, of course, the first to arrive. He didn't stop though and took a leap through the air, landing on the middlemost pillar. Another giant leap and he was on the other side, powering forwards. Man, this kid's unstoppable. Though it is to be expected seeing as he has the blood of the symbol of strength in him. It's not just power on his side, but also skill. Even with all that power, if you don't channel it the right way, all you'll end up doing is destroying your surroundings. Just like his brother, he has impeccable control over his power. Damn, Eraser, I didn't think you had a soft spot. It's a rational observation. I snorted. Yeah, right. Aiza was the biggest softie short of All Might. Hey, I just figured out something. Since he's Madara's brother and Madara is All Might's heir, does that make him the Prince of Peace? What on earth are you talking about? I mean, look, All Might's the symbol of peace, Madara's the symbol of strength, so shouldn't Izuku be something like that, maybe the symbol of hope? Looked at All Might. He seemed as stunned as me and the rest of the teachers, bar Nizu, who was smiling. Did you put him up to this? I asked the rat. Don't know what you're talking about, he replied. Yeah, right, I bet this was all done by your order. It seems that my disbelieving expression was noticed by Nizu. I did not tell Mike to put Izuku in the spotlight like this, but it was inevitable for someone to make the connection, said Nizu. But still, isn't it a bit early to call him that? Asked All Might. Not at all, after all, Madara was given a similar title at a much younger age. I swear that rat is smiling. All Might has a right to be worried. What Mike has done is elevate Izuku to the rank of a symbol. Izuku won't be allowed to show any sort of weakness after this. All Might, Izuku and me are now the three symbols of society. Should even one of us fall or falter, the whole system could collapse. Don't be like that, you moron. Izuku Midoriya hasn't done anything to earn him that title. But he can't he? After all, his brother was named the symbol of strength after finishing his sports festival and event early, so couldn't he do the same? Damn it, Mike. You had one fucking job and you ruined it. If Izuku doesn't finish first in all events, then he would have to work much harder for his place at the top and to earn the recognition befitting a symbol. Here we go again, folks. Midoriya has just reached the final obstacle, the minefield. Don't worry though, all these mines would do is spray you with paint when they explode. The green blur that was Izuku sped through the mines, without a care in the world, and the mines all exploded in a giant cloud of pink paint. Izuku won, obviously. Man, this kid's truly unstoppable. The winner of the first event, Izuku Midoriya. The little shit waved at the crowd. He wasn't even tired, though I suspect that Katsuki is more pisses at this than anyone, judging by the near mental breakdown he's having over there. Meanwhile, in the arena, Izuku was having the time of his life. He'd heard what President Mike had said and was determined to live up to their expectations. This is how I'm going to do it, Ni-san, All Might. I'm going to win this festival and prove myself worthy of your faith and power. Izuku looked towards the podium where Midnight was explaining the rules. He knew that the sports festival always had 3 stages, a first stage to weed out most of the students, then a cooperative stage, and finally a 1v1 tournament to decide the victor. If there's one thing that Izuku learned from his brother, it was that life wasn't fair. As such, he made sure to have contingencies in place to deal with almost all situations. After all, he did spend the better part of a month, before and after the US incident, learning the water walking technique and studying Fuinjutsu. As Midnight explained the event, Izuku couldn't help but touch the area on his right arm that was now covered with a forearm guard. Under that thin piece of fabric lay his greatest discovery and weapon. A storage seal, or the closest approximation of the concept that Izuku could reasonably create. He couldn't wait to see his brother's face when he saw what he had created. Unbeknownst to him, a maniacal grin stretched across Izuku's face, making him look then much more like his slightly deranged brother. Up in the stands, Madara saw this as well and gave a small smirk of his own, all the while powering his Sharingan for the fight ahead of him. Izuku's planning something, and it's going to be great, I said in a sing-song voice, all the while looking down at the arena with a demented grin on my face. Should someone do something? Asked Snipe quietly in the back. No, it's all right. I think, replied All Might without much confidence. You should pay more attention to your successor's team, All Might. You'll see something very interesting about to happen, said Nizu as he drank some tea. Where the hell he took that tea from, I have no idea, so I'll just roll with it. He was right, though. Izuku's team was something else. Unlike everyone else from his class, his team was made up from a Gen Ed student, a support course student, and another from his class, the kid with the shadow, Tokoyami I think his name was. That's a most unusual lineup. Can see some reason as to what he would want the support course girl and Tokoyami, but the Gen Ed student, I shrugged. I believe that he chose them because they are friends, said Nizu. I raised an eyebrow. Friends? He didn't tell me he made friends. Tough. To be fair, I haven't been home much since he started school, and all the time I did spend at home was mostly to sleep in a bed rather than my office couch. I said nothing as I continued to look down on the field. I saw the support girl give Izuku some unusual equipment that was imbued with chakraham. Something's wrong, I said. This drew the attention of the pros. What do you mean? Asked All Might worriedly. The equipment the support girl is giving Zuko, is it allowed? I asked. Power Loader frowned. It is, I checked it myself. Hatsame is one of the rising stars in the support department. That gun is supposed to fire net cartridges to incapacitate the other students. Nothing too dangerous. I continued to look down, only half paying attention to Power Loader's explanation. Though my Sharingan, I could see the truth of the matter. I laughed. I couldn't stop myself. Young Madara, is something wrong? Asked All Might with concern. Oh, it's nothing, All Might. I'm just happy, that's all. Izuku's proven himself craftier than he looks, I said. Oh, do enlighten us, said Nizu. I turned towards the rat and smirked. He knew what was going on. Heck, he probably even approved of it. Izuku's going to win, easily. That gun you see, they have been modifying it from the moment the team assembly timer first started. If I'm not mistaken, that's now a chakra rifle, I said. What? How could this happen? That weapon is dangerous, we can't allow that. Exploded Power Loader as he got up, presumably to confiscate the weapon. You will do nothing, I stated, allowing my chakra to leak out and exert my presence over the seating area. Power Loader was stopped dead in his tracks. Madara is right. You will do nothing. They have not gone against the rules set for them by us, and a lot of the quirks that our students use are just as dangerous, if not more. Besides, I'm sure that weapon isn't as powerful as the one Madara uses, said Nizu. I retracted my presence, and that allowed Power Loader to breathe again, though sweat could be seen coating his entire body. Nizu is correct. That rifle design is inefficient at best. All it'll do is number the area of the body where it hits and create a small explosion if it strikes the ground due to its kinetic energy. You have nothing to worry about, I said. The match started shortly afterwards. As expected, there was a big rush towards Izuku. What was not expected was the rifle in Izuku's hands to start barking out high-velocity emerald bolts of energy, forcing a majority of the teams to stay away. Some stray bolts even hit a couple of students and made one of the teams to break apart. In an unexpected turn of events, Izuku Midoriya keeps everyone away with a weapon created by Hatsame. Even so, it seems that there are some who are willing to brave the fire to get that headband. It was true. The teams led by Todoroki and Katsuki were closing in. Katsuki was relying on Kirishima's hardening to weather the storm, and Todoroki was using a mixture of his ice powers and Yairosa's creation quirk. Even so, Izuku's team was holding their own. If what Nizu said about them being friends was right, then they could have planned this, or at the very least planned to use Hatsame's equipment. That equipment seemed specially designed to give a high degree of mobility to whomever wore it. That was evidenced by the fact that Izuku took a jetpack flight away from his team and into the air. With my Sharingan, I could see the thin line of chakra that tied Izuku to a device on Hatsame's belt. It was ingenious, and really, I shouldn't have underestimated the amount of chakra Izuku has. Right now, I'd say that he has the same quantity as I did when I was 12, so I suppose that somewhere in the upper Chunin, but not quite Jonin. Still, he rationed what little chakra he had wonderfully. In a way, his control over chakra is even better than mine, though that may be because he had help from One for All and the nature energy within. With the horse and rider separated, Izuku's team had a greater range of options than what the others, even though possible. It didn't really matter if the horse changed configuration now that Izuku was relatively safe in the air. It came as a surprise to both the audience and the competitors when Izuku's teammates began attacking and stealing headbands. Would you look at that, Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya is reigning as the undisputed ruler of the field. I'd say it's pretty clear, folks, this kid is going places. I smirked. Oh, would you look at that, Katsuki is throwing a temper tantrum. Though I have to say that the choice to blast himself in the air came just in the nick of time, otherwise his headband might have been snatched away by some B-class reject. "You're not dissing my class, are you?" asked Vlad with narrowed eyes. "No, yes." He was still glaring at me, though I could feel Aizawa's condescending smirk from here. At any rate, the battle between Katsuki and Izuku became an aerial dogfight, with each combatant trying their level best to knock the other out of the sky. It came to a point where Izuku's gun was too damaged by the explosions it took to save its wielder, and Izuku had to toss it. Of course, he tossed the weapon at Katsuki, who, like a moron, caught the weapon and squeezed one last shot that damaged Izuku's jetpack. The gun promptly exploded in his hands and sent Katsuki crashing down to earth, that is if he wasn't snatched back by one of his teammates, who then proceeded to give Katsuki the few headbands that they had collected. Of course, the hothead set off in hot pursuit of Izuku, only to have his path blocked by a wall of ice. He screamed, as was ordinary for Katsuki when something doesn't go as planned. 2 minutes left. He looked at the leaderboard. Izuku's team was in first place, followed by Todoroki's, then Bakugo's, and Tsutetsu. Todoroki had cornered Izuku with some ice and used Kaminari's electricity to try and take out their team, to no avail. Then something interesting happened. Todoroki's team was shot forward by Ida using some kind of overdrive technique, and Izuku's headband got stolen. Although Ida's overdrive seemed to make him motionless, or at the very least paralyzed for a short time, Izuku used this to his advantage as he closed the gap and charged up for a punch. For a fraction of a second, Todoroki's left arm burst into flames, but once Izuku sped past, they were quickly extinguished. The horn blared. "That's the end, folks. First place and the headband with the 1,000,000 points goes to Team Midoriya. It seems that the king of this festival hasn't been dethroned yet. Second place, Team Todoroki. Third place, Team Bakugo, and finally fourth place, Team Tsutetsu. The 16 champions of this round will be advanced to the next, the one-on-one tournament to decide the winner of this sports festival. For the rest, we've prepared games that all are welcome to partake, even the ones that got to the next round. We'll be taking a break for now, but until then these are the matches." I looked at the screen and the matches went like this. Midoriya vs Denki Kaminari. Todoroki vs Zero Hanta. Ashido vs Ibara Shiozaki. Shinso vs Yazutsu Aways. Honuki vs Fumikage Tokoyami. Mei vs Ida Tinya. Kirishima vs Testetsu Tsutetsu. Katsuki vs Momo Yaoyorosu. I left the stands shortly after that announcement and went to find Izuku. On my way down, I met two unexpected people. "All Might, Endeavor," I greeted calmly. The two top heroes turned towards me. "Rikudo, I didn't expect to see you here," rumbled Endeavor. "Ho, you think I wouldn't come and see my little brother's first sports festival?" I shot back. Endeavor was visibly grinding his teeth at my reply. Now, let's not be hasty. This is a chance for all the young students of UA to shine," said All Might, attempting to defuse the situation. "That's quite correct, All Might," I said as I began walking towards the stairs. As I passed by Endeavor, I said in a low tone that ensured only he could hear, "Be careful that you don't snap the leash." I continued down the stairs towards the cantina. I didn't look back to see what Endeavor's expression would be like. I already know his thoughts. Endeavor is not foolish enough to think that the Hero Commission doesn't know about his abusive behavior towards his family, and what saved his ass so far was his usefulness as a hero. Furthermore, the Commission helped cover up the death of Toya Todoroki and his wife's mental breakdown. For these two crimes alone, Endeavor could lose his license and custody over Shoto, as well as a good portion of his wealth and all of his prestige. My words were a warning and a threat. Should he take a single step out of bounds, I can and will destroy him, and he know it. After some time, I found Izuku on a bench under a tree not too far from where the entrance to the student waiting rooms were. "Izuku!" I called out with a smile. He looked up at me, seemingly startled by my presence. What could have caused this? Due to Izuku's sage abilities, his sensory abilities are far beyond what mine could ever be. "Oh, Ni-san, hi! Did you see me?" asked Izuku excitedly. I chuckled and ruffled his hair. "Of course I did, symbol of hope," I said with a slight grin. Izuku blushed and beamed up at me. "So, mind telling me why you're moping under this tree?" "Not that I disapprove or anything, it's quite the spot you've found," I asked. Instantly, Izuku lost his smile and his previous sullen mood returned. He was silent for a few moments. I didn't speak and just sat down next to him. If one was to see us, they would be surprised by the similarities between us, despite the fact that I was wearing battle armor and Izuku a simple sport get-up. "Ni-san. What would you do if you see someone suffering and don't know how to help them?" asked Izuku. "Ah, I see, the Todoroki problem has reared its head. Well, I would go and seek advice, kind of like you just did." "But I think I know who you're talking about," I said. Izuku's head snapped towards me and his eyes went wide. I could almost see his inner thoughts and turmoil. "But," began Izuku. "Tell me, what do you think of this festival?" I asked abruptly. He blinked. It's important for our careers," said Izuku, but his tone betrayed his uncertainty. "From one point of view, that's true. My journey as the symbol of strength began here, and yours will too. When people ask where did the symbol of hope begin, most will point out this day as the origin of your legend. However, there's another facet to this great sham, as I like to call it," I said in a humorous tone as I tuned my hard eyes onto Izuku and looked straight into his, dark green boring into light green. "It's here, at this sport festival, where careers are bought and sold, made and unmade, all the while the masses look on in awe, and from this awe the media companies and the Hero Commission forge the image of the pure, and exceptional heroes that has been shoved down your and every other child's throat since they could understand what a hero was." Izuku was silent, struggling to come to grips with what I've said. "Now tell me this, Izuku. What would happen if suddenly the world lost all might? Endeavor would step up as the #1 hero, at least until I take his place. Sure, there will be some turmoil and villains would spike in activity, but it would be a rather smooth transition of power. The image of the unbeatable heroes isn't really broken. The world would eventually forget about All Might and move on. Now think what will happen if Endeavor's acts of abuse against his family were to come out. The world will lose its trust in heroes," said Izuku. I nodded gravely. "But it's not right." "Can't the Hero Commission do anything?" asked Izuku in a fit of sudden anger. I raised an eyebrow. "The Hero Commission helped cover Endeavor's tracks," I explained. Izuku recoiled as if struck. "What?" I sighed. "They provided the contacts that ensure Endeavor was able to make Ariai's family give her up to him. They provided the doctors that checked on and delivered all 4 children of the Todoroki family, of which Shoto is the youngest. They provided the specialist expertise to Endeavor so that he could mold Shoto into the next All Might, and finally they covered up the death of Endeavor's fist-born son, Toya Todoroki." Izuku looked sick. How could they have done that? Aren't they supposed to be the good guys?" I snorted. "They're bureaucrats. All they care about is to maintain the status quo. The only reason why I don't have their leash on my neck is because they know that nothing could stop me if I turned to villainy. Not only that, but I also have extensive connections with many large corporations that make huge profits from the technology I sell them. If I wanted to, I could make support gear that much more expensive nationwide, and it doesn't stop there. Japan's overpopulated with heroes and most of them aren't of the best quality. Fact of the matter is that most heroes aspirants with so-called villainous quirks that could be truly useful in the field, much like your friend from the general course, often find better offers abroad. Now imagine the hit to Japan's reputation if I suddenly leave for America or England. All it will take is a couple of interviews and suddenly all the heroes in Japan will have their reputation smeared, and then they can do one of two things. They either remain on the sinking ship, or they leave in disgust, bringing even more shame down on Japan. Do you see now just how much power words have, how easily I could ruin an entire county by just a few words? Izuku was silent. I couldn't blame him. All his life, heroes have been larger-than-life figures. The mere idea that something could send this house of cards come crashing down, was horrifying. Why didn't they stop Endeavor before he did this, asked Izuku. By the time Endeavor decided to put this plan into motion, he was already the number 2 pro hero, second only to All Might and one of the world's most powerful heroes. How difficult would you think it would have been for him to do all he has done without the Commission's aid? I'll tell you, not very. All the Commission has done is help streamline the process and ensure that this doesn't turn into a scandal of epic proportions. Furthermore, what could they have done? Sick All Might on him to convict Endeavor, one would need solid proof of his deeds, and by that time, Endeavor had amassed enough money and influence that the government wouldn't dare go against one of their hardest working and most successful heroes. I said, so, it all boils down to politics in the end, doesn't it? Asked Izuku in a depressed tone. This is how it's always been and how it always will be. All that anyone can do is try and fix what they can and entrust the rest to the next generation, I said. We sat like this for a few moments until Izuku got up. I have to go and think. Thanks, Ni-san said. Izuku. One more thing, I said, causing Izuku to look back. You have to win this, no matter what. The world's had its eyes on you, you who embody the best in us and the hope for a better tomorrow. You can't let that flame die out, not for me and not for anyone. Do you understand, Izuku? Yeah, I do, said Izuku as he walked away. I watched him go. Honestly, it looked like he was carrying the entire world on his shoulders. I didn't want to do this, but it's better than to let Izuku go out unprepared. Only time will tell if I made the right choice. Chapter 23. One shall rise, one shall fall. With the first 2 stages of the sports festival over, now came a small reprieve for the students and the public. This was, of course, filled with meaningless games and activities just so they could justify the existence of the other courses' participation in this event. After all, not many business or support students are actually interested in the chance to join the Hero course, and only a few have ever made it from General Studies into the Hero course. The only one in recent history being Aizawa. The activities were boring for the most part, and I left my seat to go and mingle with the other pro heroes. Such an act was extremely important. I held a great deal of political power and influence in the Japan, and my status as a boy genius and a nearly unrivaled powerhouse has made waves across the world. My revolutionary work in advancing science and technology alongside the innovations my company is churning out made me a very rich person, and that was besides my work as a hero and the massive amounts of money I was getting from merchandise deals and the various talk shows and news programs that I've been invited to over the past 2 years. I wasn't living like a rich person, though. In fact, I haven't even moved out from the small 3-room apartment that my family was given after they were taken into the Commission's protection program. Wasn't worried about the Commission holding my mother hostage to put a leash on me, since any such acts, even from a third party, would prove either incompetence or corruption at the highest levels of the Commission. Here we go again, folks. The third act of this sports festival, the One Vone tournament. First off, we have the electrifying Denki Kaminari against the winner of both the previous events, the fledgling symbol of hope, Izuku Midoriya. The crowd roared as Izuku stepped onto the stage. I couldn't help but grin as I looked down with my Sharingan. Start! In a split second, Izuku vanished into a body flicker and emerged high above the arena just as his opponent discharged his entire electrical stock on Izuku. This resulted in Kaminari being reduced to a bumbling moron and Izuku quite easily kicked him out of the arena. The first match is over, Izuku Midoriya moves forward. Next up, the heroic legacy of Endeavor, Shoto Todoroki. Against him stands the kid with the tape coming out of his elbows, Shiro Hanta. The match was over in seconds. Shiro did a good job, but Todoroki threw an iceberg at him. Yeah, that's not really fair, is it? Honestly, the kid was lucky the iceberg came in my direction, as I was able to put up a 3-layered row AIAs over the stands that was able to tank the iceberg and shatter it as it crashed against the shield. I may have shattered the ground where I stood, but to be honest, that kid packed a serious punch. Probably not as much as Izuku, but enough to give my brother serious issues, especially unarmed. I, of course, helped with the cleanup of the arena. I simply spat out a fire-style flamethrower big enough to engulf the whole glacier and melted it. Next up we have someone from Class 1B, the girl with vines for hair, Ibara Shiozaki, and against her stands 1A's Ashido Mina. Lame people, lame fight. Ashido was warped up like a bun and thrown out of the arena before her acid could really take effect. I have to admit that Ashido was athletic, but Ibara's defenses were too tough for Ashido's acid. The next contestants are 1B's Yazutsu Aways and 1C's Shinso Hitachi. Is it just me, or did Mike run out of things to say about these people? At any rate, the fight began. Shinso said something and Yazutsu replied, and suddenly Yazutsu turned around and forfeited the match. What LVE got to speak with Izuku about this guy? The entrance exam is irrational. It's heavily biased against those with flashy quirks, and those like Shinso Hitachi's brainwash are left behind and slip through the cracks. I sat back down as I heard Izuku's voice. Brainwash? An interesting quirk, and if what I saw is right, it's activated by a reply from the target. Its effects are quite similar to my Sharingan's hypnotic abilities, and who knows, maybe with enough practice it may even rival the power of a Mangekyo Sharingan's. Koda Amatsukami. That is a terrifying thought, and it makes my heart beat with excitement. I too be sure to give this guy an internship, though that still depends on how he does in the next few rounds. Now, let's grade our next contestants. Class 1A's Fumikage Tokoyami and 1B Honuki Juzo. The battle was somewhat long-lasting, but in the end it was just a bore. Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to keep himself from sinking, and he threw out his opponent from the arena. And now we have Hatsune from the support department against 1A's Tinya Ida. This fight was a disaster. A cringe-worthy disaster. For Ida at least, well, that will teach him not to be too trusting in the future. The next fight was between two hardening quirk users in Kirishima and Testetsu. They beat each other senseless and knocked one another unconscious. It looked nice, but to my trained eyes I could see that this was no better than a bar brawl. In the end I dismissed them. Next up was a fight that I was interested in, Katsuki vs the Yaoyorosu heiress. The match started well enough, with Katsuki throwing out explosions like confetti. I could see that he was weary of Yaoyorosu. That girl most certainly had the knowledge necessary to create a neutralizing agent against Katsuki's nitroglycerin sweat. Even so, I could see Yaoyorosu losing. She was unable to keep up with the pace Katsuki had set, and that was her first mistake. She allowed Katsuki to gain control of the battle and thusly sealed her fate. 5 minutes later, Katsuki came out the winner and was moving forward. Now came an exciting battle. Izuku vs Shoto. Izuku stepped up to the arena. He was angry, especially after his little run-in with Endeavor. Shoto was waiting for him as he walked up the steps of the arena. "You came," said Shoto. "Of course I did. I still have to beat your sorry ass and break your stupid dad's pride," said Izuku. All this talk about politics was grating, and Izuku never really had the best control over his rage. Oh sure, he had thick skin, that was a prerequisite for any quirkless hoping to survive past his 10th birthday with their mental health intact, and he had a long fuse, otherwise Katsuki would have been long dead by now, but he tended to explode quite violently when he was at his limit. Again, normally that wasn't that much of a problem. A good spar with Madara usually took care of all the pent-up emotion he had accumulated during the day, and if needed Izuku could last quite a while without releasing his frustrations. Unfortunately, his brother spent the past 2 weeks at Might Tower trying to dig up more info on his inherited arch-nemesis, All for One, and his pets. This wouldn't have been such an issue, if not for what he learned about the Todoroki family situation and the conspiracy to hide it all. Izuku had always considered himself a peaceful person. He never struck back, never tried to get anyone into trouble. He'd been a model student all his life, but he couldn't help but feel a burning desire to rip out Endeavor's intestines and strangle the man with them. The same went for the higher-ups of the Hero Commission. Was this society all a lie? Was everything the people saw just a well-crafted lie to keep them in line? He would get his answers, that Izuku swore, but first he had to help his classmate, his friend, to overcome his demons. "Are you ready?" asked Midnight. Shoto took a stance. "One more thing before we start," said Izuku. "How about we change the rules of this game a bit?" The stadium fell silent as people whispered to one another. "What is that kid doing?" they were asking. "What do you have in mind?" asked Shoto. "No loses on technicalities. This is a fight between you and me, and the first one knocked unconscious loses. No disqualification for stepping out of bounds, no height limit and no restriction on support equipment," said Izuku. "That's a bold move, but I like it." "Todoroki Shoto, do you accept these changes?" said Midnight. "Just one question. What support equipment do you use?" asked Shoto. "Nothing much, just this," said Izuku as he withdrew from his pocket a small device that looked like it was meant to fit on someone's forearm. Shoto nodded his acceptance. Meanwhile in the stands. "What the fuck?" I yelled as I jumped to my feet. How in the name of all the gods, real or not, did Izuku manage to get his hands on a scientific ninja tool? I mean, it's probably not the same thing, but damn it all, is that what my brother has been cooking up in his lab for the past 2 weeks? "Something the matter, Madara?" asked Nizu. "Yes, is something wrong, young Madara? I mean, understand that this isn't really traditional," but began All Might. "It's not that I cut him off that device that Izuku asked to be able to use, I know of it. I just didn't think that Izuku would have made his own version." "Why is that, Madara? Do you not approve?" asked Nizu. "Oh, don't get me wrong, I approve of him thinking outside the box, it's just that this feels a bit too much like cheating," I said. "In what way?" asked All Might. "That device, you could call it a shortcut to jutsu," I said. This made them blink. The staff of UA was well aware of just how powerful my jutsu were, but they also knew that each one was the result of tens of hours of research and experimentation built upon years of basic chakra training and discoveries. "I thought that he couldn't use jutsu. If you knew of this shortcut, why didn't you take it?" asked Snipe. I glared at him because, at that time, I hadn't discovered Fuinjutsu yet, and it would have made me dependent on support equipment to bring out my full potential. "What is Fuinjutsu?" asked All Might. I closed my eyes and sighed. They don't know of this. After all, Fuinjutsu is one of my most powerful tools, and it's not like I wanted to tell them in the first place. Think of it as a computer program. A set of instructions that make the computer behave a certain way. It's the same deal with Fuinjutsu. A set of written instructions that make chakra behave in certain ways and produce certain effects, like jutsu for that matter. In fact, my barrier, ROAIAs, is a Fuinjutsu. So that was what those pieces of paper were, Fuinjutsu seals, said Nizu. I nodded. Correct. To use juts one must have control over his chakra, knowledge on how to shape it and on its various nature transformations, and enough power to pull off the effects desired. Fuinjutsu makes it so that the first 4 criteria are waved away, and as long as you pour enough power into the array, the effect you desire would come out in the exact same way every single time. You may not know this, but Izuku is a prodigy with seals and he's more proficient in their use than I am. I should have expected that he would create such a device, I said. Both contestants ready? Asked Midnight. Izuku got into a fighting stance, his Fuinjutsu tool that contained his relatively small arsenal strapped comfortably to his right forearm. Start! The crowd roared as Shoto let loose a wave of ice. In response, Izuku pulled back his fist and charged it with Sage Chakra. Swinging it forward, Izuku broke through Shoto's ice. 2 quick movements of his fingers activated the device under his arm and let loose a jutsu. Fuinjutsu wind style, air cannon. High-velocity winds swooped through the area as they shoved Shoto off the platform. Man, this is crazy. With one attack, Izuku Midoriya sends Shoto Todoroki out of bonds. If not for the changed rules of this match, this would surely mark the end of Shoto Todoroki's chances in this sport festival. What do you think, Eraser? There was silence after that. Right. Back to the show. Down in the arena, Shoto was picking himself off the ground. If one were to see his expression, one would see quite clear disbelief on his face. One move, Shoto mumbled to himself. Suddenly he snapped his eyes upwards only for his gaze to meet that of Izuku. Heterochromatic grey and blue met electric green, and Shoto saw a terrible resolve in those green eyes. You bastard! Screamed Shoto as he launched another glacier at Izuku. Izuku jumped out of the way, and with a few quick motions of his right hand's fingers he thrust his arm forward at a stream of fire intercepted the ice meant for him, burning a path through which Izuku shot out of the iceberg. The remaining ice impacted the outer layer of a row AIAs put up by Madara. As Shoto looked around, he couldn't help but notice the 7 shields with 7 layers that were now protecting the stands from the debris of the fight. Shoto threw more ice at Izuku. His advantage was at range, or so he thought, but every shot of his was either intercepted by a super punch or dodged and melted with fire. Shoto knew he couldn't contend with him for long. His body was already suffering from frostbite. You're slipping, Shoto, said Izuku. What? That ice of yours, it takes a toll on your body. Your last attack was weak and I can see frost beginning to form on your body. Are you really going to lose out of a petty grudge? Shut up! Shoto threw a massive wave of ice at Izuku. With 2 swift movements of his fingers a giant wall of earth rose up to defend him. Shoto's attack was stopped dead in its tracks, and Izuku retaliated by letting loose a bolt of green lightning that Shoto barely managed to shield himself from. You know nothing! Screamed Shoto. I will never use my right side. I won't give him the satisfaction of using his quirk. Izuku had quite enough and burst into a flash step, closing the distance and punching Shoto so hard that he flew across the grounds to the other side of the stadium. It's yours. Your power, not his. You decide what to do with it, and it's not like you're bound to him. Shouted Izuku back. Shoto rose from the ground, and in that moment the moments with his mother flashed through his mind and fire began to flicker on his right side. As he looked up though, he couldn't help but look at Endeavor. Where are you looking, you bastard? yelled Zuko as he closed in and punched Shoto again. I'm right here, I'm your opponent. Stop being such a little bitch, always looking for his daddy, and take control of your own life, your own destiny. Everyone's giving their best, and if you think I'm going to let you even approach victory with only half your strength, then you're clearly mistaken. It was then that Shoto exploded in an inferno of ice and fire, and Izuku couldn't stop the grin that came onto his face. You're insane, you know that, trying to help your enemy when you could have simply shoved me aside. What kind of maniac does that? Izuku laughed. I'm going to be a hero. How could I not help someone in need now? Enough talk. Come at me with everything you've got, yelled Izuku. Okay, you asked for it. Shoto's flame and ice began to grow as Izuku activated full cowl, his body becoming engulfed in green sparks of lightning as sage chakra flooded every cell in his body. With a flick of his wrist, a small pellet-like scroll shot into his palm. The two boys rushed to meet one another at the center of the arena as they launched their attacks at one another. Shoto threw flame and ice as Izuku responded by activating his final move. Drawing the full 100% power from One for All, Izuku shunted this power through his reinforced coils, down his arm and into his fist, where it activated the seal within the pellet. At the last moment, Izuku opened his fist and prepared himself for the recoil. From his palm shot out a white beam of energy that struck Shoto's attack head-on and not only stopped it, but it also punched through, reaching shot and exploding with enough force to knock him unconscious and embed him into the stadium's wall. The crowd was silent as the smoke and dust cleared out, but when they did, they saw Izuku standing, his uniform top ripped to shreds and breathing hard, but there was not a scratch on him. Winner, Izuku Midoriya! Yelled Midnight. This seemed to rouse the crowds as they began to cheer. Those cheers only intensified as Izuku raised a fist in the air as a sign of victory. I have to say, little brother, you impressed me, I said, unable to keep the smirk from my face. We were currently in Recovery Girl's office where I was running a check on Izuku's arm. It was quite easy to notice what he did with One for All, especially with my Sharingan. Really? Asked Izuku. Yes, really, I said with a smile. You found a way to use jutsu, and more than that, you found a workaround to use 100% of your power without damaging your body. Izuku ducked his head and blushed. It astounds me how he can switch from a confident, insult-spouting teenager to this shy kid before me. I reached out to ruffle his hair but stopped. Izuku noticed this. Nil-san, he asked. I shouldn't be doing that, not anymore. Why? You've grown, Izuku. Izuku looked at me with wide eyes. I never truly realized this, but Izuku truly has grown. I can't keep treating him like the kid he used to be. I felt arms around me, and as I returned to reality, I saw Izuku hugging me and crying softly. I hugged him back. Such a needy kid. I'm proud of you, Izuku, Toshinori too. We're both proud of you. Now dry your tears and let me give you a checkup, okay? Izuku let go of me and sniffed a bit. Yeah, okay, thanks Nii-san. I checked his arm with my now semi-perfected diagnostic jutsu and frowned. What is it? Asked Izuku. Well, you aren't injured, but the coils in your hand are stressed. You probably won't feel it today, but don't exert yourself too much. Chakra coils are not something that Recovery Girl can fix. I expect that your arm will be quite sore after this, I said. Izuku nodded. It was nothing truly bad, per se, but he should really only use this move as a last resort. I returned to my seat to watch the rest of the matches. The next match between Shinso and Ibara. Like Izuku's match, Shinso requested that he be allowed to use support items and the girl agreed. Such a stupid thing to do. Once he got his utility belt, Shinso threw a flashbang and a smoke grenade. Ibara made a vine dome to protect herself, but that got cut to shreds by a sword wielded by Shinso. Honestly, from the style of combat he was using, I could see that he was a novice at fighting. He couldn't have more than 2 months of experience using that blade under his belt. Just enough to wield it correctly and not kill himself or anyone else with it. Ibara screamed and was caught by Shinso's quirk. She was quickly made to forfeit after that. With my advanced hearing I could hear the other pro heroes mutter about wasted talent, and I couldn't help but smirk. Come next semester Shinso will be in 1A, no doubt about it. Next up was Ida and Tokoyami. Ida tried but lost, since all Dark Shadow had to do was keep Tokoyami in the field until Ida's Recipro burst wore off and then literally throw the immobile boy out of the arena. Katsuki vs Kirishima came next and Katsuki won. It was a hard-fought battle for both of them, and it left Katsuki tired and his hands were shaking. Clear signs of quirk fatigue. Round 3 kicked off with Izuka vs Shinso. A much expected fight, even if everyone knew what the end result will be. It did surprise, however, how they reached said result. There were no quirks or chakra used. Shinso with a blade and Izuka barehanded fought quirkless in an impressive display of martial prowess. In the end Shinso yielded after Izuka caught his blade and broke it. The crowd was a bit displeased, but I wasn't, and likely most top heroes were not. Shinso will be a fine underground hero, and I've made up my mind about recruiting him. Even as he was defeated, the general course cheered for their champion. Next up was the fight between Katsuki and Tokoyami. Katsuki won after he figured out Dark Shadow's weakness to light. And now, the fight you've all been waiting for, the fated battle between two childhood friends who took the number 1 and 2 spots at the entrance exam and have so far dominated the competition. One shall rise and one shall fall. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Izuka Midoriya vs Katsuki Bakugo. Let the final match begin. Katsuki and Izuka both stood at opposite ends of the field. You could feel the tension between them. Are the contestants ready? Asked Midnight. The two remained silent for a moment, after which Katsuki spoke. What's with the silence, you bastard? Aren't you going to give me the same fight as half and half? Why should I? Replied Izuku. Are you looking down on me? Yelled Katsuki. Izuku scoffed hardly. You're not even worth looking down on. Katsuki's eyes widened for a moment before they narrowed viciously. Small explosions began popping from palms as anger filled his entire being. Ready, start! Yelled Midnight. In a grand explosion, Katsuki flew at Izuku, who responded by powering up with Sage Chakra and intercepting him in mid-flight. Izuku was far faster than what a normal person could see or react. Before Katsuki could even comprehend what had happened, Izuku's fist was buried in his stomach, making him vomit what little fluid there was in his stomach and simultaneously halting his advance and emptying the air from Katsuki's lungs. It all led to an unceremonious fall to the ground for Katsuki, all the while Izuku was casually standing by his side, fist in a slightly outstretched position. The crowd fell silent at what happened as Katsuki struggled to stand. Is this it? Asked Izuku. Looking up, Katsuki found the sight that had haunted his dreams since he could remember. Izuku was looking down at him with pitying eyes. Stop it! Don't look at me like that, you fucker. Then how would you like me to look at you? Have you seen yourself lately ever so desperate to prove your superiority over others that you take to bullying those beneath you? It sickens me to think that I once called you my friend, said Izuku as he delivered a kick to Katsuki just as he was getting up. Katsuki was sent flying, but he managed to keep himself from going out of bounds. One could see the pure rage beginning to form on Katsuki's face. This isn't happening, this isn't how it's supposed to go down. I'm the next number 1, I'm the one meant for the top, so how can a small fry like him have this much power? He's cheating, he has to be. What are you thinking about, you moron, still trying to justify your existence, asked Izuku with a smirk. This isn't like me, Izuku thought, but it feels so good to rub it in like this. As he was thinking this, Izuku also thought back to all the times his brother had helped him when he was still a depressed wreck. He couldn't help but think that without Madara, Katsuki would have been his image of victory. Without Madara, Izuku wouldn't be even half the hero and warrior he is now. I'm truly blessed. Now all I have to do is rip out this rotten shard of my past. Damn it, you bastard small fry! Yelled Katsuki as he launched himself back at Izuku. As he approached, he became a literal whirlwind of explosion and destruction in the vain hope that it would work as an attack and also prevent Izuku from getting a hit on him. What are you doing, idiot? Said a voice from his side. Hey! In an instant Katsuki found himself on the ground with his arm twisted behind his back in a painful position and Izuku sitting on top of him. Is that really your plan? Throw enough explosions out there and hope to beat me? Honestly, I don't even know why I'm humoring you. You haven't had a day of formal training in your life. Any fight that you can put up is whole dependent on your quirk. Surrender and I won't embarrass you any further, said Izuku. Katsuki could not believe what he was hearing. Him, surrendering? Impossible. He will fight to his last breath if he had to. Katsuki strained against the bonds to get his palm facing upwards. Just as he began, he was lifted up by his shirt and thrown out of the arena. The horn sounded. We have a winner. Izuku Midoriya is the winner for the first year's sport festival. The crowd cheered as Izuku rose his hat and waved at them. Back on the ground, Katsuki could only watch as the one whom he had mocked for years and who was supposed to be a simple pebble in his road suddenly transformed into an insurmountable mountain whose summit he could not even see. The sport festival ended somewhat anticlimactically. Oh, the fight was great, but it was evident that Izuku was toying with his opponent from the moment the match began. I expected it to happen like this. Katsuki had been an open wound in Izuku's heart since he failed to gain a quirk. This being said, I have seen the beginnings of something of an anti-quirk mentality in Izuku. It most likely stems from how he was treated as worthless by society for not having powers and the suddenly getting not only the most OP quirk but also the use of chakra. In his match with Katsuki, Izuku did not use full cowl at all. Just Sage Mode enhancement was enough to get him to outperform Katsuki in every field possible. Add to that Izuku has been tirelessly training his fighting skills for over a year while Katsuki relied on his quirk and you get a recipe for disaster. Even without chakra, Katsuki couldn't have stood his ground against a well-trained quirkless fighter. The actual award ceremony went on without much fanfare. Both myself and All Might arrived in style to congratulate the winners and we even posed for a photo. Even now, I'm seeing people on the web in awe of us. Still, to me this picture is far more valuable than propaganda. All Might and I are standing next to Izuku who has the first place medal around his neck. I'm at his side, with an arm around his shoulders throwing up a peace sign and All Might is standing behind us with a hand on each of our shoulders looking very proud. Izuku, of course, is grinning like a loon. All that's missing is our mother and it would be a family photo. Let's not dwell on that too much. Today is a day of celebration. A new symbol has been born into the world and he is yet to prove himself. Chapter 24 Katsuki Journey. It was raining outside. It was as if the world could sense his mood and decided to laugh at him. After the sports festival was concluded, Katsuki was left in a state of limbo. To the entire world he looked to be one of the best students in 1A. In his own mind, all he could think of was the shame he had to bear. Thrice now he'd been bested by Izuku. Once at the entrance exam, then again at the battle trial and finally now at the sports festival. It hurt to stand on the number 2 spot at the stadium, but somehow it hurt even more to see Izuku smiling as he, Madara and All Might all posed for a picture together. Katsuki had seen what the news were saying in regards to that photo. The Trinity, the Three Pillars, the Legendary Three, all these were the names used to describe All Might, Madara and Izuku. Katsuki was no fool, he knew that as he was right now, he couldn't compete with the power of Madara and All Might, but it should have been different with Izuku. For as long as he could remember, it had been Katsuki that was the best, the fastest, and the smartest. Well, maybe not the smartest, but definitely the bravest of the two. Now he was nothing. Was he always a pebble on the road, a roadblock for Izuku to surpass and not the other way around? Katsuki was lost, that much was obvious to him. Once he got home, he couldn't bring himself to care anymore. He went to bed without dinner and woke up and went to school without going through his morning exercise routine, a routine that he'd been following religiously for the better part of 2 years. Even the large number of offers for internship couldn't rouse him. He wasn't the first in this either. Even worse, he was third, after Todoroki. And, of course, Izuku. Was this his life now, always playing second fiddle to Izuku, never being good enough to stand on his own, a forever prisoner of Izuku's heroic shadow? Katsuki liked to think himself a rational person, despite his temper. Even so, he couldn't quite shake the unease he felt when Izuku was better than him at something. It made him angry, and for the longest time he simply accepted it as annoyance at the useless Deku who wasn't content with his place at the bottom. If it wasn't for Madara, Katsuki would have put said Deku in his place, but since Madara was there and much more powerful than him, Katsuki quenched his rage with putting down the other rabble that tried to reach for his place. Maybe he needed a good long walk to collect himself. He remembered a nice secluded spot in the mountains where he used to train with his quirk, in fact that may just cheer him up a bit. Rain was pouring down by the bucketload and thunder and lightning flashed in the sky above. Katsuki cursed his luck. Of course, it would start raining the moment after he was finished with his workout. So here he was, trying to get to a shelter somewhere. Only problem was that he had lost track of time and it had gotten dark outside and the downpour wasn't helping matters at all, in fact it was making it even worse. The ground was either a muddy bog or slippery rock. Damn this fucking rain, muttered Katsuki under his breath. Who the fuck though? It would be a good idea to go and train in the mountains. Oh yeah, me? Fuck me. Worst of all was that he was lost and his phone was smashed to bits. He fell some time ago and because the rain interfered with his quirk's functionality he fell on his side and smashed against a rock. He was lucky that his phone took the brunt of the damage. Otherwise he'd be trying to get to safety with a busted hip. Even so, the weather wasn't doing him any favors and a lightning bolt struck a tree next to him, causing it to come crashing down on Katsuki. He managed to dodge, but failed to get a good grip on the ground and fell in a ravine. Katsuki tried to save himself with his quirk, but the dirt and water had diluted his sweat to the point that he couldn't even get a spark from his hands. He fell on the dirt below and pain shot up from his leg. Katsuki didn't manage to bite back a scream. Looking down he could see his foot had been twisted at an odd angle. He didn't break his bones, but he did break his ankle. At any rate, he was now more or less immobile. Every attempt to move was painful, but Katsuki knew that he couldn't let it end like this. Even as his strength left him and the beginnings of hypothermia began to set in, Katsuki used what little strength he had left to drag himself to safety, somewhere out of the rain. As he fell unconscious, all he could see was a small speck of light in the distance. Useless runt. You're so cool, I hope to be just like you when I grow up. I'm sure that you'll be a great hero with a quirk like yours. Didn't you hear the news? They say he's quirkless. What's a quirkless? Is it some kind of disease? Now boys, you take care of Izuku, after all quirkless people aren't as resilient as normal children. You useless Deku. Don't go near my brother ever again, or I'll make you regret the day you were born. I'm sorry, you just looked like you needed help. Are you alright? Kakin, that fall looked pretty nasty. I don't need your help, useless Deku. Ha, ha, All Might welcome you, Katsuki Bakugu, to UA High. You'll be happy to know that you scored second. Damn Deku, how dare you try and usurp my place? I'm the number one, you hear? More like number one loser, after all, that's what you said the number 2 spot was, isn't that right? Kakin Hero Team wins. ROAIAS. Have you seen yourself lately ever so desperate to prove you superiority over others that you take to bullying those beneath you? It sickens me to think that I once called you my friend. Darkness. That was all that was in this place. Am I dead? Katsuki asked himself. He failed. He lost. What reason was there for him to live any longer? Friends, the only one he'd ever considered his friend, just made his feelings quite clear on that matter. Family, sure, he had his dad and that hag of mother. They'd mourn and others would pay lip service at his funeral, but all in all he'd be forgotten come winter. Just another body in the ground. I see you're awake, came a voice. Katsuki opened his eyes and looked around. He was in a wooden house with a stove burning wood in a corner of the room he was in. That was odd. Usually even the most remote of places had gas or electric stoves. He heard a chuckle beside him and instantly snapped his head in the direction of the sound. What greeted him was no villain or woodsman, or anyone he could reasonably think of. By his bedside was an old man, with flowing white hair and a tired old wrinkly face. He was dressed in a dark orange yukata and had the brightest blue eyes he'd ever seen this side of All Might. Who are you? Where the hell am I? Asked Katsuki, trying to stand. He was pushed back down by the old man. You must rest. You are safe in my monastery. I am the last of the monks that used to live in this place. Monastery? Katsuki never knew that there was a monastery around here. The old man chuckled again and thusly broke Katsuki from his thoughts. Who the hell are you? I've never heard of a monastery around here. Yelled out Katsuki, returning to his default mood when faced with the unknown. No, I suppose you haven't. After all, not many of your generation want anything to do with history, said the old man. What? It's nothing. Rest, young warrior. The night is young and you need to recover your strength. I'll leave some clothes for you to change into, and if you want, there is some tea by the stove, said the old man. Katsuki watched silently as the old man got to his feet and walked to the door with the aid of his cane. Normally he wouldn't have given him a second thought, but seeing the way he walked and carried himself, Katsuki couldn't help but think of Madara and Izuku. They too had this regal grace round them as they walked, not that Katsuki would ever admit it. Katsuki decided to do something productive and threw the sheets off him. Strangely enough, his ankle didn't hurt as much as he should. Looking down, he saw that someone had taken off his sweatshirt, trousers, and socks, leaving him only in his boxers. His left foot, the one he'd injured, was bandaged and set properly, and he could feel a whiff of a mixture that was probably used to treat the swelling. All in all, it was quite professionally done. Looking around, he found his clothes hanging by the stove, and by his bedside there was a loose shirt and pants, the nightwear the old man left him. Looking around and seeing no one, Katsuki removed his slightly wet boxers and got himself dressed. He then set them up to dry alongside the rest of his clothes and went back to sleep to the sound of rain falling on the building's roof. Katsuki awoke the next morning. From what he could hear, it was still raining. Looking around, he could see that the fire in the stove had burned out during the night. Next to the door, there was a set of clothes. Seeing as his workout clothes weren't the best of choice for the weather outside, Katsuki swallowed his pride and got dressed in the clothes the old man left for him. He couldn't help but think about that man and the supposed monastery he was in. Katsuki opened the door and he was surprised to see that it led to a walkway that surrounded an inner courtyard. "You are awake, I see." Katsuki spun around. There, a few feet away from his door sat the old man. He appeared to be reading some book or another. "Of course I am. Not that I'm not thankful or anything, but do you have something to eat? I could really use some food." It galled Katsuki that he had to beg for food in this manner, but he wasn't stupid enough to starve himself for the sake of pride. The old man raised an eyebrow at the question, seemingly surprised. He reached beside him and took a bowl of something that he handed to Katsuki. Without question, Katsuki dug in. After he finished, he set the bowl down and took a seat next to the old man. "Okay, now spill. Who are you? What is this place? And no dodging unless you have a phone handy so that I can get out of here," said Katsuki. "If you wish to leave, then you are most welcome to do so. I'm not holding you here against your will, far from it. It's curious though, how you managed to drag yourself to the gates of the monastery before falling unconscious. You've still not answered my questions." The old man laughed. "You may call me the custodian." Katsuki raised an eyebrow at the name. "You doubt my word? I doubt your sanity. Being up in these mountains must have messed with your mind, but fine, don't tell me. Now what is this place?" The old man seemed to lose his mirth for a bit as he said with sorrow. "This is where the past comes to die." Katsuki cocked his head to the side. What kind of an answer was that? Before he could demand an explanation, the old man got to his feet and began walking. Without being asked to, Katsuki followed. The old man led him down several hallways. Lining the hallways, Katsuki could see weapons from ancient time. Swords, axes, spears and more were hanging off the wall. "What is this?" Katsuki involuntarily asked. The old man turned around to see this young charge looking in wonder at a katana. The old man had seen that look before, and seeing it on this young boy now, it lit a spark in him that he was sure had long been snuffed out. "Come. That blade was meant for the hand of a warrior, not that of a child," said the old man. Katsuki recoiled his hand and glared at the old man, but followed nonetheless. He was led down several stairs before finally arriving at a pair of giant doors. The old man twisted a pattern on the knobs on the doors and with a clang they creaked open. As he walked inside, Katsuki couldn't help but wonder at what he was seeing. Entire rows of books as tall as the room and seemingly never-ending. Each book was in its own case that looked to be airtight. Katsuki turned to the man, but before he could speak, he was cut off by the custodian. "This is one of the great libraries entrusted to the different orders of wise men across the world. When the quirks became mainstream and heroes rose up to guard the people, there were those that saw the stories and legends about ancient heroes to be damaging to the minds of young people. They did everything in their power to stamp out these works of literature to ensure that the population remained pacified. This is one of the only repositories left in the world that contains that ancient knowledge." Katsuki was speechless for a moment as he tried to come up with the right things to say. "Why me? Why show this to me? Because you are no hero." Katsuki felt that something was constricting his heart. He couldn't help but fist his borrowed clothes as he looked in anger at the old man. "I'm a hero student at UA, you fucking old man. I will be the number one hero, you hear me? Yelled Katsuki. The old man looked on impassively. If this is true, then why did you have a look of anguish on your face as you said that? Katsuki recoiled and looked at the old man with wide eyes. The old man closed his eyes and hummed. When I look at you I see something that I haven't seen in 100 years. A true warrior shackled by the chains of conduct that society has thrust upon you. I doubt that if given the choice you would really become a hero. That's not true. I wanted to be a hero. I wanted to beat All Might and be number one. I've trained every single day of my life. Foolishly cut in the old man abruptly. I've seen you do battle at the festival. You fought only with your quirk, relying on it for every attack. To rely solely on a single tool is unbecoming of one such as yourself. And what the hell do you know about me? Snapped Katsuki. The old man was silent for a bit as he approached. Katsuki. You are in turmoil, that much is clear. You have great potential but your imbalance is your undoing. Let me help you, Katsuki Bakugu. Arayu all right, Kikin. Damn it, old man, I don't need your help, I don't need anyone's help. The old man was silent as he bowed his head. When one is at their lowest point, he is open to the greatest change. Should you ever need it, I will be here. Come find me. As if by magic, the rain had cleared during the time they were in the underground library. Without saying a single word, Katsuki got dressed in his now dry clothes and took off. The old man was there, watching silently. Katsuki glared. He'd show him. He'd show the world, he was a hero, and nothing will ever change that fact. With renewed resolve, Katsuki followed the winding path from the monastery down to the village at the base of the mountain. Even so, he couldn't forget what the old man had said to him. You are no hero. Chapter 25 Battle in Hosu. The internship system of UA is a curious thing. On one hand, it gives students the opportunity to experience how hero agencies work and function, and on the other it allows agencies to scout potential talents in the next generation. In a way, UA has perfected a way that allows students to get a head start on their hero careers. I too benefited from this system. My internship with All Might was all the rage a year ago, and from that single week stems most my success as a pro hero. Now it's my time to play the mentor to two hero aspirants, Mirio Togata and Hitachi Shinso. Originally it would not have been permitted for Shinso to take part in the internship program, and that would have been okay, because Aizawa had already staked a claim on him. No one is stupid enough to go against Aizawa in this matter, but I managed to talk him into it. While undoubtedly Shinso would be a terror with a capture weapons like Aizawa, I couldn't help but feel that he could do better with a short sword in hand. I've seen how good he was after a month of tutelage under Izuku, who is still merely a novice in swordsmanship. Shinso has a talent for bladed weapons, and even with his somewhat OP quirk, he isn't like Aizawa in that he can level the playing field against most opponents. No, he needs something more than just a smart piece of cloth to get him through his career as a hero. To that end I offered my services to teach him swordsmanship. I have to say that Shinso is an incredible student. He catches on quickly and his movements are efficient. Now if only I could correct this attitude of his to be hyper-defensive in combat, I could call his training a true success. You need to pay attention to the changing battlefield, I said. Shinso glared at me as he rose from the floor and took his ready position. I couldn't help but sigh at the sight of it. It wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination, it was just so defensive that it was nearly useless in a real fight. I took my own ready position with my buken. Come on, attack me, I said. You aren't going to attack me again, what are you, chicken? Bit back Shinso. I snorted, and as I went to reply, I felt an intrusion in my mind similar to a genjutsu. A quick flare of chakra was all it took to rid myself of the foreign influence. That isn't going to work, Shinso, I said as I launched in a lightning-fast attack. In 3 moves, he was already on the ground and his bukin was in my hand. Damn it! How are you so fast? I raised an eyebrow. How are you so slow? That was my base speed. It was true. I hadn't used a single drop of chakra in this fight. Heck, I even went as far as to strap on weights that will counteract the passive effects on my body that chakra has. You need to stop relying so much on your quirk. Shinso, I said. He looked at me confused. But isn't the training that we're doing now supposed to help me be a better fighter with my quirk? He asked. Looked at him. Is that what he threw we were doing? No, the point of all this is to help you get a better grasp on swordsmanship. This is meant to add another tool to your arsenal and help when mere hand-to-hand combat and your quirk is not sufficient. He was still unconvinced. Tell me, would you have been able to beat the girl Form 1B in the sports festival without your sword? No. Exactly. Stop looking at this training as something that will help your quirk. Your focus on your quirk is a fallacy that can be your downfall. In fact, it has been the downfall of many heroes in this age where quirks are viewed as the answer to all the world's problems, I said. Shinso nodded and went on the attack. I defeated him in 2 strikes. After I pulled him up, I went over his stances and techniques, explaining when and where to use them and how to do so. Training Shinso is a lot of work, but it's not as much as it had been with Izuku. Don't get me wrong, Izuku is an excellent hand-to-hand combatant with a healthy dose of long-range ability for good measure, it's just that he's shit with weapons. Not that I can blame him for that, everyone has different preferences when it comes to combat, but I did make sure that he was at least passable in a sword fight should he ever need it. I left Shinso to rehearse the katas for the technique I just showed him. I hope that he will become competent enough to switch to sparring with each other soon. Just practicing won't do his reflexes any good, and they are already terrible. As I passed through the door to the training room, I spawned a shadow clone to stand by it and inform me should Shinso want something or if someone else entered the room without my permission. Secrecy was key to Shinso's success as an underground pro hero, and I can never fully trust the people that work for me at Might Tower. Because the agency is so big and a center for one of the biggest hero factions in existence, there is a lot of traffic throughout the lower levels, and I can never be too sure if the lower ranks of the agency aren't on someone's payroll as a spy, or if they would simply spill info to a news station for a large sum of cash to make their life better. It was a sad fact, but one that I had to take into account nonetheless. Still, this situation did come with a silver lining. I walked out of the elevator I had previously taken and headed for one of the training rooms on the lower floors. As I entered, I was treated to an amusing sight. Mirio was fighting against one of my clones while another, henged as an old man dressed like the stereotypical mystical sense that one would expect to find in a mountain somewhere, was pointing out the flaws in his technique. Speaking of such figures, I should really go see what old man Jian is doing these days, and if he's given up on that ridiculous codename of custodian, not that its meaning was wrong. That man was easily one of the strongest martial artists still alive, having been born at the time where there wasn't even the notion of quirks around. It's ironic that, as he trained as a Buddhist monk, he manifested the quirk prime life. While he does continue to age, albeit at a much slower rate, he's still as strong as he was in his prime. I should know, after all he kicked my butt more times than I can count when I was a kid. Even to this day, without chakra enhancement I couldn't stand a chance of beating him in a pure taijutsu match. Anyways, back to Mirio. In the 3 days he's been here, he's made quite some progress honing his combat skills. Having to deal with an opponent that used battle precognition made sure of that. He learned to be unpredictable, though I'm not sure how well this would work against someone like Nitai, but it was more than sufficient to give my shadow clone a run for its money. Of course, it wasn't using chakra actively since that would be against this exercise's point, but still it was an impressive feat for what was basically an ordinary human teenager. He was progressing nicely. I could already see that his form had less holes than before, and if he could keep up this level of intense training for a month or two, I'm sure that he would be a pain to fight against even for someone like Yorawi. That man was a monster in battle. Honestly, if he had wider appeal he could very well breach the top 5. But then again, when you look like Santa cosplaying as a Japanese warlord, I suppose there aren't many parents out there that would want their kids to look up at such a person. Not that I'm better, mind you, it's just that I managed to twist the public's image of me to that of a young prince going through the trials necessary to attain the throne of his father. Don't look at me like that, people think crazy shit up all the time. Honestly, I blame it all on Hawks. The door to my office hissed open and I entered. As soon as it shut behind me and the seal on it glowed blue as confirmation of its activation, I allowed myself to slouch and collapse on the campaign bed that I had hidden away behind my desk. Another day, another headache, as the saying goes. Actually, it was mid-afternoon, but I didn't care. I was up all night tracking down a lead for Nitai. Normally I would have let Mirio take the lead and just stick a shadow clone on his tail to monitor and intervene should it be necessary. Unfortunately, this particular person was a high-level broker in the underworld, mostly specializing in drugs and quirk and human trafficking. From what I noticed from doing raids against several safe houses and distribution points is that most of the human trafficking revolves around quirkless kids. Mostly pre-teens, though I did see a few teenagers here and there. Not surprising considering the stigma and, dare I say it, shame concerning the quirkless. Japanese society hasn't changed that much from what it used to be in the 21st century. Even now there are reports of exhaustion-related deaths. Any family with a quirkless child was doomed. Most often than not, the parents would split up and the child, usually around the age of 6, would either live in an abusive household or be abandoned at an orphanage somewhere. From there, it was easy pickings for any thug involved with human trafficking, and these kids would end up abused in the worst ways and eventually disposed of before they reach 20. No, I won't let Mirio dirty his hands with matters such as these, because I'm sure that it would break him. In this age, children aren't taught the heroic legends of old. The ancient tales of the Iliad and the Odyssey are relegated to those few still interested in history. The rich folklore of Japan has lost its oral tradition as well. I should know, when I was young I used to tell Izuku stories before bed. I would tell him of ancient heroes and even regurgitate the plot of some movies and TV series I used to watch that are no longer available nowadays. The people of this era are weak and fickle things. Even blessed with all the power their quirks give them, there are no more true heroes around. There is no one you can point to and say that their name would go down in history, that their legend will be passed down from parent to child like the tales of ancient heroes. I drifted off to a dreamless slumber only to be awakened a few hours later by my phone. Without looking at the screen, I answered. "Hello, you've reached the personal number of the pro hero Rikudo. How may I help you?" I asked in a flat tone. "Ni-san. There are no mus in Hosu," yelled out the voice of my brother. In an instant I jackknifed into a sitting position and flooded my body with chakra, using it as makeshift adrenaline. I was up in an instant. "What?" I shouted. "One just crashed through the train and Gran Torino took off after him, but Ida isn't answering, and I'm worried and..." "Enough," I said. Izuku fell silent. "Is there a policeman near you or something?" I asked. Yes, there's a wounded hero and a guard tending to him," said Izuku. "Put me on speaker," I said. I waited for a moment to gather my thoughts and spoke. To any law enforcement and pro-heroes in the vicinity, this is the pro-hero Rikudu, identify yourselves. I demanded. A squeak was heard and the phone was fumbled around a bit. Why yes sir, I am Hirateka Yamabushi, I work as a security guard on the train that was attacked, came the strained voice of a security guard. You'll do. Now listen up, I hereby grant permission to one Izuku Midoriya and any other Class 1A students with him to engage in battle and to use their quirks in defense of others and themselves in accordance with Act 3. Subsection 4b of the Pro-Hero Legislative Code. Anyone who hears this announcement may be liable to be summoned as witnesses in court. Is that understood? Why yes sir, Crystal replied the stuttering voice of the guard. Good enough. Izuku, go and find your friend. Engage only if necessary, I'm on my way, I said. I could hear some cheers in the background as I closed the connection and went to don my armor. Every minute was precious and I couldn't waste any time. Izuku did not hesitate. As soon as his brother was finished giving his proclamation, he flooded his body with chakra and allowed one for all to the it over and bring forth that wellspring of power that turned All Might from a quirkless idealist to the man he was today. Electric green lightning erupted across his body and with a single push, he was off, leaving behind an odd crowd and a trail of green light. The streets were in chaos, but he powered through, running across walls and leaping from building to building, all in the hopes to find his friend. Tinya! Yelled a voice. Izuku instantly locked towards the source of that shout and his eyes widened as he saw Manuel, Ida's mentor. His eyes widened even further as he saw the destruction the three Nam were wreaking. Shit, what do? I can't afford a long drawn-out battle with those Nomu, but the heroes over there are useless. Please tell me didn't forget to pack the scroll. Izuku stopped on the roof of one of the nearby buildings and began to search his pockets. He breathed a sigh of relief as he found the scroll he was looking for. Putting on a determined face, he jumped. At the apex of his jump, Izuku drew 3 kunai from his pouch and threw them at the Nomu, one for each. At first everyone was confused, but Izuku landed soon after and unfurled the scroll on the ground. Several quick hand seals later, he slapped down his palm on the center of the scroll. Fuinjutsu, Chains of Heaven! Yelled Izuku. From each of the thrown kunai, a green circle spun into existence beneath the Nomu and then connected with a line of chakra to the main scroll. From there, another larger circle spun around the scroll, this time golden in color, and from it were launched heavy chains at the Nomu. The Nomu tried to avoid them, but the chains were too fast. They pierced the limbs of the Nomu and wrapped around them, binding them completely. Seeing this, Izuku took a metal spike from his belt and slammed it down into the center of the seal. There, that should do it. I have to find Ida quickly, before my chakra drains completely, though Izuku as he got up and sped off, unhearing of the cries to wait that were raising from the heroes he left behind. Damn it, damn it! The road from Might Tower to Hosa was long and I didn't dare waste the chakra necessary for flight at near Mach speed. I was stuck with running. Not that I was much slower this way. Clad in blue lightning indicative of the lightning chakra armor, I sped past cars towards Hosu. I just pray I make it in time. Still, Nomo, what the heck was the League and All for One doing? This wasn't rational. There's no way that All for One would waste resources just to mindlessly attack a city, unless... No, this wasn't AFO's hand at play. This was definitely that man-child Shigaraki. I did theorize that Shigaraki may try to bring Stain into his group, but the attacks of these Nomo were not targeted. From what I could make out from the radio chatter in my ear, the Nomu, 5 in number, were all wreaking as much havoc as possible without any set target in mind. No matter, I would deal with them later. It's more than likely that Stain has had a fallout with the League and this is just some sort of twisted pissing contest started by Shigaraki because things didn't go his way. Such a thing would not be out of character. Even so, this pissing contest was costing thousands in propriety damage and more than a few human lives. I shook my head. I can't afford to have rage and anger cloud my judgment. For better or worse, Izuku was there and he was powerful enough to beat the Nomu that stood in his path. From what I heard, Endeavor managed to cook one alive and they seemed to be reacting slower than the ones I fought at USJ. This just further supports my hypothesis that this attack is just Shigaraki throwing a temper tantrum. I need to get there faster. My chakra flared and even more condensed lightning-natured chakra was shunted from my coils to my muscles, skin, and nerves. Spreading his senses out, Izuku tried to locate his wayward classmate. Damn it, Nii-san's still better than me at this and I'm supposed to be the one with the OP sensory ability, yelled Izuku in his head. What he was trying to do is make the nature energy from One for All connect with the ambient nature energy of the world. Of course, the quirk was quite stubborn and would not lend its power so easily. Izuku knew from what his brother told him that he should be able to eventually spread his senses out across the entirety of Japan and have such a sensory acuity that even Ragdoll's search quirk would be rendered near useless when compared to him. Of course, that was just the theory and so far he'd been unable to actually put it into practice. In the end he was forced to rely on his brother's tried and true method of chakra sensing. That wouldn't be so bad, if it didn't require a shit ton of chakra to cover the area needed for his search. Damn it, who the hell made so many back alleys across the city? Honestly, it's like someone was waving a flag in the face of all the villains. Please do crimes here. I swear I'm going to have a talk with the city designer later, raged Izuku in his head. Just as he was about to stop and send out the chakra pulse for the sensing technique, his passive senses came across the very familiar signature of Ida. Found you! Launching himself in the air, Izuku managed to arrive just on time to save Ida from being stabbed through the back of the neck by a sword. Midoriya! Yelled Ida. Can't you move? Get out of here already! Yelled back Izuku. I can't move, he must have done something when he cut me. But what are you doing here? Said Ida. Hee, more fakes come, came a voice from the alleyway. Izuku turned his attention back to the threat at hand and settled in a fighting stance, drawing a kunai from his pouch. Hero killer Stain, replied Izuku coldly. The hero killer cocked his head to the side and looked at Izuku strangely. You have nothing to do with this! Yelled Ida. What? Asked Izuku, not taking his eyes off Stain for a single second. This is my fight, my duty to avenge my brother, don't you dare butt in, yelled Ida. Shut up! Yelled back Izuku, cutting Ida off. What the hell is wrong with you? You must have hit your head or something, because that's not how a hero thinks. When Stain heard this, his grin widened. You understand, don't you, inheritor of all mights? Well, he said. And what the hell do you want? Shot back Izuku. I just want to cleanse the world of fakes like these two, surely you can see that. Their corrupt and false ways stain the good name of the true heroes everywhere, said Stain. And by that you mean only All Might? Asked Izuku. Stain looked surprised. Don't be so surprised, I researched all I could find about you, Chizo Makaguro, the moment I found you about what you did to Ida's brother, Ingenium, said Izuku. Then you understand, my will, my duty, my conviction, said Stain as he took a step forward. I do, but that doesn't mean that I won't bring you down right here and now, said Izuku. Stain stopped and stared. Don't you dare, he's mine! Yelled Ida. Be silent! I thought that you had more brains in that empty head of yours than to go up against a serial killer without even a serious plan, yelled back Izuku. Those that stand in my way, will die, declared Stain. So be it, replied Izuku. In an instant, Izuku was upon him. Sparks were shed as Izuku's kunai bounced off Stain's hastily raised sword. The blow was of such force though, that it broke through Stain's guard. Without wasting a second, Izuku pressed his advantage and tried to get a good hit in on the hero killer. Unfortunately, Tsuku's original assessment on Stain's martial prowess was wrong, and the latter managed to catch Izuku's fist with his offhand and bring down his sword with the other in an attempt to kill Izuku. The blade was stopped dead in its tracks by Izuku's kunai, settling the two in a lock. You're good, who taught you how to fight? Asked Stain. Izuku didn't reply, but instead he grabbed onto the wrist of Stain's sword hand and pulled down on his hands, causing his head to come smashing down in Izuku's knee. Now dazed, Stain was kicked into a wall with enough force to shatter it. That, you don't need to know, said Izuku as he stalked the hero killer. He knew that the was not out, even if the kick had broken a couple of Stain's ribs. That was proven true when a moment later, Stain re-engaged Izuku. Izuku blocked his strike but was unable to prevent Stain from disengaging and throwing a knife at him. Thinking it was meant for him, Izuku dodged. Moments later his eyes widened as he deduced that the knife was not aimed at him, but at Ida. Without a second thought, Izuku folded a hand seal and was instantly replaced with the knife, leaving the knife to fall harmlessly to the ground. Rising from his crouched position, Izuku glared at Stain. Really, now attacking non-combatants? Do you not have a single shred of pride within that disgusting soul of yours? Tch, I need not take any pride in my work, said Stain. That's not what I meant, growled Izuku. Midoriya! Yelled another voice. Izuku's head immediately snapped to the source of the sound, and to his great surprise he saw Shoto at the entrance of the alleyway. That was all Stain needed as he charged Izuku, only to be cut off by a huge wall of ice. Seeing his opening, Izuku picked up Ida and pulled back to the entrance of the alleyway. What's happening to the seal? It's draining my chakra faster than it should. If this goes on, I will have to sever the connection to the seal matrix through Izuku. With his prey gone, Stain turned his attention back to Native, the hero he originally intended to kill. Just before he reached him and killed him, Izuku appeared, cutting off his access to him. Tch, annoying brat, said Stain as he was forced to dodge a barrage of kicks and punches. My strength is diminishing and one for all isn't helping much either. Something must be seriously wrong for the seal to draw that much chakra. Nil-san. Hurry up, thought Izuku. Right behind Izuku came Shoto, who gingerly picked up Native and began bedding back to the small ice fortress he made around Ida. No! Cried Stain. In a feat of extraordinary gymnastics, Stain twisted around and kicked Izuku away as he went into a dead sprint for Native and Shoto. Just as he was about to reach the two, Izuku yet again appeared between Stain and his target. Deciding to be proactive for once, Luku caught the sword by the blade and broke it. That act stunned Stain just enough for Izuku to be able to shove his fist in his stomach so hard that Stain was instantly launched back and smashed against a hastily erected wall of ice. Deciding that discretion was the better form of valor, Izuku snatched up both Shoto and Native and retreated to the ice fort that housed Ida. Keep them safe, said Izuku. Shoto nodded and resealed the ice fort, all the while bolstering its walls. Turning around, Izuku stared down the now manic Stain. You dare impede my mission? Raged Stain. The hairs on Izuku's neck stood up at the feeling of bloodlust that Stain was emitting. I need my full strength. I just hope that I bought enough time for the heroes to deal with the Nomu. Fuinjutsu, Kai. Luku took his stance, and with his reserves dwindling dangerously low he called upon one for all. Even with this measly 3%, I swear I'll save everyone. I arrived just in time to kick off a Nomua from Gran Torino and shove a raised nan through its chest. Are you all right, old man? I asked. I may have gotten old, but I'm not helpless, boy, replied Gran Torino. Looked around at the burning buildings. Several hand seals later, several low-powered water bullets splashed on the burning buildings, quenching the fires. I turned to Gran Torino. Where's Izuku? I asked. I left him back on the train, he should be safe, replied the old man. This stunned me. What I thought that he was calling me for backup before heading off with you. Gran Torino looked at me, seemingly understanding what I'd done, and placed his head in his hands. That damned brat, he's going to be the death of me, muttered Gran Torino. Go and search for him. I'll be there as soon as I can, I said. Gran Torino nodded and took off. I too vanished in a body flicker to the very top of a nearby building. From there I could clearly see a good deal of the city burning. I vanished once again and appeared next to a flying NOM. Lightning coalesced around my hand and extended in a blade-like shape. The rakery swiftly cut through the wing of the Nomu. The creature screeched as it fell, but it was quickly silenced by being sliced to pieces by a wind-style vacuum web. I landed next to the bloodbath and saw Endeavor battling it out with the other two creatures. One had already lost both its legs and one arm was nothing but charred meat. The other one was tricky in that it had a chameleon function. A quick flash of chakra and my Sharingan powered up in my eyes. With these eyes I could clearly see the outline of the creature. Several hand seal later a high-powered wind slash severed the creature in half. It fell to the ground screeching as it bled out. Secure the villains! I heard Endeavor yell as he turned and ran down the street. That somewhat confused me, but as I stretched out my chakra senses I couldn't help but feel one of Izuku's chakra transceivers stuck to the ground. From the charred paper fluttering around it, I could tell that he had used this seal as a possible way to restrain the villains, even if only for a moment. I couldn't dally. This situation needed to be dealt with quickly. Izuku was breathing heavily as he took in the bleeding and injured form of the hero killer before him. The fight had been going for some time, and despite the fact that he could go all out now that the people he was protecting were safe, he didn't have the power necessary for any jutsu more chakra intensive than a replacement or a flash step. That and Stain would not go down. Every time they clashed, he would get injured worse and worse, and yet he would still get up. Not that Izuku was unharmed. His armor was all scratched and scuffed from when he had been grappling with Stain. It did its job, though, and kept Stain's blades from piercing his armor. So long as he didn't get a cut on his face he was safe. Honestly, it was times like these that Izuku wished he had a helmet to protect himself. Just as he was preparing to engage the hero killer once again, he heard the sound of steps on pavement. We were commanded by Endeavor to provide assistance. Wait, is that the hero killer? Stain asked one of the sidekicks. Get back, he's still dangerous, said Izuku as he took his battle stance once again. It was then that the heroes noticed the 15-year-old in green and black armor who was looking like he had just ran a marathon. Midoriya! Yelled out Gran Torino. This sparked recognition throughout the heroes assembled. This was the younger brother of Rikudo, the symbol of strength and the one who was proclaimed as the up-and-coming symbol of hope. Even more fakes appear, said Stain. The attention once again turned to him. Their foul hearts stain this society. They must be purged. Someone must be stained by the blood of these false heroes if we are to have a just society. Yelled Stain. Just then, Endeavor appeared from the corner. What are you just standing around over there? He must have. Endeavor. Faker of fakes, you must be purged, yelled Stain in a mad frenzy. His bloodlust was so terrible that everyone froze up, even Todoroki, Ida and native who had come out of the ice fort when they heard the other heroes arrive. All froze, except Izuku. He was standing as firm as ever, even if his body was all but screaming at him to stop and rest. Not yet, he told himself, not until this battle is over. Stain broke out into a run, bellowing a harsh howl that served to terrify all who heard it, all except Izuku. Calling up the last dregs of his chakra, Izuku appeared in a flash step next to Stain, and with as much power from One for All as he could safely draw, he punched the hero killer in the face, sending him careening into the wall on a nearby building. "You're not purging anyone anymore." "Not on my watch," said Izuku. As the dust settled, the others could see Stain, bloodied and broken, as he sauntered forwards. It looked like it was taking all he had not to collapse. You are worthy." "The only one other than All Might," yelled Stain. In that moment, like a missile from the sky, Rikudo arrived, Sharingan blazing and chakra swirling around him in a veritable storm. But just like that, Stain fell to his knees and passed out. Those watching were shocked until Izuku too began to wobble and collapse, and he would have, were it not for Madara catching him before he touched the ground. Chapter 26: A Study in Politics and Blood. Hello Japan! This is your host Setsuna Sakura. Today we have a special guest with us in the studio, the youngest hero in history and heir apparent to All Might himself, Rikudo. "Thank you for the opportunity, Miss Sakura," I said. "Oh, my, what a gentleman! Though, if you don't mind me asking, is it true that you were there in the Hosu incident yesterday?" "That's true, I managed to arrive in Hosu just in time to stop the Nomu. For those of you that remain unaware, yesterday evening there was an attack in Hosu City perpetrated by 5 criminals, of which only one survived. The pro-heroes, Endeavor and Rikudo, were the ones who took down these villains. On that note, how do you feel about the fact that you were responsible for the death of 2 people? I believe that I must clarify something first. The Nomu are not people, not anymore. From the remains of the 2 Nomu I fought against at the USJ attack a few weeks ago, we learned that the Nomu were manufactured. They did this by injecting innocents with various drugs meant to enhance their quirk factors and give them increased regeneration. Oh, my! This is terrible. Who would do such a thing? So far the evidence is still unconclusive, but rest assured that Might Tower will release a press statement the moment we uncover these dastardly villains. Well, we can all pray for your success." Remaining at the topic of Hosu, the biggest news circulating the internet these days is the act of vigilantism that your brother and the winner of the UA Sports Festival committed. This being said, while we do not condone such action, we are nonetheless thankful that he managed to not only survive, but bring the hero killer Stain to justice. "I'm afraid to say that you have your facts wrong, Miss Sakura." "Oh, how so?" "Before my brother leapt into the fray he did call me. Using my authority as a pro-hero I allowed him to use his quirk in defense of his person and others. We did not know that, but still, isn't that the job of the hero supervising his internship, or did it not occur to him that by bypassing normal protocol he could bring down accusations of nepotism upon your person?" Gran Torino, the hero overseeing his internship, was engaged in combat with a Nomu at the time. My brother did the logical thing in calling me. Still, some of our viewers must be wondering if there truly was a need for your brother in the field. There was undoubtedly a need for him. Before Endeavor and I arrived, he was the first to confront the Nomu, even going so far as to expend a significant portion of his energy on restraints for not 1 but 3 of the Nomu, restraints that held on until Endeavor arrived, thus limiting the amount of destruction the Nomu caused. Furthermore, he was essential in saving not only the hero native, but also his own classmate, the brother of Ingenium, Lita from almost certain death at the hands of the hero killer Stain. Well, he seems like quite the upstanding citizen. It seems that he truly lives up to the expectation placed on him as a pillar of our society, even at such a young age. The aftermath of the Hosu incident, as it's now called, was something I honestly had not expected. Between Stain's capture and the League of Villains' attack on the city itself, I found little time to deal with the rumors that had been sprouting. It was in the early morning of the first day after the attack that the video was released. What video, you may be asking? Well, that's easy. The video that shared Stain's entire fucking backstory and shows live video for nearly 3 minutes of Izuku fighting Stain to a standstill to prevent him from getting to the very suspiciously placed ice fort behind him. Of course, that's not all. Whomever shot that video somehow managed to get audio of that fight, and with it Stain's proclamation that Izuku was the only one worthy of being called a true hero alongside All Might. You can see where this is going, can't you? I'm thankful that I had Izuku and his friends corralled in a hospital while I'm off running damage control. I mean, seriously people, a mass murderer was just captured and the first thing you talk about is whether or not you should punish the one that brought him to justice. I mean, come on, if it was me in that fight, Stain would have either gotten a chidori to the chest or would have had his head caved in by a raised nan. Still, there won't be any repercussions. In fact, I'm heading over to the hospital room to brief Izuku and company on what was to happen. As I arrive at the room they were housed in, I see 2 police officers at the door. When they see me, they gulp. "Sir, this room is restricted," said one of the soon-to-be corpses. "And why is that? I have every right to visit my brother in the hospital," I said lightly. The man gulped. I could see sweat forming on his forehead. "Sorry sir, I can't allow you inside." I see. I closed my eyes and opened them only now they possessed my activated blood red Sharingan. "Let me give you some friendly advice, do you think that you can keep me out of that room?" asked. He shook his head nervously and the second one behind him was trembling in fear. "Thought so. Now step aside before you do something rash and risk having an accident." The man had most likely never moved so fast in his entire life. I reached for the door handle and pulled it, slamming the door open, and stepped in. I surveyed the scene. Izuku and Lita were obviously being chastised and Shoto appeared to be riled up and on the verge of a massive mistake. Meanwhile, Manuel and Gran Torino were standing to the side as spectators. I turned my Sharingan gaze on the big dog standing in the center of the room. From what I could read of his face, he thought he would have more time. Would you look at that, the chief of police came to visit. I mean, this is an occasion, but hardly one that would necessitate the stationing of guards outside this room, especially since they were given orders to keep even me out. Wouldn't you agree? I asked. A small shock went through the room. Pro Hero Rikudo, I'm terribly sorry about that misunderstanding, woof, said the chief as he bowed. Well, at least he knows how to be diplomatic with his betters. See to it that it does not happen again. Now, I believe that I had sorted out all the legalities of yesterday's events, so pray tell, what are you doing here? I do not recall giving you permission to interrogate my brother, I said while crossing my arms. This was not an interrogation, merely some friendly advice for an up-and-coming hero, he said, still bowing. Very well, see to it that such advice is given only when asked for. After all, we wouldn't want something to happen that would destabilize society, now would we? I said, letting my presence leak out a bit. Of course not, Rikudo. I will take my leave now, said the dog, whose fur was visibly shinier. Go. The rest of you leave as well, and I need not say that this discussion never happened, I said. Gran Torino looked at me and held my gaze as the chief led a confused and frightened Manuel out of the room. Finally, Gran Torino broke the stare contest and left as well, closing the door in his wake. I closed my eyes and when I opened them, they were back to their original green. I turned to the three brats still in the room who were all looking at me with various degrees of shock. Nii-san began Izuku but I cut him off. No now. First of all, I must address the moron in the room and only after that will I get to you two idiots I said. I turned to the Lita Scion. He was standing upright with his head bowed. Do you realize what you did? I asked. Yes, please forgive me, sir. I was foolish and stupid said Tinya as he bowed. You know, I happen to know Ingenium I began. He lifted his head to look at me, but remained bowed. One of his main motivations for his work was to make a better world for his little brother. In that he and I are rather similar. I paused so I can only ask what manner of madness had possessed you to think you even had a 1% chance of taking on and beating a villain that your brother, someone with far more combat experience than every person in this room combined bar me, couldn't take. I'm sorry. I was foolish and blinded by hate, please give me another chance. Oh, don't worry about that. I made sure that your name came up only as a victim. But rest assured that the next time you do something as monumentally foolish as this, you will be expelled from UA faster than you can blink I said. I understand. Thank you for the opportunity said Lita. And as for you two I said as I turned to them. Both of them looked uncomfortable being put under the spotlight. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose. I looked back up at them. I won't fault you for trying to protect your friend. This seemed to surprise them. Then, what about what the chief said asked. Shoto. That man does good, but he overstepped his bounds when he approached you directly. To be honest, if it weren't for me and Endeavor you all would be facing charges of vigilantism and would probably be expelled from UA altogether and forbidden from entering another hero course I said. This seemed to strike a chord in them. Despite how Chief Tsuragami may appear, he would have given you an out from this situation, if only for the fact that you are still good eggs I said. I turned to Izuku. I'm proud of you I said. Izuku blushed and looked away. You've grown exceptionally and whatever fuinjutsu you used to keep the Nomu at bay was superbly useful. Well done indeed. I'm even more impressed that you managed to not only hold your own, but defeat Stain in hand-to-hand combat while your reserves were so low. Truly, I don't think that I'm mistake when I say that you fought him mostly quirkless I said. The other two were looking at Izuku in awe. I wasn't that good Nil-san. I shook my head. Don't sell yourself short. What you did today is something that most heroes aside from the top 10 would have failed to do on their own. And Shoto? Shoto straightened up and looked at me. Your decision to use your ice to build a defensive structure to allow Izuku to fight at his full potential was very god. Excellent even, considering that many pro-heroes would choose the glory of combat over actually saving civilians in danger I said. He looked stunned at the praise I had given him, but nevertheless he accepted it. Shigaraki was shaking. Nothing was going as planned and worst of all, that brat, or more precisely that brat's brother took down the hero killer. Everyone was talking about Stain and the brat's brother and no one was talking about him. It pissed him off so badly that he couldn't even think straight. Calm yourself Tomura Shigaraki said Kurogiri as he cleaned some plates. The new hideout of the League of Villains. That brat, why is no one talking about me? All they seem to care about is the stupid hero killer and that brat. He and his brother bot piss me off, following All Might so closely. Don't worry, Tomura came a voice from the monitor. Sense said the man-child with reverence. This was just the opening act, Tomura. It may seem like you have failed, but that is wrong. This is your beginning, Tomura Shigaraki as the symbol of evil. All for one leaned back in his chair as he finished the conversation with his protégé. Truly, he was progressing nicely. My lord, if I may be so bold, why do you plan on moving against the Yakuza now? Asked the doctor. Well, I suppose you should know this. Some time ago I received word that they were in possession of a quirk that could restore me to my original form. That and the quirk of the one known as Overhaul would have made excellent addition to my collection, said the Lord of Evil. The doctor spluttered. But, my lord, why would you let such a valuable quirk in the hands of those lesser than you? You see, they would have made an excellent obstacle for Tamura after my final battle with All Might, but now I need to be able to cull the number of symbols to better pave the way for Tamura's ascension. Katsuki was seething as he watched the news. All they ever talked about was how that damned Deku saved half an engine legs. These past few days had been a nightmare for him. He thought that the number 4 pro hero would help him better his quirk and hone his skills to better compete against Deku. It grated Katsuki to say this, but Izuku was strong. Easily the strongest in their entire year. After all, he did get the number 1 spot at the sports festival. Still, he couldn't get that line the old hermit said to him up on that mountain. You are no hero. Lanoid the hell out of him, but Katsuki wasn't blind. The things that best genist said he lacked, public appeal and whatnot, that wasn't him. He was the one that took down the villain, not a child caretaker. Sure, he could save people and shit, but that's not the things he excelled at. All he could do was grit his teeth and bear it. He only had a few more days until he was finally out of here. I couldn't help but collapse on the couch when I got home. Ni-san, are you okay? Asked a concerned Izuku. Yeah, sure, just tired. I haven't slept in 3 days, I said. What? How could you be so irresponsible, Ni-san? You know that sleep deprivation leads to stupid mistakes, yelled Izuku, scandalized. I turned my head just enough so that I could see his face and let a small grin show. With chakra I can mitigate the effects, the only problem is that I crash after I let go of the chakra that I have sustaining me. This seemed to calm Izuku down, though I did see him mutter something under his breath, most likely about idiot big brothers and such. Without even so much as a word, he went into the kitchen and began heating up some food. Now that I think about it, I am hungry. Slowly I pulled myself up in a more dignified position as Izuku came back with food for the both of us. Thanks, I said. No problem, Ni-san. We ate in silence for a while. Hey, Ni-san. Did Stain's ideals, did his words have any meaning, or were they just an empty ideal? Asked Izuku. I turned to him. What brought this on? I asked. Well, it's just that he made so much sense, you know, and I don't know if it's right to agree with the ideals of a serial killer. I mean, he is a villain after all, said Izuku. I remained silent for a while, digesting this. I had honestly not expected Izuku to be this shaken by his experience. Obviously, I did expect some form of doubt, but not something so profound. Was he even right? Asked Izuku. I'm sorry. Was he even right to place me at the same level as All Might himself? Ah, I see. Damn you, All Might, and the burden you placed upon my family. Izuku, do you remember what All Might told us after the USJ, about how One for All came to be? He nodded. Good things can come from anywhere, and good people are much the same. Unfortunately, the same is true for the other end of the spectrum. There are some people that just want to see the world burn and would do anything to make this twisted reality happen. Stain and his followers are anarchists pure and simple. They can't, or rather won't, see the greater implications of their actions, the lives they ruin and the devastation they inflict on society as a whole, I said. But what about what Stain said? I looked through the files on Project Damocles and I know about all the corruption of the hero system, so isn't Stain even slightly right? Asked Izuku. I was a bit surprised. Project Damocles is one of my countermeasures against heroes. It stands as a literal sword hanging by a thread ready to decapitate hero society by exposing all the corruption in the HPSC and the top ranks of the heroes. I sighed and leaned back, setting down my food and looking straight at Izuku. He's right, I said. Izum looked stunned to hear me say that. If the world was fair and normal, you and I would have never been in the situation we are now. By pre-Quark world standards, we are child soldiers fighting in a war we should have no business fighting in. Stain is right that heroes are corrupt. Heck, in the past 3 months I took down more than 50 crime dens by investigating heroes. What? Asked Izuku, shocked. Did you think that every hero is like your friends in UA? Even as they are now, your first-year friends are more powerful than 50% of heroes in Japan. How do you expect them to justify their salary without a constant supply of villains? Said. But that's wrong! Yelled Izuku, outraged. Of course it is, but they don't care. Most of these heroes gravitate towards poor neighborhoods where crime is still rampant. They don't have the strength or motivations to clean out these pockets of villains, so they cut a deal with them so that they don't get killed. I know it pains you to hear this, but just like One for All came from All for One, so did heroes spawn from villains. And just like the battle between the two brother Quarks, the fight between heroes and villains grows more dangerous with each passing generation. In this fight, you and I are weapons, nothing more, I said. Izuku looked sad. It was to be expected. I had, after all, just shattered his worldview. So, it's all useless me becoming a hero? Asked Izuku. I wouldn't say that. You still have a purpose, but we shouldn't fight to uphold this frankly broken society, but change it so that the next generation would not have to know the terror of a villain attack, I said. And All Might, where does he stand in all this? Asked Izuku. I paused for a bit. That's the heart of the issue, isn't it? All Might is the literal symbol of the current era, and someone that Izuku not only looks up to, but admires to a frankly astonishing degree. All Might is just like you. He's just someone that wants to help people, but in his hubris he created the problems we face today. That is why I took up the mantle of symbol to keep down the devastation that All Might's fall will certainly produce, I said. My friend got in a car accident. I did go see him. He said he was good, but he did want me to take over and continue his story because he don't post like anymore. Chapter 27: A turbulent calm before the storm. If I have to rate the most annoying things that I have to deal with, the media would easily take the top spot. Today is the day when the new hero rankings are announced. It's not an entirely stupid move. After all, with all the chaos that Stain created, what better way to pacify the population than to wave a shiny new thing in front of their faces? Of course, that's not considering the fact that I get to officially move up in the world. Before the event started, I got a letter from the Hero Commission saying that I reached number 9 in the ranks. A mind-boggling progression from what I was just a few months ago. Still, I can't help but feel that this action is meaningless. It's been a week since Izuku took down Stain. The currents of the underworld are already shifting, I can feel it in my very bones. Dark clouds are gathering, and with All for One on the loose, who knows what chaos may befell the world. Honestly, it's not even the slight uptick in villain activity that bothers me, no, it's the lack of coordinated villain activity that bothers me. So far, all the cases that we've linked to the proliferation of Stain's anarchist ideals have been isolated incidents. A few murder psychopaths and a couple of vigilantes, mostly middle school teenagers emboldened by that video, that decided to take to the streets and clean up society's scum, most often than not by attacking popular heroes in their area. It wouldn't be so bad if said kids didn't have so-called villainous quirks. Honestly, this entire situation is slowly turning into one giant mess, just waiting for the spark needed to blow it all to hell and back. It's grating me that I can do nothing but stand back and watch it all burn. After all, what could I even do to the public? I am the darling child. The one that oh so selflessly threw away a lifetime of comfort and security to protect the people. All it took was one photo leak of me asleep at my desk over a mountain of paperwork with a conveniently placed clock in the background. The photo was also made in such a way that it was of low quality so that no one would question if the event was staged or not. Gran Torino was right. I can't go on faking this facade of the perfect golden child. I've got too much blood on my hands to be one, but then again I'm not the hero these people deserve, I'm the one they need. Honestly, this entire situation annoys me. The civilians are entirely dependent on the heroes. That is not a healthy way to form a society, and honestly, if I didn't know better, I'd say that they are trying with all their might to revert to a caste system with heroes at the top, villains and vigilantes at the middle, and the civilians at the bottom. Enough griping, time to get back to work. All for One is planning something. A few of his old friends that managed to survive his fall relatively intact have all taken a short vacation, all at the same time and only for a day. This is no way a coincidence, for Izuku's school was shit. From the moment he stepped foot in the class, everyone surrounded him and began bombarding him with questions. They were all saying how cool and strong he was, that he was able to defeat such a villain by himself. Izuku knew the answer to that. He didn't take down Stain by himself, not truly. His ideology was still chewing at him from the inside, and the heart-to-heart with his brother didn't help matters. In fact, it made them worse. Honestly, it was so much easier when he was little. Back then the heroes were always the good guys and the villains were the bad guys. Thankfully, Aizawa entered the class soon enough. "Good morning, class," said their bored teacher. "Good morning, Mr. Aizawa," replied the mindless sheep. Class. You're all here, I see. I trust that your internships were enlightening," asked Aizawa. A lot of heads nodded, though a few remained still. Good. Now, as you know, the final exams are coming up, so don't slack off. You'll have a practical portion as well as a theoretical one. Furthermore, those who fail don't get to go to the summer training camp in the woods," said Aizawa. The class erupted in excited cheers that were quickly silenced by Aizawa flashing his quirk-given red eyes. "Now, on to other matters," Midoriya called out. "Aizawa." "Why yes, Mr. Aizawa," answered back Izuku. "Due to your stunt with the hero killer, the principal has decided that you should take the provisional license exam that is the closest. That means that you are to take the exam the very next day after your final exam," said Aizawa. Izuku cringed. He was being singled out, again, and honestly, he didn't know if this was meant to be a punishment or a reward. Somehow, he could see Aizawa making it both. "Anyways, that is all for today. Help! Get over here, we have to use our quirks together, otherwise we can't stop him." "Oh, God, he's Herga!" Static filled the radio frequencies and the villains were quiet. Their last line of escape was cut off and Rikudo was out on the hunt. It was at this point that the leader of the band of villains wondered why he even bothered to rob a bank in this city. After all, it was infamous for being the personal stomping ground of the new number 9 pro hero, Rikudo. Rikudo was a new name in the fight between heroes and villains, but he quickly made his reputation known. There were rumors all thought the underground, rumors of hideouts going dark and being found utterly destroyed, of high-level brokers captured and their entire networks and associates being destroyed. In all these events, the ones that reached the public at least, Rikudo was the one credited for the action. He had heard from the elders among the villains, retired folk whose glory days had long since gone, that it was the same when All Might rose to power, only back then there was the so-called symbol of evil to oppose him. Now, no one stood against Rikudu's relentless onslaught. All in all, it was difficult to see him as the 15-year-old kid he was. Heck, even to most civilians, Rikudu was an adult, not a teenager, or so were their opinions of him. A harsh knock was heard from the door. The two villains looked at each other and prepared themselves for their last stand. The door was blasted inward and from the smoke came a length of chain that wrapped up the lead villain. His companion squeaked and he too was struck by a gigantic war fan, knocking him unconscious. From the door, came forth Rikudu looking pissed and half-dressed, considering that he was topless. "You know what I really despise about you?" villain asked Rikudu as he pulled back on the chain, dragging the terrified man to him. The man shook his head. "It's the fact that you always choose the most god-awful hours to pull this kind of shit. Do you have any idea on the amount of paperwork I need to fill out after I catch you mongrels, do you?" yelled Rikudu in the thug's face. The thug was shaking and pissing himself. A normal reaction when faced with a pissed-off man who was more than capable of ripping out someone's spine with his bare hand. Seeing what had happened, Rikudu wrinkled his nose and locked his eyes with the thug. The Sharingan spun and all the man's secrets were left bare for him to see. Shortly afterwards, the man dropped unconscious and Rikudu scowled. Another low level without any useful information. Finally, the day of the practical exam arrived and Izuku was exhausted. He'd had to train twice as hard since not only will he be facing off against whatever the teachers decide to throw at them, but he'd also soon be up against some of the most experienced hero course students from multiple schools, and it seemed like his brother before him, he was doing it alone. He was doing this all alone. "Okay, now that you're all here, let's start this test. For today you will be paired off against a teacher. Your goal is to either ensure that one of you escapes through the designated door or you capture a teacher," said Aizawa. "Any questions?" "No good," he said without giving the students any time to ask their questions. Then came the team assignments and Izuku's heart dropped. Of course, he'd be paired with Kikin of all people. And that's not all, he was supposed to either evade or capture freaking All Might. The second part wasn't as daunting as it may appear at first sight. After all, the teachers were given a mobility handicap, and although All Might was a great hero, he wasn't unbeatable. Madara had proven that last year when he won against All Might all on his lonesome. And therein lied the problem for Izuku. Even now Katsuki was scowling, more than likely at the perceived slight the teachers had made against him when they dared suggest that he should work with Izuku of all people. It was sad, but Izuku knew that Katsuki had no chance to stand where he stood now. It wasn't a matter of willpower or determination, it was a simple fact that Izuku was better trained and better prepared to face such a situation than Katsuki, and he doubted that Katsuki would ever accept a hand offered in help. So this left him at an impasse. He could go ahead and plan for Katsuki's reckless charge, but he had the feeling that he should at least try to bring him on board before he discarded him altogether. Unfortunately, Katsuki was gone by the time Izuku made up his mind to speak with him. It was so, that with a long-suffering sigh, Izuku retreated to the camera control room to get a sneak peek at the others' battles and maybe plan a contingency or two. Thank God that he was allowed the full use of his equipment, otherwise he would have really been screwed. Team Bakugo and Midoriya vs All Might, start. The announcement was followed by a loud horn and the countdown timer beginning to tick down. Without even waiting a second, Katsuki took off. "Wait. Kikin, please work with me, we're up against All Might, for God's sake. You can't just waltz in and expect to beat him," said Izuku. "Oh yeah, well watch me, you damned nerd. I'll win an indisputable victory, here and now, and I'll show everyone that I'm the best," yelled Katsuki, not even breaking his stride. On the inside, Izuku was screaming. Could you stop, for once in your life, from being such a jackass? You can't do this alone. Why? Whatever Izuku was going to say was cut off by a backhand from Katsuki. It didn't knock Izuku down, but it was more than enough to send him a few steps back and make his nose bleed. Now, you listen here, you damned nerd, began Katsuki slowly as he looked at Izuku. I've had enough half-assessed victories. This is not going to be one of them. I'll get an indisputable win, no matter what. Izuku didn't reply as he was too busy trying to make sense of what just happened. It was only the pressure wave of air that brought him out of his reverie long enough to bring out a shield so he didn't get blown off. Unfortunately, Katsuki wasn't so lucky and was blown off without much of a problem, though he did manage to land relatively close by. Damn it! I ran out of time, thought Izuku. Looking around, he could see the devastation that All Might brought. This is going to be a pain. Kikin, you okay? Asked Izuku. Ugh, course I am, you damned nerd. Now where's All Might? I'll beat him up good. Ha, you think you can defeat me so easily? Heroes, came All Might's voice from the smoke. Looking up at his favorite hero, Izuku couldn't help but compare him to his own brother. Was it strange that he found All Might to be lacking the same presence that Madara usually boasted? Katsuki's mind, though, was focused on other matters as he charged straight at All Might, hoping to blind him with a new move called the stun grenade. Izuku took this opportunity to unseal the gunbei he took from his brother's armory and approach All Might stealthily. All Might took notice of this but was unable to do anything but widen his eyes as he was smacked away by the giant war fan into one of the nearby buildings. With two signs from his left hand, Izuku slammed his hand on the ground. Fuinjutsu Earth Style, Boulder Dome. Two half-boulders rose from either side of the place where All Might fell and smashed together in an attempt to squash All Might. Knowing that this wouldn't hold up for long, Izuku picked up Katsuki by the back of his shirt and pulled him into a back alley, just in time to escape All Might's sight. Phew, we're safe now. Can we please talk strategy, Kikin? We can't afford to make too many mistakes, especially not against All Might, said Izuku. Katsuki didn't answer, and was instead looking down at his hands with a hooded gaze. Kikin, asked Izuku. I'll beat him. You hear that, you nerd? I too beat him, and while he's occupied with me you run like the little bitch you are, said Katsuki. Right, like that worked out so well last time you attempted it. Come on, even a child could see that you don't stand a chance in hell of even being a pebble in All Might's path, said Izuku with more than a little bite in his tone. Katsuki flinched and looked up at Izuku with hate. Izuku didn't care, though. Can you lure him out in the open? I should be able to restrain him just enough for us to make our escape, said Izuku. Before Katsuki could reply, Izuku was gone, having flash-stepped to a nearby roof to prepare the tags he would need to craft a barrier of sufficient strength to keep All Might inside. Back in the alleyway, Katsuki was seething. In his mind, even now, Izuku was looking down on him, so he'd show the nerd and bring down All Might by himself. Getting to his feet, Katsuki went in search of All Might. From the rooftops, Izuku was following the progress of his so-called teammate. It was obvious that he wouldn't work with him, so that left Izuku with only one other option, to use Katsuki as a stepping stone, no matter how disgraceful it felt. He was waiting for Katsuki to engage All Might so that his barrier could be set. It was a devious one, this barrier, because it prevented the ones trapped inside from using their quirks. Now, this would be a problem for All Might and his secret, but Madara had constructed a seal specially designed for All Might Juts for such an occasion. Looking down, Izuku saw Katsuki firing his gauntlets at All Might. The smoke was enough for Izuku to launch his kunai with the sealing tags and activate the barrier. Fuinjutsu, Four-Wind Prison. From each tag lines of chakra coalesced and formed an even bigger ring around All Might and Katsuki. Without their power, they were easy prey for the chakra chains that bound them, and Izuku easily body flickered out of the arena. All in all, it was a good fight, even if it left a very sour taste in Izuku's mouth. Chapter 28 Progression. Summer came quickly after the whole stain debacle. After my ascension into the top 10, I suddenly found myself working for longer and longer hours and lacking any time to train myself. Luckily, the fact that I knew the shadow clone Lutsu helped me immensely. Honestly, if I didn't know better, I'd say that this jutsu was specifically created to ease one's administrative burdens. At any rate, it is a useful took in my kit. The only downside to it is the clone's fragility, something that I still haven't found a way to remedy. Still, I can't complain too much, after all it did allow me enough time to learn wood release. I haven't done much with it except for being able to make trees grow taller, but with enough time, I'm sure that I'll reach the level of proficiency that Yamato was able to achieve in the Narutoverse at the very least. After that, well, you know the saying, Hashirama's the limit. Izuku's been growing well these past few months. When I saw the recording of his provisional license exam, I was impressed. It seems that Izuku truly is lightning-natured, and he even managed to get a bootleg version of the Chidori to work for him. Highly impressive, considering that it took me the better part of a year training with it on and off in order to get that kind of proficiency. Slowly but surely it seems that Izuku is working his way up to the lightning chakra armor of the Raikages. I mean, I'm barely proficient in the technique, and it's doing wonders for me both in terms of defense and offense, and that's besides the absolute miracle it does in terms of mobility. If Izuku manages to get to the level of the legendary third Raikage, one for all powered Sage mode is already making a monster out of him. Adding the ultimate shield and spear of the lighting chakra armor on top of that is more than a bit of overkill in my opinion. And that's before we even take into account his Uzumaki-like proficiency with seals. Speaking of seals, we've recently had resistance seals placed on us. It was becoming difficult for Izuku and me to get any sort of meaningful workout done that doesn't involve beating the ever-loving shit out of each other. That's another area that Izuku's been excelling recently. I don't know if it's because he can use more nature energy or what, but he seems to have developed some sort of battle precognition. True, it's nowhere near the Sharingan's battle precognition, even when I had just unlocked it, but it's there and it's enough to give Izuku an edge in combat. Where before he was guaranteed to lose against me no matter what, nowadays it can really go either way in a pure taijutsu match, if I don't use any chakra at all, that is. His chakra capacity is increasing almost exponentially. Right now, he's at what I could only consider to be low to mid Jonin. This increase came with an increase in his capacity to utilize the wellspring of power that is one for all to near 20% continuously. Luckily enough, Izuku isn't turning into a muscle head, which is a good thing. The absolute last thing this world needs right now is All Might version 2, and yes, I'm looking at you Nitai when I say this. Over the past 4 months Izuku has made incredible advancements in the field of Fuinjutsu. He managed to take Fuinjutsu to a level I could have never imagined. Jutsu, barriers, traps, and even restraints, all made possible by Izuku's work in the field. I couldn't be prouder, and while it's true that he's shit at ninjutsu, that doesn't really matter when you can move faster than most humans can react and punch with enough strength to collapse a decent-sized building. As I sit here and look over what we've accomplished so far, I can't help but feel a modicum of pity for the rest of humanity. Very few will ever get to experience the feel of chakra rushing through your body or the blood-pumping thrill of battle at the kind of level that Izuku and I are at. The use and study of chakra will go on, that is not an issue. Even if Izuku and I fall before we can pass on our knowledge, chakra will be rediscovered someday far in the future. This being said, I can't but imagine what a future community of chakra wielders would be like and how will the world at large take to our existence. I can't imagine the world governments being happy that such powerful people exist in the world. I should begin planning, just in case it ever comes to light that I'm actually quirkless. It was a hot summer day when Izuku got the notice that he was leaving for the summer training camp. I watched him go without much interest. After all, I too would join him later on at the camp. Seeing as UA has become a target for villains, Nizu has asked me to accompany the student on their trip, well, half of it. Honestly, it's more of a cover so that I can train in peace for at least a week. Heck, even the state-of-the-art lab I installed in my hideout has done nothing but collect dust for the past 4 months. I'm still worried, though. Sending the entire first-year hero course students out into the woods, far away from any town and any kind of support in case of an attack is reckless. Sure, there will be 6 pro heroes with them, 7 if you count me, but I won't be there all the time. Being the number 9 pro hero is not easy work, despite what the tabloids might say. I can understand the reasoning behind this move. With the random nature of this camp, it will be harder for villains to track the students to their training site. It would have been an excellent strategy if not for the small fact that our enemy is a 200-year-old quirk-stealing sociopath who's definitely not going to fall for this trick. And let's not forget that he has his own professional spy network. One so good that LOL bet my sword that Nizu is searching high and low for any potential traitor among UA's staff and students. I set down my cup of coffee and go to get dressed. I'm not taking any weapons or armor with me today, just a change of clothes and my workout clothes and whatever toileting necessities I might need. It's very convenient to carry everything with me nowadays since Izuku managed to crack the code for the storage seal. After I finish packing the clothes storage seal and roll it back up, I shove it in my pants pocket. On my way out, I pick up a meter-long and relatively thick roll of paper. This is the battle scroll, as Izuku constantly insists on calling it. Because I'm not as proficient or knowledgeable with seals as Izuku, I can't pull off complex seals from memory and simply slap them down with chakra engraving. No, I have to use the tried and true method of unfurling the seal and slapping it down on the thing I want to use it on, or not. It all depends on the situation, and only then can I actually activate the seal. Take for example row AIAs. I have to use the 7 talismans and throw them in the air, before I can activate the main seal, which is one of the few that I know by heart. Izuku doesn't need to do that, he can just whip up the seal in midair in its completed form. Now yes, technically I could use the Sharingan to simply memorize the seal and regurgitate it as many times as necessary, but I'm sorry to tell you that Fuinjutsu doesn't work like that. You have to be perfectly aware of how each strand of chakra interacts with the rest, and that can only be acquired with practice, a lot of practice, the kind that I didn't have time to do since I came onto the stage as a pro hero. Moving on, I left the house, scroll safely tucked in a hard plastic cover across my back. With that I took off, running up the nearest building and across the rooftops. Normally I would just fly or run normally wherever I would want to go, but I felt like I had to stretch my legs today. An hour later I arrived in the parking lot where the summer training camp will begin. As I jump over the highway, I see a black car already parked there. From the car 3 people come out. "Mandalay, Pixie Bob, good to see you," I called out. The 2 seemed surprised to see me. "Rikudu, how did you manage to get here so fast?" asked Mandalay. "I ran," I said blankly. They looked unsure and confused. I turned my attention to the small child of the group. "And who's this?" I asked with a quirked eyebrow. "Oh, that's my nephew, Kota." "Kota, this is Rikudu, he's the number 9 pro hero," said Mandalay. The kid scoffed and looked away. "Okay, that's the first time that has happened. I look at Mandalay, who looks at the scene with sorrow but does not seem surprised by it. Strange, though this is not my priority right now. Is everything set, I ask. Yes, of course, everything's set, said Mandalay. We're ready to rumble, said Pixie Bob with a cheer. Good. Just so you know, I'll have my brother skip this so-called initiation, I said. This surprised them. Not that we're completely opposed, but why, asked Mandalay. I looked out at the beautiful scenic valley and pointed to it. Do you want all that to go up in flames, I asked. This seemed to shock the two heroes. What, surely he's not that powerful, not even Endeavor can do that much damage, said Pixie Bob. Well, normally he wouldn't, but I checked my armory before I left and there were more than enough incendiary grenades missing to burn twice that amount of forest, and that's before I go into his personal offensive toolkit. Suffice it to say, the test will be too easy if you throw Izuku into the mix, I said. The two heroines looked at each other somewhat worriedly. It's just my luck that in that exact moment, the bus with Class 1A arrived. All the kids came out of the bus and into the parking lot. They seemed somewhat confused as to why they were here. "Ni-san, what are you doing here?" asked Izuku as he noticed me. This drew the attention of several of his classmates. From the looks on their faces I could tell that they were surprised to see me here. "I too be joining you at the training camp, mostly to act as added security. Now gather round so that I can explain what's going to happen next," I said. It took a while, but the kids all shuffled into a loose half-circle around us. I sent a small nod at Izuku and he nodded back. I could see him skulking back to the bus. Clapping, I drew the attention of the students. "Now that everyone's here, we can begin the summer training camp," I said. The Lita Scion put his hand up. "Excuse me, sir, but this is a parking lot, what are we supposed to do here?" he asked. "Oh, that's simple, but I'll let Mandalay explain more. For now, Izuku, come here for a bit," I said. Izuku stepped up somewhat unsure. I was after all still smiling and he knew that wasn't a good thing. I put my hand out. "The incendiary grenades you took from the armory," I said. Izuku went red at being caught red-handed like that. A gasp was heard from his classmates along with surprised cries of Midoriya. It took a bit of fidgeting from Izuku and a flash of the Sharingan from me, but I managed to get him to cough up a small mound of paper bombs, kunao, and a few scrolls filled with a few hundred grenades. Looking back, I could see that his classmates were clearly shocked. I turned to address them. "Now, don't be discouraged. Izuku had a good idea when he decided to stock up on weapons before he left his house, but the sad reality is that you won't be allowed to carry a small arsenal of weapons on your person at all times, nor will you be able to do so. This training camp was made to test your limits, and so without further interruption, I hand you off to Mandalay." "Except Izuku, that is," I said. "Wait, that's not fair. Why does he get special treatment?" protested the kid with purple balls for hair. I looked at him. "Don't think this is anything easy. Izuku is simply on another level than the rest of you. It would be unfair to limit him by making him slow down for you," I said. Izuku cringed at the tone I used and Bakugo chose that moment to explode. "Are you looking down on us, you fucker?" yelled Bakugo. "Watch your tone with me, you mongrel. Don't think that I won't embed your skull 6 feet in the ground simply because you're a student," I said in a cold tone as I flashed my Sharingan. The killing intent that was leaking off me made the people present take a step back. "Except Izuku, that is." "Ni-san, enough," said Izuku as he released his own chakra presence to combat mine. I said nothing as I reined in my power. "Sorry about that, Mandalay, if you will." This seemed to snap her out of her daze. Oh, right. The training camp is at the base of that mountain. Your job is to reach it before lunch, so in about 3 hours at the earliest. Since this is private property, you can use your quirks. The students looked at one another. I have a bad feeling about this one, guys said. Kaminari. Yeah, me too, said Kirishima. The class began to slowly back away and towards the bus. Izuku came to my side and gave them a pitying look. I began folding hand seals and slapped my palm on the ground. Earth style, mobile earth, I said. The ground on which the students were standing moved and flipped them off the cliff and into the forest below. From here on out it was Pixie Bob's turn. I turned to see Izuku looking at me expectantly. So, what now, he asked. Now we head to camp. It's been a while since we sparred and I need to check our progress with the resistance seals. Afterwards, we'll train your lightning chakra, I said. He nodded and vanished in a body flicker. I turned to the other pro heroes. I'll meet you at the camp, I said, and followed with my own body flicker. The remaining heroes looked at the space where Madara had just been. Mandalay turned to Aizawa, but he cut her off before she could ask anything. Don't bother trying to understand them. I trust the problem children enough to know that they won't slack off. It's for the best that they train separately anyways, said Aizawa. Mandalay shut her mouth and nodded. She had known that Rikudo and his brother were special cases. Nizu had told her so from the beginning, but only now did she truly understand what he meant. Returning to normal speeds, I took a seat at the bench where Izuku was waiting for me. So, Nil-san, what are we going to do, he asked. Me. Restrained a cringe myself. He was glaring at me. I should have expected this, honestly. Izuku is a sucker for fairness and hates being the one apart. A remnant from his shitty childhood. Well, first we're going to go over some jutsu that I have in mind for you. I noticed that besides your fists and that thing you do when you try to coalesce lightning chakra into something akin to my chidori, you have no offensive tools if you are ever in a position that makes you unable to use Foniatsu, I said. Izuku grimaced. He knew this weakness of his then. So what are you going to teach me, Nil-san, he asked somewhat excitedly. I grinned at him and put out my hand. In my palm a raise nan whirled to life. Izuku's eyes went wide at the jutsu and grinned back. I let the raise nan dissipate. But first, let's have a spar. It's been a while since we went full force against each other, I said. By this point Izuku's grin turned bloodthirsty as his eyes shone green with power. Ah, there it was, the battle maniac that Izuku had suppressed inside for almost 10 years. I too took a combat stance and at an unseen signal we exploded into motion. The rest of Class 1A trudged through the forest defeating beast after beast, but it was not easy going. They were beginning to lose steam, and with their objectively biggest powerhouse gone, the pressure on Katsuki and Shoto to perform was that much greater. You know, I hate to be that guy, but we could have really used Midoriya's help right about now, said Zero. I know what you mean, man. These things would be weak to physical attacks from Midoriya, said Kaminari. The rest of the class didn't voice their opinion, but it was quite clear to see where they stood. Normally this exercise wouldn't be difficult, but then again they normally had Izuku on their side. For the first time in their lives some of the students began to wonder if this is how hero society would be like if All Might was no longer around, with top heroes scrambling to hold back the tide of villains with ever-increasing power. It took them several good hours, but they eventually managed to get to camp. Unsurprisingly they found Aizawa waiting for them along with the other heroes they encountered at the bus stop. The surprising fact was that the Midoriya brothers were nowhere to be found. Sensei, where is Midoriya? Asked Lita. Just as he was about to answer, an explosion rocked the clearing. Aizawa gave a defeated sigh as Mandalay of the Pussycats looked at the location of the explosion with worry. "Don't worry, they're just winding down now," said Aizawa. Just then, a streak of green shot out from the trees and into a larger clearing near the camp. A second, brighter streak of blue followed. The two streaks clashed ever so often with each other, making the ground where it happened buckle and crater under the tremendous pressure they were exerting. "That doesn't look like they're winding down," said Kirishima. "You weren't here a few hours ago." "At least they're not throwing lightning at each other anymore," said Aizawa in a depressed tone. "Wait, throw lightning? Wasn't it fire that he was throwing in the sports festival?" asked Kaminari. As if to spite them, Madara returned to a normal speed as he sped through some hand seals. Seemingly catching Izuku off guard, Madara managed to connect a stream of lightning with Izuku, only for the latter to seemingly block the lightning with his own green one and redirect the stream of blue lightning at a nearby tree, setting it on fire. Seeing this, Madara spat out a water ball at the tree as he dodged Izuku's counterattack. As soon as the motion was over, the two once again vanished in streaks of blue and green. The class looked over dumbly at the spot where this short exchange had taken place. "What the fuck?" asked Katsuki, seemingly voicing everyone's thoughts. "Okay, that's enough gawking. Get cleaned up and take your bags from the bus. Tonight, we're cooking dinner, but that won't happen again," said Aizawa. That seemed to spurn the others into motion. An hour later, they were all cleaned up and hungry as all hell. It just so happened that right then, a thoroughly exhausted Izuku came out of the forest, being half carried by his brother. "Midoriya!" came the cry of some of the class. "Oh, hey guys!" came back an overly cheery response. That seemed to take some of the students by surprise for a bit. It was easy to see why, considering that he was missing most of his clothes and he had cuts and bruises on his exposed skin as well as several burns. That being said, Madara was far from being in pristine condition himself. His t-shirt was dirty, and he had more than a few marks denoting that someone had used his face to break rock. Though in the end, it was obvious that Madara came out on top. "Come on, you little battle maniac! You dragged this fight on long enough, let's get some food in your stomach and put you to sleep," said Madara as he dragged Izuku after him. "After I made Izuku eat something, whatever force was keeping him awake seemingly failed as he passed out. I sighed and picked him up and tucked him in one of the spare sleeping bags in the boys' room. After that, I headed out to where dinner was served. After all, that fight may not have been a drain on my chakra, but it sure as hell was one on my stamina, and I was hungry. I didn't expect Izuku to put up that much of a fight, to be honest. Going for nearly 7 hours non-stop is quite something. If I didn't have chakra to sustain me, I would have probably died of exhaustion. What truly surprised me was the near exponential power increase as he reached a stable 20% one for all. As he was right now, he was creating bursts of air pressure with each punch. I can't help but wonder what his power would be like when he manages to reach stable 100%. "Oi, Midoriya-san, over here!" The call from the students snapped me out of my musing. I probably shouldn't, but I will indulge myself for this night. After all, it would not do for the famed Rikuta to be seen mingling with lowly mongrels. As approached, I could see that most of the class had gathered around a campfire alongside a good portion of Class B. "What are you still doing out? You do realize that tomorrow's training will not be easy," I said. "Yeah, but we're toasting marshmallows on a campfire," said the pink one, Ashido, I believe her name was. The irony in that statement was that only she was toasting marshmallows on a stick. "Hey, I know, how about we tell stories?" "Midoriya-san, will you join us?" asked Kaminari. I took a seat in a spot that was most surely left open for Izuku. Call me Madara. It'll be less confusing this way, I said. It felt nice to unwind like this. You know, you're not really how I expected you to be, Ribbit said Azui, the frog quirk girl. I raised an eyebrow at that comment. Yeah, I mean, you were such a badass at USJ and the entire media knows just how dedicated you are to your job, and I just didn't expect you to be so laid back and honest. Especially since Aizawa-sensei said that he didn't really think you were a hero, said Kirishima. The group was silent as I mulled over what I had heard. Even those few from Class B were listening attentively. I sighed. Aizawa is correct. I may not be the money-grabbing type, but I'm not a hero. You see, by my definition, a hero is someone that achieves great deeds and becomes immortalized in legend that will persist far beyond his own life. In today's world, a hero is someone who selflessly gives their all for the benefit of others, someone that goes to incredible lengths to save just one more person. I am not that type of person. My choice to become a hero is solely a pragmatic one. Being a hero is a sure way to gain prestige quickly, and the license is useful if I ever need to defend myself, I said. They were silent after my admission. Now, I don't normally go around spitting out my life story to every new person I meet, but just like when I told the Nizu and the others about Chakra at the beginning of my stay at UA, my tale now has another purpose. But then, how did you get to be All Might's successor? Asked a thoroughly confused Kendo. I chuckled. Who said I was his successor? I certainly didn't, I said. But the press conference began, Momo, but I cut her off. I was announced as his heir, that is true, but heir doesn't mean successor. I may have taken up his role as head of Might Tower, but I am not the true heir to his ideals and conviction. His did not pass on to me his will. I am merely a placeholder until the true heir is ready, I said. They were silent as they digested what they earned. The idea that out there is another that will one day be the successor to All Might and myself was quite something. It's Izuku, isn't it? All the students gave their full attention to Shoto as he looked at me with narrowed eyes. He's All Might's true successor, isn't he? Said Shoto. I looked him straight in the eyes. He is, I acknowledged. Then why did you take his spot? Asked Eureka, fists clenched in righteous fury. Bold of you to assume that I even want this spot. This got a reaction out of her. Tell me, do you know how much time All Might has left as a hero? A year less, I'll tell you. Right now, he can only use his quirk for at most 1.5 hours a day, and he spends most of that time using it to keep up the form you're all accustomed to in order to try and pass on whatever he can to the next generation before he inevitably dies. This condition is a result of a battle he fought some 6 years ago, I said. This sent a wave of shock through the students. Who could wound All Might like that? Asked Shoto. I closed my eyes as I gathered my thoughts. This is a story I do not share lightly. By the mere fact that I told you about All Might's reduced state means that I have broken that man's trust. You will keep whatever you learn here to yourselves. What I will tell you will more than likely frighten you, and if come tomorrow you wish to leave the hero course, I will not hold it against you. I'm telling you this because as UA students, and more importantly as classmates and friends of the true successor to the symbol of peace, you will inevitably be targeted by villains belonging to the organization of All Might's arch-nemesis, such as the League of Villains. I'm not going to baby you. Whatever childhood you may have left ends now. From now on you will be soldiers in the war against the symbol of evil, also known as All for One, I said. The mere mention of the name sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Who is he and why haven't we heard about him? Asked Shoto. He was leaning forward, curious about this facet of history that he had never heard about. All for One story is one that has long since transcended into legend. The most accurate version of events we have today goes like this. Sometime at the beginning of quirks themselves there was a man with the power to take the quirks of others and use them for himself as well as bestow them upon whomever he saw fit. Using this power he carved himself a place in the underworld using the chaos of the era and his ability to redistribute quirks to ensure the absolute loyalty of his followers. Somewhere along the line he either discovered a quirk or a set of quirks that grant him immortality. He has reigned since then as the Emperor of Evil. All Might is the first hero to stand against him and win, or should I be more accurate, he was the first hero to survive. I paused for a bit after the US attack. I confirmed that All for One lives on as the puppet master behind Tomura Shigaraki and the League of Villains. When the time comes, and make no mistake that it will, I will be the one to lead the charge against All for One. The little clearing was silent. Of course, I didn't tell them the full story. One for All is still secret knowledge, kept ever from the Hero Commission, but they now knew enough to make an informed decision. With All for One on the move, I had to ensure the future of Hero Society if All Might and I fell in battle. This will be a test of the heart and mind to these kids. The ability and will to stand against such immeasurable power for the sake of protecting those behind your back is essential in the times to come. Silently I stood up and headed for the shared teacher's room where would sleep. As I passed through the lounge I was met with a still awake Aizawa working on something on his computer. "What are you doing up?" I asked. "Couldn't sleep, might as well do something productive with my time." He lifted his eyes and narrowed them at me. "You told them, didn't you?" I nodded and sat down in the armchair next to him as he mumbled to himself about problem children. "It was necessary," I said. "They're still kids. They shouldn't have to deal with this," said Aizawa. "You're right, they shouldn't. But then again they shouldn't have to go through such intensive training just so that they could take that stupid license exam and have a way to legally protect themselves against villains. You're turning them into child soldiers, Aizawa. At least I have the decency to not beat around the bush when it comes down to it. They deserve to know what they're up against. At the very least, it isn't too late for them to withdraw from the hero course and find a safer path in life, but we will know that those that remain are mentally prepared for what we're about to do to them," I said. Aizawa held my gaze for a while before breaking away to stare out the window. I took this as a dismissal and went to bed. Chapter 29 First Battle of the War. It was a quiet early morning. The sun had just begun to show itself and the forest was silent with the exception of the tired moans of an unfortunate group of high schoolers. Suddenly the peace and quiet was interrupted by a giant explosion that rocked the forest. "The hell?" asked Kirishima. Another explosion rocked the forest as a streak of green light flashed over the top of a nearby hill. This was immediately followed by a skyward-bound stream of lightning. Seeing this, the students began muttering to themselves as they watched on in awe. Aizawa sighed as he saw the spectacle put up by his two most problematic problem children. "Keep moving. We're close to the training area," said Aizawa. "Wait, we're going to the same place as those two?" asked a kid from Class B looking somewhat nervous. "No, this in a different place that I had Madara create." "We get that and they get the rest of the forest," said Aizawa. This seemed to calm the nerves of Class B. "Well, mostly, but that situation was easily rectified." Meanwhile, Katsuki was seething. Yet again it was shoved right in his face the fact that he was inferior to Izuku and Madara. Small sparks danced on his palms as his rage threatened to consume him yet again, but he pushed that feeling down. This was neither the time nor the place to get angry. He could do that later after he learned all he needed to from the teachers here. I watched in silent fascination as a swirling bright blue ball of chakra came into existence above Izuku's outstretched hand. I honestly couldn't have imagined that he would be able to form a full raise Nan within a mere day since I began teaching it to him. It really makes me wonder as to the depths of his chakra control. "Hey, Izuku," I called out. "Yeah," he responded. Have you done any other chakra control exercises other than what I showed you? I asked. He turned his head to me and blinked, seemingly confused at the question. Of course I did. I've been trying to upgrade my chakra enhancement technique beyond just take chakra and add one for all. I've read your research notes and I had been trying to get better at summoning wind chakra, but I hadn't made much progress, said Izuku. This surprised me. Had no idea that he was that far advanced in his chakra control exercises to begin attempting nature transformation. Still, that leaves one question. Why wind? I asked. Hey! Why did you choose wind style as your first nature transformation? To train your natural affinity is for lightning, which means that wind and earth will be the hardest elements for you to master. Wouldn't it have been better, to begin with, fire, water, or even lightning? I asked. Izuku grimaced, clearly understanding my point. I didn't want Todoroki to feel bad if I used fire. Water leads to a lot of collateral damage, especially in cities, and I didn't even think about lightning, he said. Nodded in understanding. Okay then. So should we being lightning nature transformation training? I asked. Yes, please. Shouted Izuku as he let the raise nan dissipate. I won't focus too much on already acquired skills and techniques. Izuku is smart enough to know that he has to keep up training and improving. He's still a long ways away from the level of power he needs to be at. As I continued working with Izuku, our shadow clones were working on refining hand seals and several of our Fuinjutsu theories. You see, the problem with the hand seals that I invented is that they're mostly gibberish. So far I have well over 40 hand seals and hand seals combinations, and while it works fine for me, it relies too much on having near perfect control over the nature transformation that the jutsu falls under. It's impractical for anyone wanting to learn my jutsu and not just create their own. This first came to my attention when Izuku tried my hand seals and ended up with a completely different effect than what I could produce. To solve this issue, we are working on recreating the Naruto-verse 12 hand seals. Not that Izuku knew that this was precisely what we were doing. I may have lived with him for the entirety of this life, but I still don't feel comfortable telling him that I am a reincarnation or that I have intimate knowledge of the deeper aspect of chakra. Now, back to the problem of hand seals. The trick is finding the right ones and in the right combination. Several more iconic hand seals, like the Shadow Clone hand seal, work in the usual plug-and-play fashion because I lifted it directly from the Naruto verse. This being said, after 15 years with nothing to help me recall or stimulate my memories of the Naruto verse, that knowledge is starting to degrade. Little things like how this and that hand seal was formed were among the first to be forgotten. Still, our work is progressing nicely, even if it is tiresome. We managed to recreate 2 hand seals and Izuku was beginning to create his own hand seal gibberish. It wasn't much, but he could now use a few jutsu without having to rely on his scientific ninja tool, or as he liked to call it, his jutsu launcher. Speaking of seals, apparently, Izuku is trying very hard to follow in the footsteps of Minato Namikaze. His theories on the relationship between chakra and the surrounding space-time continuum are brilliant, and it won't take him long to figure out how to manipulate the fabric of space-time to his will. If he succeeds, the Flying Thunder God will be an invaluable tool in our arsenal against All For One and his minions. As far as I know, the hero side does not possess any kind of teleportation quirk, making it difficult for the heaviest-hitting pro-heroes to move around swiftly and respond to threats that are not in their immediate vicinity. This leads to many openings that villains could take. After all, they would think twice about committing crimes if they knew that the likes of All Might and I could be summoned at literally a moment's notice to take them out. Even with all this progress, I can't help but worry. Izuku is far from ready. He still thinks too much, and while he is an excellent combatant, he can also be classified as a one-trick pony. This is because most of his chakra must go towards tempering one for all when in use, leaving him with a tiny amount to use for only the most basic of jutsu, such as the replacement, body flicker, or flash step. The Raise Nan may be too much of a drain on his resources if he still wishes to use one for all in combat to its fullest potential. Still, the sheer power boost that one for all gives its user may just be worth foregoing the use of any other chakra-based ability. As he was working on his jutsu and hand seals, I too was training. My reserves may be huge, but that means close to nothing if I can't put them to good use. Seeing as we're far away from any kind of civilization, I thought that it was time to try and recreate Kirin. Long story short, it will take me some time to get it right, even if I can currently summon lightning from the sky. It's simply not powerful enough. This is what I would classify as an ultimate move, for it is destruction incarnate. On our fourth day in the forest, Aizawa finally decided to let the kids have a bit of fun. The Pussycats had organized a test of courage which I found frankly laughable. Still, I didn't put up any kind of resistance to this idea. These were, after all, kids that we were training, and I didn't want them to think that it was all work and no play from here on out, in spite of what I had preached on that first night around the fire. From what I'd seen, that speech was sufficient to light a fire under their butts and make them train harder. I didn't need 40 exhausted kids, especially since my thoughts trailed off as my senses picked up a pulse of chakra from the direction of the forest. Immediately I dialed up my sensory range and I nearly recoiled in surprise as I sensed 5 new chakra signatures just now entering the boundary I set up. They were closely followed by a 6th with an oddly familiar signature. My eyes widened as I deciphered what it was. A Nomu. Everyone, back to the lodge now! I yelled. What? No way, we were just about to begin our run, complained Eureka and Azui. Mandalay, order everyone back. We've been found and villains have breached the perimeter, I said. This seemed to wake everyone up as Mandalay obeyed the order. In that exact moment, Pixie Bob was flung towards the bushes outlining the clearing we were in and was instantly knocked out by a villain. I turned to them, Sharingan blazing, and was greeted by a total lack of chakra in either of their bodies. I stepped forward as I began to exert my presence on the area around me. Who are you? I demanded. We're the League of Villains Action Squad and we're here to cause some chaos. My name is Magni and this here with me is Spinner, said the transgender person named Magni. This name feels familiar. Maybe there is something about it in the hero database. So, you are the mighty Rikudu? I'm not interested in you, but in your brother, the one Stain deemed worthy, said the lizard, Spinner. I narrowed my eyes as my Sharingan glowed and spun a bit. This action made the two villains take a step back and look away from me. It was all the opening I needed as I flash-stepped close to Magni and shoved a Chidori through her chest. Spinner gasped in surprise at my action and watched as the magna that I stabbed through the heart slowly turned to mud. I see. These are clones, the result of someone's quirk. Your leader was wise to send clones against me, but ultimately he overestimated your abilities. Now surrender and bow down like the dogs that you are, I said. Why, you? I am Spinner, the follower of Stain who will make his dreams a reality. I will not bow to the likes of you. He didn't finish his sentence as Izuku came in and took off his head with a well-placed lariat. Nii-san, we've got a problem, said Izuku. I am aware, I replied as I studied him. He must have come barreling at full tilt towards me as soon as he sensed the chakra pulse from the boundary I set up on the first day. Evidently, he was either meditating or asleep, seeing as he was barefooted and had only a pair of sweatpants on. In the background I could see some girls leering at him. I mentally snorted. It seems that my little brother will have quite the fangirl following if he continues to forget his clothes. Rikudo, we must gather the other students in the forest. They're sitting ducks over there, said Mandalay. Understood. Send a message to them and order them to take the shortest route back to the clearing. Tell them that they are permitted to use their quirks in any way they see fit to help them get back as soon as possible, I ordered. With a simple hand seal, there were now 3 of me. The clones instantly headed off into the forest. If villains like Magni and Spinner were all there were here, even clones should be fine. Wait. What about Koda, asked Izuku. Who I couldn't help but ask. My nephew, said Mandalay, who was now a curious cross between irritated and worried. Ligneared her and returned to Izuku. He nodded back. I twitched my head to the side and he vanished in a body flicker towards the area that he knew the boy to be in. I too took off into the forest. The main priority of my clones was to evacuate the kids from the line of fire. My main priority was to find and kill the one creating the clones. Such a force multiplier should never be allowed to fall into the hands of villains, and if the hero side can't have it, I'll make sure that no one will. Izuku managed to reach Koda just in time to save him from being reduced to a red paste by the villain in front of them. Koda, are you okay, asked Izuku. He's trembling, noticed Tsuku. Oi, what's this, are you interrupting my fun? At least have the decency to wait patiently for your time to die, called out the villain. Turning to face him, Izuku was left speechless as he finally recognized the villain. You're Muscular, growled out Izuku. Muscular cocked his head to the side and grinned. Ho, you recognize me? What are you doing here? Have you come to finish the job you started with the water hose duo? Asked Izuku again. Finish what I started? Wait, don't tell me that little kid over there is their son. Ha, 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 man, what a day. I mean, I didn't originally plan to kill him, but I guess I'm going to now. Roared Muscular as he charged towards Izuku. Acting on instinct, Izuku shoved his arm forward and green Fuinjutsu lines spread out to form the seal for Roaias. Muscular's fist smashed down on the shield with 7 layers. The first 2 layers were instantly shattered. Izuku grit his teeth as he felt Roaias fail him. Grabbing Koda, he replaced himself with a bit of ruble just as Roaias failed completely and Muscular's fist smashed the ground where they were standing to pieces. You're a fast one, aren't you? Makes sense that Shigaraki wants you dead, said Muscular. This made Izuku snap to attention. What are your goals? Asked Izuku as he charged. One for all in his body. My goals? I just want to rampage. Oh, right before I kill you, can you tell me where to find a kid named Bakugo? Katsuki, what do you want with him? Asked Izuku. Fuck if I know. Now, enough talk, let's do this, said Muscular as he kicked off at Izuku. Izuku met him midway as he tried to trade blows with the muscled maniac in front of him. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough and he was blown back. Shit. He took my 20% like it was nothing. What a stupid powerful quirk. Is that it? I admit, you're fast, kid, but you lack strength, yelled Muscular as he went on the offensive yet again. Izuku instantly flash-stepped away, picking Koda on the way and body flickering out of there. I'm not enough. Damn it. I thought that I'd gotten stronger, but that guy is too strong for me right now and I can't use my jutsu without worrying about what Koda will do. I doubt that he will listen to me if I tell him to stay put, thought Izuku. A roar was heard through the forest, coming from the mountain where Izuku had left Muscular, making Izuku stop behind a tree. Hey Koda, I need to get back there. Can I trust you to hide here? Asked Izuku. No, you don't have to, let's just run, whimpered out Koda. Izuku felt Koda cling harder to him, unwilling to let him go. I have to go, Kota. I have to stop Muscular. Why do you have to? Let's just run, it's not worth it, you can't throw away your life like that. Izuku brought up a hand to the back of Kota's head. He moved his head so that he could look into the child's watering eyes. I have to do this, Kota. There is no other way. Why you? And isn't that the million-dollar question? Thought Izuku bitterly. He originally wanted to be a hero because they were cool. They saved people, and while he might have this innate desire and instinct, Izuku couldn't help but feel sick at the sheer amount of politicking that a pro-hero, any pro-hero, had to do. Still, he couldn't back down. He didn't want to back down, even if he didn't have one for all, even if he was quirkless, he just couldn't sit back while others suffered. Because someone has to do it, so why not me? Kota, people like Muscular, evil people, they're all the same no matter what they might say, no matter what justification they may have, all they want is to see the world burn. People like your parents, like me and my brother, we stop them, said Izuku. But you'll die. All heroes die. That's all they're good at, cried Kota. I won't die, replied Izuku with a smile. I'll win, you'll see. Izuku set Kota down in between the roots of the tree. Stay here, okay? Kota nodded. Returning to his full height, Izuku stretched and took off. It was time to face Muscular. I ran at full tilt into the forest. Through the link with my clones, I could sense that they were approaching the first sites where students were supposed to be. Thankfully most of Class A was spared, and they were now either at the lodge or near enough to it that their combined power will deter any villain assault. This was, of course, if the clone quirk had some limitations. I don't like that assumption. Ideally, I would see this as some sort of shadow clone copy. When I struck the villain in the chest with Chidori, I felt less resistance than when I do it to a normal flesh and blood person. Going by this, it's safe to assume that the clones are physically weaker than their real counterparts. Now, as to any limitations concerning the numbers it could produce, I'll assume it has none. And that's scary. I slowed down as I reached the front of the poison gas cloud. Folding a few head seals, I took a deep breath. Wind style, breath of the wind god. From my hands and mouth, a massive stream of air shot forth, blowing away the gas cloud. I resumed running, and when I reached the middle of the cloud, I found 2 students and an unconscious villain. Kendo, Testudistu, are you all right? Rikudu. Yeah, we're fine, began Kendo, but I cut her off. Now's not the time. Head back to camp. Assist any students you may see, but do not waste time. Get to the camp as soon as possible. I ordered. Understood, they replied and ran off. Approached the knocked out villain and reached in my pocket for a restraining seal. It is a fairly new design, made to restrain both the quirk and the body of downed opponents. It was without a doubt one of Izuku's finer works. I slapped the seal on the kid's chest. God, he was even wearing a middle school uniform and he felt scrawny under his clothes. He can't be older than 15, 16 at most, and now he'll get to spend the rest of his prime years in jail if he gets out at all. I pulsed my chakra. Foniatsu, Heaven and Earth Temple 5-point. Seal. I twisted my hand and blood-red Foniatsu lines spread across his body, jerking his arms backwards and locking them together near his lower back. His legs were locked together as well. Once that was done, the lines disappeared, though I know that on his chest the chakra will have branded the Heavenly Temple 5-point seal into his skin, thus making him unable to use his quirk until it was released, and even then, those scars will remain with lingering traces of my chakra for years to come, making the remote reactivation of the seal a possibility. I stood back up and looked towards the section of the forest currently on fire. That will be my next stop. Muscular was pissed, Izuku noted as he watched from the treetops as Muscular punched tree after tree in an attempt to find Izuku and Kota. If Izuku wanted to win this, he'll have to be smarter, not stronger. One for All has proven that it cannot stand alone against Muscular at this level. Izuku had to get creative with his chakra. Unfortunately, all he had on was a pair of pants and some underwear, and carving a seal with chakra into the ground would give away his position due to the light show that usually came with constructing a seal out of pure chakra. In the end, there really was only one solution. Fire style, great fireball, yelled out Izuku as he blew out a ball of fire the size of a small car. Muscular noticed this and dogged the projectile, making quick work of the distance between them and grabbing Izuku by the throat. Nice attack, kid. Hasn't anyone told you that shouting gives away your position, said Muscular. Izuku grinned as he gripped the hand that Muscular had around his throat. Lightning style, lightning palm. Muscular screamed as the current passed through his odi, immobilizing him. Fire style, great fireball. Came a voice from behind. Being paralyzed by the electricity flowing through him, Muscular couldn't dodge the second fireball and thusly he was hit with the full force of the jutsu. Unfortunately, the heat was too much for the clone in Muscular's hand and it popped. This allowed Muscular to regain some semblance of control over his body as he pushed his quirk for all it was worth to take the brunt of the damage. When the fire subsided, all that was left in its wake was a truly angry Muscular. You! He hissed. Izuku, wisely decided to flee as Muscular came roaring after him, cursing and promising to tear him apart limb from limb. Man, this guy can talk. Now, just a little more, thought Izuku. While he was busy roasting Muscular, another one of his clones had prepared a trap for him and Izuku was the bait that was leading Muscular right to it. Not yet, not yet. Now. Fuinjutsu, chains of heaven. From the ground, 5 golden chains sprouted as the seal lit green under Muscular. 4 of the 5 chains each pierced one of Muscular's limbs, rendering him immobile, while the last was attempting to wrestle him to the ground with little success. Taking a leap, Izuku charged a raised nan in his hand and brought down the volatile ball of chakra straight onto Muscular's damaged back. The man screamed as the raised nan shredded flesh and bone, severing his spine and detonating in his belly, making it explode and spread his guts across the forest floor. Izuku could do nothing but watch in horror at what he had done. Looking down, he saw his hand shaking and stained red until halfway to his elbow. Unable to hold it anymore, he sunk to his knees and vomited, his whole body shaking as he struggled to get to grips with what he had just done. What would All Might think of him? What would his mother and his friends and teachers? I have to find Ni-san. He'll know what to do. With shaky legs, Izuku stood up as he left in search of Kota. He had to get him back to the camp and find his brother. That single line of thought was what was holding him together. He could do this, use Mike his brother had taught him. As for the rest, he'll figure it out later. Unbeknownst to anyone, for a brief moment, Izuku's eyes flashed red. As I arrived at the location of the fire, I couldn't sense anyone in the immediate vicinity. Now it was all but confirmed. This group of villains truly was working with the League and had access to Kurogiri. They weren't some copycat group hoping to make a quick buck from the League's reputation. Folding several hand seals, I brought my hands to my mouth and let loose the technique. Water style, waterfall. The deluge of water that came from me was enough to nearly drown the entire area as it swept away the burning trees, extinguishing them and bringing untold devastation to the forest. I vanished once again in a body flicker as I headed to the location where one of my 2 clones was popped. Katsuki and Todoroki were fighting against a villain. If I remember correctly, Moonfish was a cannibal sentenced to death. That was not an easy enemy to deal with. As soon as I arrived, I let loose a stream of Sith lightning from my fingertips. Yes, I know how that sounds, but I don't care. That jutsu looks exactly like Palpatine's Sith lightning and I shall call it as such. Moonfish went down in mere seconds. Is anyone hurt? I asked. We are fine. Thank you for your assistance, said Todoroki. TCH, we had it handled, grumbled Katsuki. I let a small smirk appear on my face. Honestly, if it wasn't for his abrasive personality and stupid inferiority complex, we could have been best friends and maybe Izuku wouldn't have been so lonely growing up with only me around. Of course you did. Is there anyone left on the course? None that we could find. We don't know where Ragdoll is, though, said Todoroki. She'll be fine. She's a trained pro hero. I dismissed his thoughts. Just then, from the front Izuku appeared with a dark shadow possessed Tokoyami and Shogi. Izuku and Shoji appeared to be guiding Dark Shadow towards Katsuki and Todoroki. Those two reacted instantly, creating enough light to help get Dark Shadow under control. Are you all right? I asked. As looked them over, my eyes stilled over Izuku. His right hand was covered in dried blood and he was trembling. His eyes were wide and his pupils dilated. He was clearly running on adrenaline alone. Ni-san, he began. Save it. I ordered in a clipped tone that made everyone straightened. We'll deal with it later. Now we have to get back to camp. Izuku nodded stiffly as he changed his focus. I can't let him crash yet, not while we're deep in enemy territory and vulnerable to attacks from all sides. Besides, I can guess what this talk will be about and it's not one that I will relish having with him. We positioned ourselves in a defensive formation with me at the back and Izuku taking point. Katsuki grumbled a bit, but he relented to being the left flank guard. Suddenly a familiar pulse of chakra appeared on my senses as two warp gates opened both in front and behind us. Defensive positions! I yelled. They were quick to do so. I shared a look with Izuku. Without waiting another moment we both burst into motion. I had arguably the harder task as my gate spat out a Nomu alongside a villain with burns on his face. With my lightning chakra armor I instantly closed the distance and beheaded the Nomu with a lariat. Izuku, much the same, was busy breaking the horde of clones that were coming from his, still open portal. I dogged a blast of fire and sent out a water-style water jet that cut through the clone of the fire user that most likely started the forest fire. Kick-in! Screamed Izuku. My head snapped up to reveal a villain in a yellow trench coat, top hat, and mask holding a cane and a small blue ball. From the chakra emanating from that ball, I could guess who was in it. He waved at us as he stepped back through a portal. "No!" yelled Izuku. Suddenly black whip-like strands erupted from his hand and began trashing the surroundings. It lasted for only a moment as Izuku pushed one for all down and under, forcefully deactivating the quirk and holding it at bay with his own chakra. Looked on at the spot where the masked villain disappeared as Izuku screamed in what I could only assume to be a mix of rage and pain. I balled my fist as I took stock of the students still with me. I felt a sick thankfulness that only Katsuki was taken. I shook my head to remove those thoughts. I can't falter now. Others still need me. Chapter 30: Darkness Rises and Light to Meet It. The immediate aftermath of the attack on UA's summer camp was absolute chaos. Ambulances and rescue crews swarmed the site along with what I believe to be a whole department's worth of police officers. Out of the 40 students present, 24 were uninjured, 11 were physically hurt and 1 went missing. That one was key. Never before had the world seen such a momentous failure, not since All Might's era of peace began. And the fact that the one who failed to stop this threat was me. Well, it did not bode well for the confidence of the public. Thank God that Izuku is unconscious. I don't know if would have had the time to deal with him right now. The death of Muscular was another topic of contention. The police at the crime scene were horrified in the brutal way he was killed, and I admit, I too felt a bit sick. I sometimes forget that a Raise Nan is one of the most powerful close-range jutsu ever. Few people in this world can sustain a hit by a fully powered Raise Nan, even a base one. I would not put it past this event to traumatize Izuku into not using the Raise Nan again. I'll ask Nizu if he can put me in contact with a psychologist. Izuku, heck, all the kids will need therapy after this. Madara, came a voice behind me. Tsukachi, I greeted in return as I turned to face him. You look like shit, he said as he gave me a cup of steaming coffee which I took gratefully. I snorted, that's the pot calling the kettle black, you know. He cracked a grin at the joke, though he wasn't wrong. While the battles I had in the forest weren't draining or anything, the use of shadow clones took quite the toll on my chakra and stamina, and that's before I take into account the mental exhaustion of having 24 hours worth of memories shoved into your skull in one go. All in all, rooked ready to keel over, which I suspect is the reason why the press at the scene hasn't swarmed me yet. Whatever, I'll deal with the judgment of the masses after I saved Katsuki and ripped out All for One's hearth and fed it to him. Madara, are you okay? Asked Tsukachi in a worried tone. Yes, why? I responded curiously. The look on your face was scaring the other officers, he said bluntly. Looking around, I noticed that it had indeed scared them. I huffed and drank some coffee. The media will have a field day with this, I muttered. He winced and patted my back. A vain attempt to comfort me, but an appreciated one nonetheless. Nizu is waiting for you at the hospital. I'll make sure to keep you up to date with everything that we find here. I nodded in thanks and left to find a car with someone to drive me to the hospital. I'm in no state to travel by foot or flight, and ironically enough, even though I have a full-blown pro hero license, somehow I am still forbidden from gaining a driver's license before I'm 18. The hospital looked like an ant's nest that had been kicked over. Nurses were scrambling to house and take care of all the kids, most of which were knocked unconscious. I stayed close to Tsukachi, not wanting to bother the staff there, even if I desperately wanted to go and check up on Izuku. I know that he wasn't hurt or anything, but the mental strain that this entire situation placed on him can't be good. As much I don't want to sound like a hypocrite, he's too young to have the blood of someone else on his hands. God, how am I going to explain this to All Might and Mom? What am I even going to tell them? Sorry, I made your kid an heir murderer. In hindsight, I should have realized that Izuku wouldn't know how to regulate the power of a Raise Nan to make it non-lethal. Furthermore, I shouldn't have shrugged off a full-powered Raise Nan during our spars without a single wound. I probably shouldn't have taught him such dangerous techniques while he's so very young. Yeah, there's a lot of things I shouldn't have done, but the past is the past. Now I have to deal with the consequences of my poor judgment. A traumatized brother, numerous injured and one missing student. Madara. I snapped out of my thoughts. Apparently, I had robotically followed Tsukachi to the room where we were supposed to meet Nizu. Also, the principal was already there, seemingly waiting for us. Thank you, Tsukachi. We'll let you know if there's anything we might need, said Nizu. Understood. Still, Madara, we need your report on what happened. Do you have any paper around here? I asked. Nizu pushed forward a few sheets of paper, having seemingly predicted I would ask this. I let out a huff at this. Of course the rat would predict this. Placing my hand on the paper, I focused my chakra and burned the letters of the report in the paper. I handed the sheets of paper to a bewildered Tsukachi who took them while giving me a look of pure envy. I snorted. Any goodwill I had with the police department was most certainly gone now, given that I just disclosed that I was blessed with the divine power to slay the demon known as paperwork. Madara, please sit, said Nizu as he gestured to a sofa. Right. Back to business. Allowed myself to collapse on the sofa and Nizu climbed up in the chair opposite to me. We waited in silence for a bit, to allow the both of us to gather our thoughts. I told you so. I fucking told you that this might happen, Nizu, I began, though my words lacked any real heat. The time was too far gone for us to be shifting blame around. So you did. Even so, I never expected this. We have used this method for years and never have we had a breach in security. This year we even changed the location and only a few knew of the trip, said Nizu. So you're thinking that you have a mole in your school? L asked. He nodded. It wasn't a stretch to think that. After all, in this age of technology, trackers can be exceptionally small. You are the only one I can trust not to be compromised, Madara. Even so, I can't prove to you that I haven't been compromised myself, said Nizu. I groaned as I closed my eyes and let my chakra wash over me. Even running with only dregs of my full power, my chakra was still potent enough to bring me back to a state of alertness. You can't discount the possibility of a tracker quirk. This is all for one that we're dealing with. No one knows the full extent of his powers, I reminded Nizu. I considered that, but the search teams have yet to find Ragdoll and all that was recovered was a bloody headgear piece. I clenched my fist. Ragdoll, wielder of the quirk search, or should I say former wielder. I highly doubt that All for One would leave such a useful quirk to exist outside of his possession. What about the other teachers? How is All Might dealing with this? I asked, hoping to move away from such topics as that megalomaniac. I haven't told him yet. If he found out, he would most definitely waste valuable quirk time coming here, said Nizu. A logical decision, Nizu, but he will find out sooner rather than later. And it trailed off as I heard a commotion coming from the hallway. I moved to investigate, with Nizu close behind me. When I arrived, I was greeted with the sight of my hysterical mother being held back by security. As soon as she saw me, she began calling my name. I signaled the guards to let her go and she ran to me, sobbing and clinging to me, all the while babbling about Izuku. Honestly, the scene she was causing was quite embarrassing. Mom, please get a grip. You're embarrassing me, I said quietly. That seemed to have done the trick as she began to calm down. I can't do this anymore, Madara. This is the third time that Izuku's been in danger like this. My heart can't handle it. Please convince your brother to drop out of UA, she said. A shocked silence fell over the crowd. I too felt shocked, as well as Nizu, who was still hiding in the background. Not here, I growled, snapping out of my shock. I led my mother to the room that I previously occupied with Nizu. I sat her down and took a seat next to her. Nizu was still hanging back and observing our interaction. Now, what's this all about? You never had anything against Izuku going into heroics before? I asked. She sniffed. I thought that I was just a phase, that once he saw that quirkless people couldn't be heroes, he would come to his senses, but then All Might happened and he was so happy that I couldn't take that away from him. I thought that he would be safe. That he would have a nice school life, live the life of a hero for a couple of years, then settle down with a nice girl and have a family. He shouldn't have been forced to fight for his life before he was even 16. She cried harder at that. I agree. Miss Midoriya, I am Principal Nizu. Please allow me to give you my deepest apologies for what happened. But know that we will be implementing a dorm system from now on to better protect our students, said Nizu as he approached. How can you know that? How can you assure me that nothing bad will ever happen to my Izuku during his school career? I've already seen you be attacked 2 times, how many times will this happen? Mom was shouting. Okay, that's enough, I said, flashing my chakra and Sharingan. This seemed to have somewhat quelled her. Whether Izuku decides to leave UA or not, that's entirely his decision. You will not force him to do either, I said, staring her down. She attempted to sputter back something, but under my Sharingan gaze she found herself speechless. If word gets out that a student's parent wants their child to leave UA, that's fine. For most that would be expected, but that does not apply to those children in the hero track, and even more so if the child in question happens to be my brother, the symbol of hope. I will not have society's faith in heroes destabilized at such a critical time. Not to satisfy your selfish desires, I said. Mom turned red in anger as she rose as well, attempting to match my height and failing. I am his mother. I have every right to do this for his safety, she yelled. Without saying anything, pulsed chakra to a storage seal inked into my forearm, and in a puff of smoke, a stack of papers appeared. I threw them on the coffee table next to us. What is that? She asked, startled. That is all the documentation I need to remove your rights as Izuku's parent through my authority as a pro-hero, I said. As she stared down in horror at the stack of papers, I couldn't help but feel a stab of pain in my eyes. It was minute, but I felt it nonetheless. Though it was nothing like the hot iron that was shoved through my heart as she looked back at me with a face full of betrayal. I bent down to pick up the stack of paper and reseal it. I'm doing this for Izuku's own good. You know as well as I do that being a hero is his entire reason for living. Denying him that would as good as killing him. Now, Izuku is unconscious and in a fragile state. Your presence here is distracting and disruptive. I will have Tsukachi escort you home, where you will stay, guarded until Katsuki is recovered. There was darkness as Izuku woke up. Where am I? As he looked around, all he could see was a seemingly endless black void. Above him, he found a giant star that looked to be exuding plumes of blue energy that then merged with an intricate network of pathways stretching across the dark sky. In the distance, he could see another star, this time emanating green light that seemed to be linked with the blue star and constantly feeding the blue star its green energy. The green star was also several orders of magnitude more massive. What is this place? Asked Izuku. So you are the 9th, came a voice from behind. Izuku whirled around and tried to speak, but found himself unable to say anything. Looking down, he saw that most of his body was covered in black smoke, making him seem almost indistinguishable from the rest of the void that he found himself in. Looking up, he saw the strange man that had spoken before. He was thin, with shaggy white hair and a sickly appearance. You are so young, the man began, and so very powerful. Even without us, your potential is limitless, and even with all this power, you still choose the righteous path. The man paused and looked to his left. Izuku followed his gaze and saw another 7 people lined up beside them. Some were more visible than others, but it was clear enough what this was. This power of ours was cultivated throughout the generations for a singular purpose, said the man as he pointed to the other people, who now each held in their hands a small star of light, each brighter than the other who preceded it. The vestiges of one for all. So that must be the first user, thought Izuku. Want to show you something, 9th? Izuku turned back to the man before him. The man gave a small smile as the world around them faded and another scene appeared. It showed another man, dressed in fine clothes and with the same white hair as the first user, standing in front of a ragged-looking first. All for one was all that Izuku could think. Izuku looked on as he listened to the conversation between brothers and felt ever so grateful that he had Madara as his sibling. Suddenly the scene shifted again to display a scene of chaos as quirked people attacked the non-quirked, and into that chaos, All for One appeared like an avenging angel, a twisted mockery of a savior that recruited more and more followers as he walked through the destroyed streets of the once great city that now lay in ruins. The scene shifted again and Izuku watched as One for All was born. Suddenly the image disappeared and the first was before him once again. I wanted to show you more, but even with your fast progress, you're only at 20%, said first. Be careful, for we have already passed the singularity. You are the one who will complete One for All. Complete One for All, what does he mean? The first stretched out his hand. Remember this, you are never alone. Their hands touched, One for All activated and Izuku woke up. In another part of Japan, the Emperor of Evil, All for One, rose from his slumber. Something is happening to my little brother, I can sense it. My lord, we have found their hideout, came the voice of the doctor. A grin stretched across All for One's face. Excellent, and just in time too. If I'm not mistaken, Tomura has already procured himself the peace he desired. It won't be long until Rikudo and all might come to us. Still, my lord, wouldn't it be better to ensure better security against such a thing? Surely the Bakugo child could still prove useful even if he doesn't agree to join us, said the doctor. Oh, you don't have to worry, my good doctor. This is a valuable lesson for Tomura, and if everything goes to plan, we might even be rid of a most annoying pest in that Rikudo brat. I wonder if seeing his brother's corpse would shake the faith of Izuku Midoriya enough for me to take One for All from him. That is certainly possible, but are you sure that he will come to you? Won't All Might prevent him from coming? Asked the doctor. Well, wouldn't that be the height of hypocrisy? After all, All Might himself came to witness his master's death, so he shouldn't deny his successor this honor. Ah, that brings back such pleasant memories. It would be the perfect irony to kill All Might and Rikudo in front of Izuku Midoriya, maybe even kill his mother. Yes, that would surely do it. My good doctor, please remind me to tag Inko Midoriya after this little excursion. Of course, my lord. Good. Kurogiri called out All for One. The mist man appeared and knelt before the Emperor of Evil. My lord, I am ready for your commands, said Kurogiri. Open a gate to the compound of the Shi. Hasaikai ordered All for One. Without moving from his kneeling position, Kurogiri opened a warp gate through which All for One stepped through, followed closely by the doctor and Kurogiri. In the courtyard of the compound they were met with a slew of men. Once they caught sight of All for One, they all collectively gulped and made no move to attack. All for One grimed behind his mask. It brought him such joy that his very presence could inspire such fear. The door of the house opened and an elderly man stepped out. Once he saw All for One, he bowed. Lord All for One, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Oh, nothing much. One of your men happens to have a quirk that I require. The elderly man tensed up alongside the black mask-wearing young man that was bowing next to him. The Shi Hasaikai has kept in your good graces for quite some time, Lord. Perhaps we could help you achieve your goals through other means, said the young man with the mask, who was also bowing. I wonder what you could do to restore my body to full power, but do go on, you have caught my interest, said All for One. The elderly man glared at the younger but held his tongue in front of the Emperor of Evil. The young man invited All for One to follow him to the room where the little girl was held. As they walked, Kai explained the power of Eri to All for One. Once they arrived in front of the door to her room, they stopped. You make a most interesting proposition. I will make a note of it in the future. Now see to it that I am not disturbed. Kurogiri, remain here and guard the door. Yes, my lord. All for One and the doctor entered the girl's room. As soon as she saw them enter, Eri was overcome with fear and tried to get away, only for All for One to catch her with telekinesis and bring her to him. Such a fascinating quirk this is. The power to rewind all biological organisms to their previous state. It's a shame that you can't use this quirk on yourself. I may come for you in the future, but now my dear stay still and let the good doctor take some samples, said All for One. The doctor approached and jammed a needle in the little girl's flesh and veins, making her cry out in pain. All done. Now my lord, let us prepare your return to glory, said the doctor. All for One dropped the girl, who scrambled to get as far away as she could from the monster in human form. All for One took a seat and the doctor carefully detached his mask and life support tubes from his face, revealing to Eri the broken face that he gained after his fateful final bout with All Might. Eri whimpered at the sight of him. Now don't be scared, you're here to help me, don't you want to help me, said All for One with a dark chuckle. Eri trembled as she shook her head. No, well, that's too bad. You don't really have a choice in the matter. Forcible quirk activation. Black and red tendrils leaped from All for One's fingers and into Eri as her horn began to glow yellow. She screamed in pain as she was forced to activate her quirk against her own will, the yellow light covering All for One as well. The man grunted as his face shifted and his body changed as he was returned to his younger days. After a few minutes, the yellow light died and Eri dropped to the floor with a high fever and unconscious. The doctor peeked up from behind the desk he had hidden. My lord, he asked. He heard a chuckle that slowly descended into mad laughter of pure joy. The doctor couldn't believe his eyes. There, in front of him stood the Emperor of Evil as he was before his battle with All Might when he was at the peak of his power. Suddenly, red lightning swirled around his form as he lifted his head and opened his eyes for the first time in 6 years, revealing toxic gold and red eyes to the world. The lightning increased in intensity and exploded outwards, making the door to the room blow off its hinges. All for One stalked outside. Kurogiri knelt before his master while the others only looked on in horrified awe at the being before them. The ripples of his power were felt far and wide, and 3 people, in particular, sensed the reawakening of All for One. My eyes snapped open as I felt a terrible wave of power wash over me. Spreading out my senses, I could feel the energy used to create it. All for One, I growled. Opening the window to the driver compartment of the limousine that I was in, I relayed my new orders to the driver. Make for UA with all due haste. At once, sir. I closed the window back up and I shut my eyes. It's been a day since the entire debacle with the training camp, and while most students were allowed to go home, Zuko was still kept under surveillance after One for All's mysterious self-activation. In theory, he should already be at UA to meet with me, and if what I sense is right, then we might have a bigger problem on our hands than I previously anticipated. The car was quickly ushered in past the crowd of reporters and I made for one of the higher lounge areas where Izuku was probably waiting for me. I was proven correct, as Izuku was indeed waiting for me. I took a seat on the couch opposite to him. We sat in silence for a bit, until I sighed. It's not a good idea to bottle up your feelings, Izuku. He snorted. Like you have any right to talk about feelings. Do you realize what you put our mother through? When I came home this morning she was still crying and begging me not to leave her. I mean really, first Dad and now you know that she doesn't have the heart for what we do, said Izuku, glaring at me. I did not rise to the challenge. She would have pulled you out of UA if I didn't do that. And don't change the subject, Izuku. As much as you don't like it, we need to talk about what happened with Muscular, said, locking my gaze with his. Izuku tried to hold it, but eventually gave up and curled into himself. I sighed. I'm not blaming you for killing him, I said. Izuku flinched and looked up at me, seemingly searching if I was truly honest. That night was rough on all of us, and to be frank, it is my fault for not teaching you how to regulate the Rasengan's power properly. No one is going to blame you for going all out against someone such as him. Now, tell me what happened with One for All while you were unconscious, I said. Izuk paused for a moment, seemingly to digest what I said. This wouldn't be the end of it and he will undoubtedly have nightmares for weeks to come, but he was at least thinking about it logically. Found myself in a giant black void and the first user spoke to me. He showed me his memories before gaining One for All. He also said that I was the one who will complete One for All, though I have no idea what that means. At that moment, All Might decided to make his appearance. He looked ragged like he hadn't had a good night's sleep and I don't blame him. This last attack by the League has all of us on edge. We talked a bit about what happened with Izuku's vision and All Might promised to dig up any information he could find on the previous wielders. Before we move on to the last matter of our agenda, I have to ask. Has either of your senses something amiss earlier today? I asked. Now that you mention it, I did feel a bit uneasy a couple of hours ago, mused All Might. I felt something wash over me for a second some time ago, but I'm not sure what it was. Confirmed. My eyes narrowed. Only one other being that I know of is capable of unleashing such power. All for one. All Might inflated and Izuku stiffened. Their unease was now palpable. This is bad, said All Might gravely. Indeed. All Might, I do not expect this situation to end without a confrontation between us. And I fear to what lengths All for One would go to see us demoralized and killed, I said. All Might nodded. So, what are we going to do then? Asked Izuku. We aren't going to do anything. All Might and I will face him, I said. What? You can't just sideline me! Yelled Izuku, outraged. I can and I will. While I don't blame you for your actions against Muscular, the mere fact that it has ended the way it did shows that you are far too reckless in battle. Against a foe like All for One, that could very well be your end, and I will not sacrifice you just to fulfill your desire for revenge against his pupet, I said, cutting off any argument that could arise. Izuku clenched his fists. All Might stayed silent. If we do this, young Izuku, you must prepare yourself for the chance that we might not return, said All Might softly. I stayed silent as I saw a multitude of expressions fly across Izuku's face in a fraction of a second. He retook his seat and brooded. I said nothing because I knew that he understood what I meant to say. While he was reckless, Izuku wasn't stupid. He knew that if he died, the legacy that his 8 predecessors worked so hard to construct would end with him. I'll talk to Nizu to let you stay at UA. You should be able to monitor our progress from here, I said. I'm putting on Mjolnir, said Izuku. I could tell that was not a request. I'll allow it nonetheless. If the unthinkable happened and he needed to defend himself, it would be far better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Izuku. Take whatever weapons you think you might need from the vault. While I am against you fighting, All for One has shown himself to be in possession of a warp quirk. Those can be nasty if paired up with the correct quirk, I said. Izuku nodded and left to get dressed. All Might stayed silent during our whole exchange. If we don't make it, he began. Don't go down that train of thought, Toshinori. You won't fall. Not this time, I said with conviction. He looked softly at me and deflated. He rose from his seat and placed his hands on my shoulders, then brought me into a hug. You are the greatest heir a man could ask for. Take care of your brother and know that even if we have known each other for little more than a year, you and young Izuku are the closest things to sons that I ever had. I wrapped my arms around his bony shoulders and hugged him tightly. You are the closest thing I had to a father in this life. I know that Izuku feels the same. I just hope that we can live up to your expectations. Ha! My boy, you have already surpassed them, both of you. I couldn't be more proud, said Toshinori with a beaming smile. It was at that moment that a thought entered my mind. You're saying goodbye, aren't you? I asked in a low mutter. Maybe, I don't know. This battle shall be my last, Madara. Whether I die or not is still undecided, said Toshinori as he let go of me. With a final wave, he left to find Izuku and give him the same speech he gave me. I pulsed chakra through the seal on my other forearm and a bottle of scotch and a glass puffed into existence. One final drink and then I prepare. At the end of tomorrow, nothing will be the same. Chapter 31 Gods Among Us, End of an Era. Legends tell us that gods once walked the earth alongside humans. The ancient heroes of every civilization are almost always never seen as mere men. Until that day, as well as the rest of the world thought that these stories were just that, stories. Now, gods walk among us yet again and they possess terrifying power. Excerpt from A History of Modern Heroics, Chapter 12, The New Gods of Humanity. It's been 48 hours since Katsuki was kidnapped. The sheer amount of backlash that UA received was surprising. Somewhat unsurprising was the dip in popularity that I received as a result of my failure to protect the students at the camp, though I was surprised at how little I dipped in popularity. It seems that most of the anger is directed at UA, rather than at me. Whether this is their true feelings or the manipulative hand of the Hero Commission, I don't know. Sir, they're ready for you. The voice of the secretary brought me out of my reverie and I entered the room. This was a private meeting between me and the Hero Commission's higher UPS. Rikudu, it is a pleasure to meet you, said the commission president. I shook her hand. The pleasure is mine, Madam President. Please excuse my bluntness, but I believe that we have more pressing matters to deal with right now. Of course. Please, sit. She motioned to the sofa near the wall. This was a privy standard meeting arrangement for a top hero. She took a seat in the armchair opposite to mine. Now then, what is this about? She asked. I'm here to talk to you about the rescue mission of one Bakugo Katsuki, I said. She straightened up immediately as she heard that. Any trace of the pleasant face she used to greet me with was gone and all that was left was cold steel and hard eyes. What about it? I have reason to believe that All for One has somehow returned to his full power, or he is very close to it, I said. I see the color draining from her face as she shakily puts the cup of tea she previously had in her hand on the coffee table between us. Without a doubt, she knew that this was bad. Very bad. Are you certain? She asked. Completely certain, no, but several hours ago I sensed a wave of power unlike any other. Madam President, right now there are only two people in this world capable of such might, myself and All for One. Now it may just be a ploy to shake our resolve, but I'd like to err on the side of caution, I said. She nodded. Even though our relationship started with thinly veiled threats and blackmail, she knew that I was one of the few heroes that she could trust to put the needs of the people before her own. After all, so long as my family was alive and safe, there was no need to fear any sort of retaliation from me. And even if I didn't operate as most pro-heroes do, she knew that I was effective, very effective in suppressing criminal activity. So, what do you suggest we do? She asked. Issue a command to all pro-heroes. We need support so that All Might and I can focus solely on All for One without having to worry about collateral damage. We need a good number of rescue heroes, preferably those known for quick and efficient rescues. As for battle heroes, Mirko, Endeavor, and Edge Shot should be enough. I'm sure that Nizu will pull some strings of his own to bring some more heroes to the fight, I said. She nodded grimly. I nodded back and puffed into non-existence as my shadow clone dispelled itself. Back at my hideout lab, I opened my eyes as I received the memories from my clone. With that part done, now it was time to turn my attention to my armor and weapons. Some final tweaks need to be made in preparation for tonight's meeting. I spent the rest of the day at my hideout with Izuku and All Might, getting ready for the coming battle. For this, we both put on the Mjolnir Mk2 armor that I had just finished building. While the first iteration of the armor was good, I found out quite soon that using ancient Edo-era armor as the design basis for the quantum-locked titanium chromium carbide outer armor shell was quite stupid, as it severely limited my mobility when in flight or jumping across obstacles. I thus decided to scrap the design entirely and replace it with one designed for pure function over aesthetics. I can deal with the aesthetics part by using over-armor robes to look cool. In the end, I settled for a simple red cloth that went over both my shoulders and was kept together with a belt, thus allowing the lower part to flap in the wind a bit. Izuku went for a dark green haori with black accents and the kanji for 9 etched in red on his back. It was a weird choice, but I said nothing about it. All for One most likely knows that he is the 9th wielder, so it's not like there's a need for secrecy or anything. That and the general public, while they would be confused, would probably make up some wild story about why he has that on his back. The more surprising part of all this was All Might's wish to get some armor of his own. Now, I couldn't make one as good as ours on such short notice, but I did manage to modify his costume enough to accept and lock down tightly on several plates of quantum-locked titanium armor. It was a lower quality than ours, but it should at the very least allow All Might to make some mistakes without it costing him his other lung or worse. Though, I have to admit that he looked kind of strange in that black and silver armor over his usual hero costume. With that done, I headed to the armory. In there, I found Izuku, looking over a giant scroll that had been spread over the floor. "Izuku," I called out. "Ni-san," he replied, but didn't acknowledge me. "What are you doing with the barrier scroll?" I asked curiously. This made him look at me. It pained me to see his once so bright green eye turn steely. This had been his default expression for the past 2 days. "I'm coming, Ni-san," he said. I opened my mouth to reject it, but stopped as he raised a hand to stop me. I closed my mouth and sat down next to him. "I need to do this, Ni-san. Katsuki is my friend. Despite what I said to him at the sports festival, I still consider him my friend. He's the only one besides you that got me, even if he was a jerk most of the time. Even if I don't fight directly, I can still be useful and try to protect others with barrier seals." I was quiet for a bit. Inside me, 2 sides raged. One side told me to take up this offer of help and think logically. After all, having someone protecting the bystanders from the blowback and odd stray shot that was surely bound to happen in this fight would be a really good idea. On the other hand, this was my brother we're talking about, and my protective instincts were screaming at me to wrap him up in bubble wrap and hide him away until he's 30. "Izuku," I began, "can you promise me that you won't engage All for One?" I asked. "No. If he tries to attack me, all bets are off and I'm going after him with my full might, but I won't actively seek him out and leave that to you," he said. I breathed a sigh of relief. If he had instantly said no, then I would have left him here, but now I know that I can trust him to keep his cool in this fight. "Very well, you can come, but if there's even an inkling that you might be overwhelmed, I want you to withdraw immediately. As much as I know you were told this, as the 9th user of One for All, you are not expendable. Not when compared to me and All Might," I said. Izuku clenched his fist, finished looking over the barrier scroll and packed it up. I watched as he went and picked up a gunbei along with another scroll and left. Despite him not talking, I knew what was going on in his head. He listened to my part and had acknowledged my sound reasoning. There was nothing more to talk about, after all, there were still preparations that needed to be made. I went and picked up a chukra rifle, several seal tags and a second sword, just in case I lost my current one. The meeting room was buzzing with activity. Heroes from every part of the billboard charts were mingling with one another, wondering as to why they had been called here and why there were so many top 10 heroes around. All in all, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Hawks, Edgeshot, Mirko, and Ryukyu all answered the call sent out by Principal Nizu and the Commission President. In that crowded room stepped All Might, standing shoulder to shoulder with myself and Izuku, all of us dressed in armor and all of us with a serious expression. "Thank you for coming," I began. "There is no easy way to say this, but the enemy we are about to face may very well be the most dangerous criminal ever to exist in the world. Some of you may know of him, either through rumors, or you were told about him. Regardless, know this. All Might faced this enemy 6 years ago and emerged victoriously, but gravely wounded. Until a few months ago we thought that he was dead, but it was discovered that this enemy, All for One, was in fact very much alive and active as the mastermind behind Tomura Shigaraki and his League of Villains." Murmurs spread through the crowd and a few of the pro-heroes narrowed their eyes at us. "If All for One is back again, why weren't we announced?" asked Endeavor. "We didn't know in what capacity he had returned and I did not want to involve anyone else in this matter," said All Might. "And yet you involved these boys in it," pointed out Best Leanist. There was silence for a while. After all, it was obvious that he did not approve of us being here. From the corner of my eye, I could see Izuku shifting slightly, denoting his nervousness. Though, safe to say that his poker face is quite impressive, especially for an emotional person like him. "Our involvement is necessary. You don't have to know anything else. We all asked you here today to help with the rescue of Katsuki Bakugu." "We will handle All for One," I said. "Why do you need so many heroes then? I mean, even if All Might was injured, he has recovered, right? If he beat this All for One once, surely he can do so again," asked a no-name hero. A murmur of agreement swept across the crowd, but the top 10 heroes were frowning at what he said, even though they kept quiet. Suddenly, All Might stepped forward. "Everyone, I am sorry for keeping this from you, but in the state that I am right now, I can't hope to match All for One's true power," he said as steam began to rise from his body. In front of an entire room of heroes, All Might reverted into Yagi Toshinori, the decrepit old man far past his prime. The sight of his decrepit form shocked all the people in the room, even the police and commission higher UPS that were sent to supervise this meeting. All Might did not stop to listen to any questions, but instead, he showed them the wound he incurred from All for One. "I'm not telling you this to gain your pity. This is a warning against the level of power that All for One wields. We don't know if he will bring forth to battle any of his old allies, or if he has any other Nomua completed, so we decided it was prudent to get some help so that the two of us can deal with All for One without distractions," said All Might, making a gesture towards me. "I won't blame anyone that wishes to withdraw from this battle. The enemy we are about to face has struck terror in the hearts and minds of Japan's citizens for more than 100 years. However, I will ask you to help with the evacuation of civilians from the site of the battle," I said. "So, what you're telling us is that you called us up to deal with any second-rate villain that the big boss might bring to the table and get the civvies out of there so you can go all out on each other," said Mirko, crossing her arms. I nodded. "That's the gist of it. My brother, Izuku, will provide cover for the other heroes with barriers. This being said, the level of this battle will be such that there will inevitably be casualties, both pro-hero and civilian alike. Your main priority is to evacuate as many people as fast as possible. Tell them to keep on running until they can't anymore. You make this sound like you won't be able to control the damages that this battle will incur on the surrounding structures," said Edgeshot. That's because we won't be able to do that, said All Might grimly. The first time I fought All for One, it was I who decided where to engage him. Now, it's the complete opposite. If we are to fight him at full strength, we can't be worrying about property damage. Katsuki was pissed, but that wasn't anything new. Rather, it was what he was pissed at that was new. After he was released from that marble that he had been stored in by the clone of the jester maniac in a top hat, he had been instantly put in chains and strapped into an uncomfortable chair as he listened to the hand maniac go on a rant about everything he believed to be wrong with today's society. The bastards wanted him to join them, so Katsuki told them no, repeatedly and with varying degrees of cursing mixed in for good measure. Now, Katsuki wasn't stupid and he hadn't been forced to go to therapy for nothing. He knew that the world was far from perfect and he would grudgingly admit that he too had been part of the problem, but he was willing to change and be a hero that All Might would be proud of. So, when the previously closed back door opened and the hands man stopped his ranting, he paid attention. Sense, said Shigaraki with reverence. Tamura. It seems that you have failed again, said the man. Now that he was closer, Katsuki couldn't help but gulp at the mere presence the man was exuding as he stood there, with hair whiter than Todoroki's white half and dressed in an immaculate black suit that would surely cost an arm and a leg for any normal person out there. For a split second, Katsuki was five again and facing down an enraged Madara, seeing death appear before him for the first time in his life. I'm sorry, sensei, he murmured. The other villains of the League of Failures all stood quietly to the side, not daring to even speak up against such oppressive pressure. Don't be. Learn this lesson and start again. Remember, everything I do is for your sake, said the white-haired monster. Suddenly, the wall exploded inwards and All Might stepped in the room shaking with rage. Faster than he could see, All Might smashed into the villain. You're done for, All for One. Here to kill me again, All Might. Finding the warehouse where Katsuki was kept was a hassle. It's times like these that I come to appreciate my paranoia. On the first night at summer camp, placed a tracker seal on each student. They were prototypes, so their range wasn't great and they were meant to help me keep track of them without using a shit ton of chakra on sensory techniques. I'm just thankful that I found the warehouse quickly. I can't afford to be wasteful with chakra today. This fight may very well take every shred of chakra I have and more. At least I have All Might to back me up. Between the two of us, we may just win this. If I was alone, I don't think I would have been able to beat All for One. I looked at the soon-to-be battlefield as police and lower-level heroes began evacuating the civilians from the surrounding area. I could still sense Katsuki in the building, and since Nizu was running interference with the press along with Aizawa and Vlad, I don't have to worry about nosy reporters blowing the operation, not that I would have allowed such a reporter to live very long if I had found him. Suddenly, I felt a spike of power with my senses. Get ready! I yelled, he's here! All Might didn't wait for me to issue the order as he smashed through the wall of the building and clashed with All for One. Secure the perimeter. Don't let the League escape. I ordered. Suddenly, a wave of highly pressurized air came from the building, wrecking it and several other buildings behind us. I jumped into action and slammed my hand on the ground, pushing earth-natured chakra into the ground. Earth-style, earth wall. A wall of compacted soil rose from the ground and in front of the heroes, shielding them from the winds, but it collapsed in the process. As we were getting up, I heard a slow clapping sound coming from the now half-destroyed warehouse. Wonderful, as expected of you, Rikudo. Or do you prefer Madara? Looked up as my eyes bled crimson and the Sharingan spun into existence just in time for me to glare at him. All for One, "We meet at last," I said as I rose from my previously crouched position at the front of the mass of heroes I had just defended from his attack. He laughed. "Oh, how nice of you. You know, this really makes me nostalgic. I would have never pegged you for a connoisseur of early 21st century culture." I narrowed my eyes as I drew my sword and pushed lightning-natured chakra into it, giving it a blue glow. All for One's eyes widened and he grinned. "Oh, I will enjoy this." Metal groaned as it was torn from the concrete around us and reformed into his hand, making a perverted mockery of a sword. It was ugly, unwieldy, and if you were a normal person straight up unusable. Suddenly, it began sparking with red lightning and glowing with a red hue. I couldn't help but grin as I too took a stance. I jumped forward and clashed with him. I entrusted Katsuki's rescue and the defeat of the League to the others, and I focused on trading blows with AFO. Strangely enough, the man was clumsy in his handling of the blade. I would have thought that All for One would have had more skill in battle. I heard him growl and his other arm expanded. I flash-stepped out of there as another huge ballast of air destroyed a good portion of the surrounding city. As hooked closely at AFO, I could see a healed cut on his arm. It was evidently fresh, and given that I was the only one engaging him, that means that I made that wound. I grinned at him. "Well, would you look at that, the big bad king of the underworld is nothing more than a brute. How sad," mocked. He gritted his teeth and broke apart the monstrosity in his hand into spikes, which he threw at me. I parried all of them and jumped to avoid another air cannon attack. At this point, All Might had rejoined the battle, though he was unable to face AFO directly as he was more concerned with evacuating all nearby civilians, which was fine. I can tell that my opponent isn't serious yet, so there's no need for me to switch to ninjutsu yet. I have to be careful, though. Even if AFO is a brutish fighter, he is still intelligent and mustn't be underestimated. I must take care to not exhaust myself. If I can keep up this game of tag just a little while longer, then more people would be safe. Enough of this. Face me, you pathetic creature! He screamed. I replied by spitting a fireball in his face. That angered him. "Okay, that's enough. The gloves come off now," he said in an oddly calm voice. The next thing I knew, I was being flung out at high speed and a crater, nearly a kilometer in diameter, had formed at our battle site. Izuku jumped into action only a moment after his brother had all but teleported to meet All for One in combat. Even though he wasn't a part of the main attack force against the League of Villains, he still had a vital role to play in this engagement. Reaching back, he unfurled one of the two giant scrolls he carried and laid it on the ground. Another puff of smoke made when he withdrew the control key to this particular invention of his. Said control key was made from two pieces of granite held together by heavy-duty hinges. On both sides of said pieces were engraved hundreds of seals that interlocked with each other in very complicated ways. This was a weapon meant to use the power of One for All in full. It was a means of manifesting into the world that very quirk whose only purpose was the destruction of All for One without necessitating the current wielder to actually use it himself. Fuinjutsu Blood Art, Abel's Opening of the Golden Vault, Varuna. The Fuinjutsu glyphs on the stone tablets glowed with green energy as nature chakra crackled violently around Izuku. From the scroll on the ground, another great Fuinjutsu circle spun into existence, and the energy around him took the shape of a massive six-armed Buddha with three heads that held in each hand a ball of different colored energy surrounded by complex Fuinjutsu structures. Curiously, Izuku noted that something was different from when he last used this Fuinjutsu to bring forth the manifestation of One for All into the world. One of the energy balls in the Buddha statue's arms now lacked the Fuinjutsu lattice around it, and instead, strands of a black whip-like substance came out of that ball of energy. "I see," so those balls of energy are the manifestations of the previous wielder's quirks. I'd better contain it so it doesn't rampage, thought Izuku as he folded his right hand into a half-ram sign, and a new lattice of Fuinjutsu appeared over the previously freed sphere, though it was only tight enough to restrain the whips from hurting somebody and didn't prevent their manifestation. Now, for the final piece, Fuinjutsu Blood Art, Six-Armed Buddha Heavenly Sun Wheel. As he spoke, Izuku opened the previously closed stone tablet in his hands. The seals on the inside glowed bright gold as filtered chakra entered them. Behind the great statue-like chakra avatar, a golden Fuinjutsu circle appeared, and like the sun it gave off rays of golden light. At the end of each ray sat an simpler, smaller circle. Fire! Shouted Izuku. At one, every golden circle filled with golden energy and fired at once, turning night into day as the warehouse where the League was previously held and much of the surrounding area behind it was turned into rubble. With this task complete, he tuned the avatar to point towards the crater where his brother and All Might were duking it out with All for One. As soon as All Might leaped through the building, Endeavor was quick to follow him. Behind him were Best Jeanist, Mirko, and Edgeshot. They managed to take cover behind the earth wall that Rikudo had raised, and then they continued onwards. As soon as they arrived, Best Jeanist used his quirk to pull Bikugo back and free him from the restraints he was in. "Get to safety, kid. We'll handle it from here," yelled out Mirko. "You damn heroes, why do you have to mess everything up?" yelled the man-child as he slammed his N into the ground, causing a part of it to decay and collapse. "You're done, League of Villains. Surrender!" called out Endeavor. "Ha! That's what you think," called out Dabby as he launched a ball of blue flames at the heroes. Endeavor countered it with his own flames, but he noticed that the blue fire seemed to be slightly more powerful than he had expected. "Kurogiri! Get the others and the Nomu!" yelled Shigaraki. "Stop him!" yelled Endeavor. Edgeshot tried to reach him, but it was too late, and several gigantic warp portals had opened through which countless Nomu and several other villains emerged. "Withdraw, we can't fight them here," called out Best Leanest. As soon as he said that, a gigantic quake came from the side, followed by a wave of air. As he looked over, Endeavor couldn't help but be shocked. What was once a vibrant part of the city was now turned into a crater with collapsed buildings all around. On one such collapsed buildings, two figures were fighting, one clad in a red hue and another in blue lightning, as they tore the land around them asunder. Just then, another wave of power hit them, and as he looked behind, Endeavor couldn't help but mimic Bikugo as he looked stunned at the sight of the massive avatar surrounding Rikudo's younger brother. Just when he thought that things couldn't get more insane, the six-armed Buddha suddenly sprouted a sun out of its back and fired golden bolts at the warehouse that was now teeming with Nomu. Thankfully, there were no heroes inside. "That damned brat! He could have killed us all," said Mirko laughing. "Kin it!" barked back Endeavor. "This is not over." The pile of rubble that formerly was the warehouse suddenly shifted and exploded outwards. It seemed like the quirk of one of the new villains had protected them. Just then an earth-shattering roar was heard through the city as a massive villain came out from Kurogiri's still-opened portal. "What is that?" cried out one of the lesser heroes that rushed forward to back up the top 10. Gigantomachia had taken to the field. Izuku couldn't help but curse in his head. Just as he was about to unleash another attack from his Varuna, this time at All for One, another giant villain appeared from the ruins of the warehouse. Izuku turned his avatar around and lined up another shot. In the back of his mind, he knew that he had to deal with this fast. Thinking back, it may have been a mistake to use this as his opening move. The Varuna was the logical progression of the special Fuinjutsu pellet that he had used in the sports festival against Todoroki. Each of the bolts fired by the Varuna was of equal strength to the one he used against Todoroki. The only problem was that he could only take so much stress before his coils cracked under the tremendous pressure that using one for all in such a way creates. To be honest, the giant scroll on the ground was used to regulate the pure nature chakra that was exuding from him. This was quite a bothersome fact. While he was a sage, he couldn't use the nature energy actually present in nature. The fact that it looked like a six-armed Buddha was an aesthetic coincidence on Izuku's part. Still, the avatar was paper-thin and had just as much defensive strength as a piece of paper. This was no ultimate shield and sword, like the Susanoo that his brother has told him about, and the less said about its defense, the better. The giant villain roared again as an almost endless number of Nomua began rushing forward into the lines of heroes. Izuku cursed in his head. He just had to show off the Varuna right at the start, and now he was useless. Still, it wasn't that big of a problem. After all, the beauty of Fuinjutsu was that it was always ready for use. Izuku slammed the stone tablet shut and dropped it onto the scroll at his feet. As he did that, the Varuna began to disperse. Without wasting time, he took the second scroll from his back and set it on the ground. As soon as he did that, he began working through hand seals. Fuinjutsu Barrier, Heavenly 10-Pillar Containment. From the scroll, a Fuinjutsu circle appeared and let loose 10 tags that each were shot out to a different corner of the battlefield. From each of them a blue line stretched up to reach for the heavens, and from those lines, blue field barriers stretched from one to another, thus trapping the villains inside. Go! I'll hold them in! Go and defeat the villains! Yelled Izuku. That seemed to embolden the heroes as they too let out a thunderous war cry and headed into the mass of Nomu. Amidst the chaos, Izuku could see that the heroes had lost sight of Katsuki. Fearing the worst, he used his senses to try and locate him. Unsurprisingly, he was still inside the barrier, but what was surprising was that he was with Kirishima, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Lita of all people. They were too close to the main conflict, so Izuku took it upon himself to get them out of harm's way. During the chaos of the warehouse being destroyed by Izuku's fuck you to common sense and what he considered to be normal reality, Katsuki was separated from Endeavor and the other heroes that had helped rescue him. Just as he was about to get moving once again, he was pulled to the side by Kirishima. "Bakubro, you okay?" asked Kirishima. Katsuki grunted, not willing to show his thanks to his arguably only friend, and yet not fully trusting his voice. "We need to leave. We'll only get in the way if we stay here," said Shoto in his normal tone. It was only then that Katsuki noticed them. "The hell are you doing here? We came to rescue you, what do you think?" came a droll response from Shoto. "Go die you motherfucker, I didn't need no rescue." "Clearly. You want to go half and half. Enough you two," came the firm voice of Lita. "We can't stay here or we'll risk getting stuck in the crossfire between the villains and that," he said, gesturing to the gigantic statue that Izuku seemingly created only to flex on reality. Katsuki didn't reply. He had had a front row seat to the sheer destruction that thing caused. It boggled the mind that not even a year ago he had thought of Izuku as that quirkless waste of space. It made him, heck, it made even the heroes in the top 10 look like small children compared to him, and the less said about his brother the better. Looking over his shoulder, Katsuki could see from here the area where Madara and All Might were fighting the villain boss. All in all, the writing was on the wall. Izuku had long since surpassed him in every way possible. "Let's go." Katsuki stopped staring and followed Kirishima, only to be shoved back down by Ida as a massive villain burst forth from the wreckage of the warehouse. It easily matched Izuku's fuck you reality statue in height. What surprised him was when said statue suddenly began to collapse and scatter in the wind. Katsuki could not think of any reason why you would put away your biggest gun, especially at a time like this. Shit, cursed Shoto. Turning to look back, Katsuki saw a giant pillar of blue light appear mere feet in front of them. Before any of them could get their bearings, the pillar gave off a curtain of light that merged with what appeared to be 10 other pillars, effectively trapping them in. It was clearly Izuku's work. What now? Asked Momo. Now we get down, yelled Shoto as he sent out a wall of ice that blocked a ball of flame from the villain Dabi. Oi, brats, where do you think you're going? Called out another villain with blades for arms. Katsuki grinned as he flexed his hands and prepared himself for the fight of his life. The sword arm guy charged, but right as he was about to make contact, Katsuki felt something pull at his collar from behind as a giant war fan came between him and the sword maniac. Instantly, he knew who it was. Izuku came up from behind Katsuki and kicked the blade guy away before turning and batting a fireball from Dabi away from him and finally swinging the war fan to produce a gust of wind that wouldn't be out of place in a hurricane to blow the two villains away. Finally, he turned and Katsuki could see him, truly see him for the first time since they were young. Izuku looked at him for a second and nodded to himself. He was checking him for injuries, Katsuki realized, and a feeling he wasn't quite familiar with rose within his chest. It wasn't the usual anger that accompanied any thought of Izuku. At any rate, it was something to think about later. Izuku did a few weird hand signs and a portion of the barrier that had trapped them opened. Go! Get as far away from here as you can! Yelled Izuku as he turned back to face the now oncoming league of villains. Katsuki noticed that this was their full roster. Come with us! You can't win against all of them! Yelled back Shoto. Katsuki felt himself be pulled up. Looking up, he saw that it was Kirishima who was doing the pulling. Izuku smiled at them as let loose a gust of wind that sent them tumbling through the hole in the shield. Before they could even get up, the shield had closed back up. As they gathered themselves, Katsuki couldn't help but look back. He saw Izuku's back, his coat fluttering in the wind, war fan held up high and a war cry coming out of his mouth as he charged at the horde of enemies. At that moment, Katsuki couldn't help but feel that he was witnessing the birth of a hero, and after all, heroes never lose. Chapter 32 Gods Among Us, Legendary Battle of the Gods, Hymn of Darkness Yet to Come. Whatever I had expected this battle to be, this wasn't it. I had thought that All Might was joking when he told me about AFO's power, but if anything, his stories were watered down. After I spat a fireball in his face, All for One used a combination of quirks to almost recreate Pain's attack on the village in the Naruto verse. I say almost because this one didn't sweep away most of the buildings in Kamino. Yet. Though, it did send me flying along with All Might. I right myself to control my flight before I smack into one of the many helicopters that are currently buzzing about, looking curiously at the fight below. Fools, the lot of them. Despite the prevalence of quirks in the world, it's an inescapable fact that some are simply more capable than others. For journalists to even attempt to get close to such a fight, it's nothing short of suicidal. With a simple burst of wind-style chakra from my hands, I am once again heading towards AFO. He saw me coming and prepared to swat me out of the sky. I instantly brought forth a torrent of wind-natured chakra in my throat. Wind-style, air bullet. This had two effects. Firstly, it blew me off my previous course, and secondly, it forced AFO to dodge or block it. At any rate, that means that he wasted valuable time dealing with it. Especially in a battle like his one, time is of the utmost essence. A single second, no, even a tenth of a second can spell the difference between victory and defeat. The very second that my feet touched the ground, I was off. Cyan blue lightning flashed around me as the ground broke under the tremendous strain of my kickoff. Unlike any other time I might have used the lighting chakra armor, I wasn't playing around today. The near same instant I landed, I once again accelerated, this time to well beyond Mach speeds. The air around me shattered with a massive boom as I raced towards my foe. AFO reacted just as fast and put a solid guard against my punch. The earth shattered under the force of our blows as we were both pushed back. AFO didn't even have the time to properly land that he was on the receiving end of a particularly vicious smash from All Might. This sent him flying in the opposite direction. I once again came forth intending to land another supersonic punch on his face. Unlike last time, however, he was ready. As soon as I came within striking distance, a third arm sprouted from his back and grabbed my wrist. He would have broken it if I hadn't reinforced it in the same millisecond that I felt him touch me. As soon as he touched me, I felt a strange force pulling me upwards and back down into the ground again. It didn't come from my arm, so it wasn't his strength that was flipping me over but the very kinetic energy that had accumulated thus far in my run. This was clearly bad. I stretched out my chakra to a close and somewhat massive piece of rubble and replaced myself with it. That, fortunately, meant that whatever kinetic energy I had was instantly passed on to the massive slab of concrete and rebar and vice versa. I could almost feel AFO's surprise as he was smacked straight in the face with a piece of rock that weighed a few tons and was traveling at least 200 km/h. I didn't let him get back to his senses. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. 3 white-hot balls of flame shaped in a dragon's head, each as big as a car, sped towards the pile of rubble where AFO was, blowing it up. Before the dust had even settled, it was blown away by a clearly pissed AFO that had taken cover under some kind of golden shield. It was then that All Might came and delivered another of his famous smashes to that shield. It buckled for a moment, but then it bounced back, throwing All Might into a still-standing building and causing it to collapse. This little distraction allowed me to complete the sequence of hand signs for my next jutsu. Lightning Release, Wrath of Indra. I yelled. This uncharacteristic shout startled All for One for a bit. From the corner of my eye, I could see that Izuku had activated the 10 Heavenly Pillar seal, so I really need to worry about them right now. As I began this attack, AFO tried to charge at me, but All Might stopped him. I could sense it, the power gathering in the clouds above. All Might, get away! I called out. Heeding my advice, he instantly disengaged and bounded away at a safe distance. AFO tried to follow, but he was stuck. During their clash, All Might was careful to leave on the ground small Fuinjutsu tags for me to use. Now, with a single pulse of my chakra, 100 chains leaped out from those tags. The chains of heaven wrapped around him and pierced his limbs, preventing him from fleeing. What is this? Cried out AFO as he tried ineffectively to escape. I'm ending this. Now then, this is a momentous occasion. You shall be the first to face this attack. All for one. His eyes widened as I raised my hand that held lightning in its palm towards the heavens and spoke softly. Kirin. It was quiet for a moment before the heavens answered my call. Lightning flashed in the sky above and came crashing down on AFO. The light it gave off was so blinding that I could swear that night was turned into day. The ground upon which AFO stood had been turned into nothing more than ash and dust. As I looked down into the newly formed crater, I couldn't help but be shocked. Despite the devastation that I inflicted upon him, All for One was still alive. His clothes were tattered and he was bleeding profusely, but I could see that he was still standing. Suddenly his head snapped towards me and I could see the giant grin that was stretching across his face. I did not wait for him to move. Fire style, Majestic Flame Destroyer. The plume of white-hot flames spread out across the crater and the surrounding area, turning it all to molten lava. Despite this, I could sense something coming from the crater. Suddenly a hand clamped itself on my mouth and I instinctively cut off the jutsu as I was lifted by my chin. I struggled to get out of the vice grip that he had on me, but it was too strong. I turned my Sharingan back to glare at the grinning monster that came out of that inferno. Half his skull was missing its flesh and his eyes were all but cooked. The rest of him was in a similar state, but I could see that whatever regeneration quirk he had was patching him up quite quickly. Seeing his flesh knitting back together was quite disgusting. As I prepared a wind release jutsu to cut off his arm, he slammed me hard onto the ground, an act that forced me to exhale. All Might tried to come to my rescue only to be bitch slapped away. Thankfully he managed to not land in the field of lava had just created. I have to say, boy, that's quite the impressive quirk you have there. Even now, that I can feel you struggling to breathe, I can sense that power within you, he grinned. It's simply exhilarating. I haven't felt something like this since I tried to take back that quirk I loaned to my brother. I glared at him. There was nothing I could say but tighten my hand's hold over his wrist in a feeble attempt to make him let me go. His hand was over my mouth and nose, and even with chakra, I could feel my strength draining as he suffocated me. Now, stay still and give me your quirk, he yelled as he reached with his other hand for my forehead. Just as he was about to touch me, my shadow clone burst from the ground and attacked him. Well, it didn't really manage to attack as much as startle him, but it was enough for me to get a good gulp of air and let loose a wind-style attack that severed his hand. AFO roared at the wound, but I jumped back and set the severed hand alight with fire chakra. In the very next moment, I unleashed another attack. Wind-style, Breath of the Wind God. That sent AFO flying into a building on the other side of the crater, and thus, he gave me some time to catch my breath. I looked around for All Might. I saw him managing to pick himself up. I wasn't going to lie, he was in a rough shape. His suit was in tatters and he was bleeding profusely. With my eyes, I could see him panting heavily. I could also see the embers of One for All in his body getting fainter. He was nearing his limit. He wasn't there yet, but close, very close. All Might, I called. He grunted in reply and swayed a bit. I flash-stepped to his side and caught him. Scratch that, he was in really bad shape. I heard an explosion from the place where AFO landed. I looked back at All Might and set him down. All Might, I called to him. He looked at me. I want you to get to safety. Young Madara, I can't cough, cough. I watched as All Might devolved in a coughing fit and began to spew blood. From AFO's side of the battlefield, a 10-story building came flying our way. With a simple application of earth release, I raised a wall the size of a skyscraper of pure granite that managed to deflect the thrown building and was summarily sent crashing to the ground. You've done enough, All Might. This is my turn. All Might looked at me strangely at that but nodded. I stood up and took out my second sword, discarding its sheath. I didn't need to look back to sense that All Might had begun moving towards the side of one of the crashed news helicopters that was closest to the barrier that Izuku had put up. Surprisingly enough, the barrier was still mostly intact, with only a few cracks to its name. Izuku has truly outdone himself this time. Now, it's my turn. Izuku cursed as he dodged another plume of blue flame headed towards him. After he managed to get his classmates and Katsuki away from the battlefield, he turned to engage the League. The first to attack him was Toga. Izuku didn't even take her seriously as he countered her knife and used his gunbei to land a vicious attack on her. From the sound of the impact, he definitely cracked a few ribs there. As he was about to finish her off with a seal, twice came to her rescue as he began to multiply himself. Izuku knew that he was a high-priority target in his brother's war effort against AFO's forces, and yet every time he went to strike a lethal blow to one of the clones he would inevitably have a flashback to the time at the training camp where he ended Muscular's life. It was enough for him to falter in his resolve. He managed to dispel the clone either way, but it seemed that he was incapable of actually killing anyone there. A noble quality for a hero, to be sure, but the longer Izuku fought, the less like a hero he felt. It reminded him of something his brother once told him. To see the world in its full splendor means to be equally awed and disgusted by it. To win a war means to sacrifice your innocence, to have blood on your hands. This battle was the opening salvo in a much greater conflict, and Izuku wasn't sure that at the end of it all he would care enough about the world and the people in it to do as All Might once did and become the pillar upon which the world rests. It seemed that, in the end, his brother was right, as he always is. Izuku flash-stepped away as Shigeriki's hand came through a mist portal of Kurogiri's making. This, however, sent him right into a pack of Nomu, which were easily dispatched. It seemed that AFO decided to ditch quality in exchange for quantity when creating his Nomu. These could barely manage to survive a blow or two from Izuku before dying, though they were plenty powerful to deal with the rank-and-file pro-heroes on the scene. As he looked around, he came face to face with a terrible scene. The ground was covered in the blood and guts of multiple pro-heroes and many more villains and Nomu. It was a gruesome sight, and it seemed like most of the heroes that were left were going for the kill, instead of trying to subdue the villains. It was an acceptable compromise, after all, this is war. Further away, one could see the battle taking place between the top 10 and Gigantomachia. It was a sobering sight to Izuku to see the combined power of Endeavor, Mirko, Best Jeanist, and Edge Shot be tanked and matched by the monstrous calamity known as Gigantomachia. It was obvious that the strategy they had employed thus far was not working. As he finished off the last of the Nomu in his vicinity and readied himself for another run at Kurogiri, Izuku felt someone land next to him. Looking back, he saw Gran Torino, who despite breathing heavily, was still going strong. Gran Torino! Called out Izuku. He looked up at the call. "Ha, I see that you're not dead yet, brat," said the old man. "Gran Torino, sir, I don't think that this is working. We need to regroup and switch targets." Gran nodded. "What's your plan, kid?" Izuku looked back at the battlefield. Now that he was gone for a bit, the League managed to regroup itself. Izuku could see them gathering their injured close to Kurogiri. Toga was out. The blow Izuku dealt her in the beginning was more than enough to put her out of commission. Strangely enough, Twice seemed to stay by her side quite closely. He too looked a bit ragged, and it seemed that he may have somehow hit the original in all the chaos. It wasn't enough to kill or cripple him, but it seemed to have stopped the onslaught of clones, so that was at the very least a plus. Now that the League was out of commission, it was the best time to strike. "I need you to get the other pro-heroes to stop fighting Gigantomachia. Tell them to focus on the League and especially Kurogiri. It will take some time for me to prepare my next attack, and after that, I will be useless for anything except close-range combat." "Are you sure that's wise?" asked Gran Torino. "We don't have a choice. A barrage of smaller attacks hasn't made a dent in that thing, and if I'm right, we may just be able to get rid of it in a single attack." Gran Torino was silent for a moment as he considered his possibilities. Izuku allowed this time to rest for a bit. While he wouldn't let it show, supporting such a great barrier, even if it drew mostly from one for all, was taxing. Fortunately, the other heroes made sure that not too many villains had the chance to attack it. Still, some attacks slipped through the cracks and have made more than a few dents in the barrier. Not enough to break it, but certainly enough to weaken certain sections of it. The jutsu he was thinking about attempting was, in a sense, a continuation of the Raise Nan that his brother taught him. Although even thinking about using the technique brought forth a wellspring of feelings he didn't know how to deal with, Izuku could not deny that this was their only shot at victory. Even with Fuinjutsu aiding him with adding a nature transformation to the Raise Nan, and one that he was unfamiliar with at that, it would still extremely difficult and taxing. Still, it was necessary. Izuku knew that reusing Varuna was out of the question and he could not support enough chains of heaven to bind Gigantomachia, though to be frank, considering how Best Jeanist struggled to bind the giant with his carbon fiber fibers, Izuku wouldn't be surprised to see a similar attack fail. All that was left was to try and bootleg a recreation of the wind style, Rasen Shuriken. It may not work and it might even kill him, but that was the only option that he had. In this place, he was the only one strong enough to deal with Gigantomachia and he didn't fancy crippling himself to use 100% one for all if such a blow would even work at taking Gigantomachia down. Right then, that's enough of a break. I'll get the word out, you focus on what you have to do. Leave the rest to us, said Gran Torino as he blasted off towards the fight. Izuku put the gunbei on his back, locking it in place over the green and slightly tattered Haori. Reaching back he brought out a slightly smaller book made of metal engraved in golden Fuinjutsu circles. This was a tool Izuku designed for himself if this exact situation happened to occur. Opening it, the book began to levitate as two green multistage circles appeared on top of the two sheets of metal. Izuku put his hands through them, and the green lines rearranged to form gauntlets around his hands. With a slight pulse of his chakra, Izuku brought up a complex circle between his hands and began his work. Endeavor grunted as he was thrown away once again. His retaliation was swift though, and the Nam that dared touch him found himself with the charred remains of a head. As he continued to fight, he couldn't help but notice his colleagues' struggle against the villains. This was supposed to be a rescue mission with All Might and Rikuta dealing with the big bad. Originally he had chaffed at the thought that a 15-year-old was a better match for the big bad than him, the number 2 hero. Endeavor knew who All for One was. Every hero worth his salt knew of him, or at the very least of his legend. Once upon a time, he thought that if push came to shove, he, Endeavor, could defeat All for One. Looking out over the wasteland that was once a vibrant city outside the Great Barrier that was created by Rikuta's younger brother, Endeavor now understood where he stood. He was a man. He stood at the peak of human potential. Rikuta was something else. The rest of the top 10 pro heroes involved in this operation were all here, and almost all were trying to deal with the horde of villains that came out of the woodwork. And it wasn't only small-time villains coming to the surface here, but monsters like the living calamity known as Gigantomachia. Endeavor and Mirko had both tried to attack the giant only to be repelled. Edge-shot either couldn't manage to find something that he could mess with inside of it, or it healed so fast that it didn't matter what he did. At any rate, he was useless. Best Jeanist was the only one slightly successful in his actions. He managed to restrain the monster, but it was not enough. The other villains were fresh, and they were pouring in like a never-ending stream. In the end, it fell onto Endeavor and the others to defend Leanest as he restrained what could be the villain's biggest piece. This had the unfortunate repercussion of foisting the responsibility of taking care of the other Nomu and villains onto the other pro-heroes. Just as he was about to attack another foolish villain, Endeavor felt something land next to him. Looking back, he saw an old hero in a yellow cape. "Endeavor, you and the others need to be ready to withdraw," yelled Gran Torino. "What? Are you crazy, old man?" yelled Mirko as she smacked yet another villain away. "Ha, that's debatable. At any rate, "That brat over there said that he had a plan to deal with this thing," said Gran Torino. "You believe that he'll succeed?" grunted out Endeavor. "I believe that it's our best shot at taking this thing down," replied the old man. Endeavor looked at the spot where Izuku Midoriya, brother of Madara, stood completely focused with what looked like a book floating in front of him and green circles of strange symbols around his arms and between his palms. Loath as he is to admit it, Izuku was, like his brother, an incredible warrior. He had single-handedly led the charge against the League of Villains and has maintained a containment field that Endeavor suspected was as much for their own sake as it was for the civilians outside. Suddenly and out of nowhere, a bright light shone from the heavens. The heroes looked on in awe as they witnessed Rikudo call down lightning from the heavens and hit AFO in full. That awe soon turned to horror, as even after bathing the area in flames so hot that even Endeavor knew that he had no hope of surviving, All for One still got up and nearly killed Rikudo. Endeavor looked back at his fellow heroes. "When the brat gives the signal, we withdraw," he thundered. There were hesitant nods from the top pro heroes and very enthusiastic nods from the lower level heroes. Just then, a stray attack hit one of the nearby helicopters and sent it careening towards the ground. Before anyone could do anything, All Might appeared and saved them. He deposited them near Izuku and came forth to deliver a devastating punch, blowing back Gigantomachia and most of the villains along with it. Endeavor didn't waste this chance. "Withdraw!" he shouted. The remaining heroes all congregated around the place Izuku was at, along with the camera crew and news reporter. No matter what happened, this is where they would make their last stand. Win or lose, this was it. After their admittedly daring escape, Katsuki and the rest of the students of Class 1A managed to arrive at a population center. They could still hear and feel the attacks that were launched between combatants. Luckily, they managed to arrive at an area of the city that was relatively protected from the fight that was going on out there. The streets were crowded, and since they were far enough away from the actual fight, police and first responders decided that there was no further need to push the population back. Seeing as there was no police or hero in the vicinity, or at least not one that they could see, the students decided to follow the lead of the other people and sat down. It was then that Kirishima noticed that one of the large screens usually used for ads was showing a live news report from the battle. "Guys, look!" Katsuki turned to look at the screen. On it, it showed something truly unbelievable. Madara was going all out against the villain boss. He could hear the people around him praying for All Might to come to his rescue. They were all disappointed, after the admittedly badass scene of Madara calling down lightning from the sky and spewing fire hot enough to turn the ground to lava, to see All Might be swept aside and disregarded by the villain boss. Madara's subsequent act of freeing himself and jumping to All Might's side as the man coughed what seemed to be blood only disheartened them further. What came next did surprise them though. "Holy shit!" came a few cries from the audience. Katsuki agreed. Parring a building being thrown at you by raising another building to repel it with was both an awesome flex and a testament to Madara's power. This being said, no one could have predicted what happened next. As shocked whispers came from the crowd, Katsuki, Kirishima, Shoto, and Lita couldn't be more shocked. "Why is All Might fleeing?" was the thought on everyone's mind. It was an unthinkable action. All Might never fled, it was known. It was this that Katsuki admired about the man ever since he was young. All Might always won, no matter what the odds were, but seeing him like this, fleeing from a villain and injured, it just didn't sit right with him. Suddenly the camera shifted as screams came through. It seemed the helicopter had been hit, and by the terrified screams of the people around them, it was obvious that there was no chance for them, Katsuki idly noted. Then, as sudden as their unplanned fall began, they were picked up mid-air and landed next to Izuku. "Are you all right?" came a familiar voice. "All Might," said the reporter. Somehow the cameraman found his sense and brought the camera to bear on All Might. Katsuki nearly recoiled from the sight. He was covered in blood from numerous injuries and was somehow smoking. Though that wasn't the most unsettling thing about him. No, that would be the gaunt form he took. It reminded Katsuki of that sickly stick man that was All Might's secretary. Not so much a secretary, through Katsuki idly. The camera moved from All Might to Izuku. Katsuki would admit that he had never seen the nerd this way. The way he stood there in absolute confidence on the battlefield with green circles that held what appeared to be runes spinning fast before him, it was a sight that Katsuki doubted that few would forget. As if summoned from thin air, the rest of the heroes congregated around them. "Hey kid, that thing better be ready," called out the hero that Izuku had interned with, Gran Torino. "A few seconds longer and it should be done," replied Izuku. As he said that, the spinning green rings stopped and locked. Complex patterns of green lines formed and Izuku grinned. As he pulled his hands apart, Katsuki could see the formation of something ball-like inside the green circles. "Are you all done now?" came a nasally voice. The camera swiveled to show the League of Villains, and more specifically their leader, Tomura Shigaraki. "You bastard villain!" called out a pro-hero from the mass of them that had survived their melee with the Nomu. In fact, it seemed like the heroes had actually won that engagement, but at a terrible cost. Shigaraki laughed. "Oh, that's rich coming from you. Can you not see how happy I am? After all, my master has finally returned to his former glory, and your precious symbol of peace is reduced to nothing but a mere shadow of his former self. Look at him, cowering behind a child." At that moment, Katsuki became acutely aware of the people around him and their whispering. They weren't wrong. Footage from other helicopters did show that All Might was standing behind Izuku. "After my master is done with that brat Rikudo, he will end your feeble society and then I will turn you all to dust." The green rings shattered and a ball the size of a baseball of spinning energy with four blade-like protrusion came into existence in Izuku's hand. Looking closely, Katsuki could see that his hair was matted with sweat and he was clearly exhausted. "Endeavor, best genist, edge shot, clear the way." The three heroes leaped into action, disabling Kurogiri and the other League members. As soon as most of the League was captured by the other heroes, he was gone in a streak of green light. He climbed up the side of the barrier and when he reached the top he jumped. The camera showed him tossing the shuriken-like sphere with a shout. "Wind style, Rasen Shuriken." The white orb slammed against the back of the giant villain named Gigantomachia and exploded in a giant sphere of twisting wind that buffeted the camera crew and the other heroes. Screams of pain were heard from the villain, and as Izuku landed, the gigantic villain collapsed to the ground unconscious. The crowd cheered for the victory. With the villain gone and the rest of the League in similar states of unconsciousness and restrained, victory was all but assured. However, that was not to be, as mere moments later, the great barrier that had protected them so far shattered and All for One landed in front of them. "Our fight was exhausting. I can see why it took 8 generations of One for All to do a significant dame to All for One. Even throwing everything I have at this guy, he just gets up. Even a Rasen Shuriken did nothing to him. Well, it did something. It allowed me to inflict more damage, but every time I hit him, he just regenerated. However, I could see that he was beginning to tire. His fighting was getting sloppy at times and the rate at which he was regenerating was steadily decreasing. The problem is that I simply can't keep up. My chakra reserve is dwindling and I'm getting tired. I tried narrowing my attacks, trying to use more taijutsu, but it seemed like All for One had been expecting a close-range fight. My use of ninjutsu at least threw him off for a while. Genjutsu was useless. All it achieved was making him happy and angry that I have so many powers. Heck, he even began monologuing about me stealing his thing. It doesn't matter what I do to him. I need a plan, I can't keep this up. Truth be told, I had a plan. A mad, suicidal plan, but a plan nonetheless. Though I was low on power, the power boost granted by the 8 gates was nothing to scoff at. I believed that even only using the 7th gate might be too much for me, and it wasn't a guaranteed killing move. Even so, it was the only move I had left. Suddenly a commotion was heard from inside the barrier. AFO and I both looked, and I was both impressed and horrified. Izuku had launched a Rasen Shuriken at Gigantomachia and fell the giant in one strike. It shames me to admit, but I was slow at that moment. As soon as he saw the attack fly, All for One was already speeding towards the barrier. He broke through in a single punch. By the time I managed to arrive, he had managed to free the League and throw off the top 10 heroes that tried to capture them, severely wounding Best Jeanist in the process. Landed in front of the heroes. Rikudu. Young Madara. Nii-san. I looked back at the people who shouted and saw their horrified looks. And why wouldn't they be? My armor was broken. The armor that had designed to help me beat All for One only helped to soften his blows. I was cut, scaped and bruised. Blood was flowing out of me along with the silvery liquid of the liquid crystal inner layer. The mixing of the two substances gave the blood I spilled somewhat of an ethereal quality. The remaining tatters of my red over armor fabric were dangling in the wind, held only by a few supports. It was utterly destroyed. Looking back, I saw All for One ensuring the League's escape, as well as sending Gigantomachia away with his own warp quirk. I stood at the ready. This would be my one final effort. Once he was done, he turned to us with a big smile on his face and began to clap. Bravo, bravo! You truly have surpassed my every expectation, Rikudu. Not since All Might have I had the opportunity to fight such a powerful opponent. He was buying time, I know this. Most of his clothes had already been shredded by our confrontation, and all he had on him right now were the tattered remains of a once full-sleeved shirt and pants. With my Sharingan, I could see many small cuts on his person that were only now beginning to heal. Interesting, so his healing ability can be focused. That was good to know, but could it repair damaged vital organs, like the Nomu could, you know, Rikudu? Even as you stand here, half defeated, I can't help but notice all the heroes that are cowering behind you. Why, even the once mighty All Might has taken to hiding behind the backs of children. When I came here to kill you, I admit that I wanted you to suffer. After all, you are All Might's heir. What a shame that you aren't his successor, that would have made this victory even sweeter. But no matter, your brother clearly isn't at your level, so it should be quite easy to kill him and end his line of heroes. Oh, this was bad. If All for One leaked the secret of One for All, there will be chaos. Really now, you're deduced to mocking a child? Oh, how the mighty have fallen, quipped back All Might as he came forward, power beginning to fill his body once more, but it was just an ember, a pittance of the once vast inferno that resided inside of him. Ah, All Might, my most hated nemesis. How quaint that you are here. Are you seeking to recreate your master's death at my hands to splay yourself before me to save your precious heir and successor, as Shimura Nana did before you? Shut your goddamned mouth. Don't you dare speak my master's name from your filthy mouth. All for One laughed. You know, All Might, out of all those who have held One for All, you are certainly the one LVE hated most. I may have killed your master, but you destroyed my life's work. Can you even see the ground from the mountain of my associates that you have crushed under your fists? Still, it matters not. Before I kill you, I'm going to crush you, starting with that false image you put up. As he said this, All for One's hand started to swell with power. Doge! I shouted. There was no way for me to tank this or anyone for that matter. Izuku jumped into action and removed the camera crew while the rest of the top 10 heroes dispersed. What we all failed to notice was the two people hobbling out of a collapsed building behind us. All Might did not fail to notice them. All Might stood his ground as All for One took his shot. I watched in horror as the power he had managed to scrounge up was used all at once to block and redirect the wave of high-pressure air away from the building behind his back, leaving All Might with nothing but the withered old husk of his usual self. See this, people of Japan. This is your idol, your hero. This withered wreck is the so-called symbol of peace. It was then that I noticed the camera crew and Izuku standing in front of them with his gunbei at the ready to deflect another shot. A slight cough came from All Might as he looked at his enemy. Even if you strip away my flesh, my heart will never stop being that of a hero. I am the symbol of peace, that you can never take away. All for One shrugged and looked on slightly exasperated. I should have known that it would not be this easy. All right, fine, I give up. Oh, I should mention, Shigaraki Tomura, my successor, is actually Shimura Nana's grandson. There was silence on the field. Looked at All Might and saw realization dawning on his face and then, horror. Izuku was much the same. That's not true, he can't be, All Might whispered. Come now, do you really believe that this is something that I would totally do? Do you want to know more? I actually found him under a bridge after he had activated his quirk. The poor thing was starving and yet not a single hero came to his aid. I should find it ironic that I was the only one who rescued poor boy, don't you agree? All Might fell to his knees and All for One laughed. Now then that the 8 is broken, what say you we should do? Ninth said All for One as he turned to Izuku, or should I call you by your hero name? Nut, you don't have one, do you? Well, no matter, how about I give you one, what do you say? One for all. This was it. The secret was out. Or some of it at least. This is bad. This is very bad. If I let this continue it will end in disaster. All for One is still too powerful and without dust release I don't think that I could one-shot him. Even so, there is one thing that could try. It's risky, but it's my only choice. Hopefully, Izuku can buy me some time. What do you want? All for One came Izuku's voice, holding strong. What do I want? Oh, you poor boy, I want what I've always wanted, but we're not here to discuss that. You know what, I'll make you an offer. Give me one for all and I too let you and your family live. I'll even let All Might live, he's no threat to me in this state, said All for One. And if I refuse, countered Izuku as he clutched his gunbei harder. All for One's eye shone with malicious intent. Think you already know the answer to that? Then you know my answer, All for One replied Izuku as green sparks begun running over his suit. So be it. At that moment, I erupted. The chakra that I had been gathering released at once in one single direct and piercing attack, concentrated around my hand and aimed at All for One's head. A single chidori that would make or break this fight. Being so close, there was no way I could miss. Cri. Splat. Drib. Cri. Drib. Cri. Drib. Madara, a weak and surprised voice called out. Mother. Chapter 33 Gods Among Us, Legendary Battle of the Gods, Hymn of Dawn forever known. Time stood still at that moment. I could see it all unfold before my very eyes. My perception was such that even the smallest detail was not left unnoted. I think that this is the first time that I've ever hated my existence here. When I leaped to kill All for One, I had done so with nigh absolute confidence of my success. The path had been clear, All for One was busy taunting Izuku and the distance between us was short. It should have been over in a flash. It wasn't. As I reached out with my lightning-covered hand, Sharingan blazing and searching for any movement that might denote even the slightest of retribution, it happened. It happened so fast that I couldn't even react properly. One moment I was staring down All for One, my hand stretching out and mere inches from plunging into his skull and frying his brain, and the next I was plunging my lightning-covered hand through my mother's chest. For a few moments, I was shocked. I thought that it was an illusion, a figment of All for One's perverted imagination forced onto me for his twisted pleasure. Then I felt the warmth. A familiar warmth. Viscous, pulsating warmth of the remains of a heart trying to pump blood uselessly clenching around my forearm. Then I heard her voice. Madara. I looked at her, the woman that brought me and my brother into this world. She is a kind and gentle soul that even put up with my distancing from her and never stopped loving me. She loved me and my brother so much and I was killing her. My eyes widened as I heard my brother scream in the distance. The crackling of lightning in my hand died down and I pulled it back. It was now coated in crimson blood and making a sound so retching that it will haunt my nightmare for decades to come. No, please, this can't happen, please, I begged quietly. Without my hand supporting her, my mother began to fall. I caught her and sank to my knees. She was dead. It mattered not that the whole world could see us. She was dead, and the last thing I ever said to her was to get out or would take her only remaining son away. I didn't even get to make amends. What a horrible son I must be. Grief overtook me and I screamed. I wailed my pain and grief as I held my dead mother in my arms. Dead my hand. My brother, orphaned by my hand. The enemy. No. I refuse. At that moment the frigid grief that held me vanished and in its place a terrible boiling hatred took root in my soul. I screamed again, this time not out of grief, but of pain, of anger, and rage so hot and pure that I could have used it to scorch the earth. And I did. My eyes felt like they were on fire, like someone took them out with hot pincers and poured molten metal in my eye sockets. I did not shy away from this pain, I embraced it. This was the method of my revenge. A power etched into my blood and brought forth by the loss of a loved one so dear that one would set the world alight to protect them, a loved one that you failed to protect. This was not about justice. This was vengeance. I swear, I will not rest until all that All for One is and ever was is erased from history itself, and if I have to unmake the world to do that, then so be it. For now, though, I shall settle for burning his flesh away. I will burn down his legacy later. I wiped my head to look at All for One, the demon that took my family from me, the evil that made me commit one of the most heinous acts imaginable. I could sense the power coursing through the molten pits that were now my eyes as the three-tomo pattern of the Sharingan spun and as it churned up the blood-red depths of my iris and a new pattern emerged. 6 spokes, all shaped like a teardrop converging around my pupil, and at their head, their outermost edge, a single dot of red was to be seen. O son, hear and obey. Amaterasu. Izuku's entire life shattered at that moment as he saw the Chidori in his brother's hand pierce their mother's heart. He screamed and tried to rush forward, but he was tackled to the ground by Gran Torino. He continued to trash in the old man's hold, but it was useless, he would not let go, no matter how much Izuku screamed and cursed at him to do so. The other heroes watched in shock and horror as Madara let loose an unholy scream of pain and grief. A scream that had All for One laughing so hard that he threw his head back. Wonderful, oh how wonderful! I can't believe that you fell for it. Oh, can this day get any better? I already have my enemies on their knees, what more can I desire? Said All for One as his laughter subsided into chuckles. Well, there is quite a lot that I desire, but for now how about I declare myself Emperor of Japan? It is a fitting end, no, what say you, people of Japan, asked All For One as he pointed a finger to the shocked and horrified camera crew. Just then, another scream, this time of rage, tore itself from Madara's throat. All For One turned to deal with the eldest Midoriya when his head snapped up and stared down All For One with hateful crimson eyes. Changed eyes, changed heart. Izuku felt his heart drop. He knew what was happening. His brother had activated the one thing that he swore he would not seek. Power for power's sake. Power for retribution, for vengeance, for destruction. Madara Midoriya has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and may the gods have mercy for those upon which those eyesight falls, for he will have none. Amaterasu. Izuku felt as well as heard the calling of the heavenly illumination flames. And he saw the result. As blood dripped from Madara's left eye socket, the new pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan spun and black flames erupted on All For One. The King of Evil screamed in pain as he began ripping pieces of his flesh from his bones in an attempt to stave off the destructive flames. As if seeing no other option, AFO opened his mouth wide and shed his skin. What emerged was a grotesque version of the man, pink and without hair, missing limbs and other parts of his flesh. He could hardly be called a man, such was the wretchedness of his state. It was as if he had expelled his soul from his domed corpse. With a scream of rage, he threw an attack at Madara. Izuku despaired. His brother was not moving, and he could not. He resumed his struggle against the heroes that were, in hindsight, rightfully trying to stop him from getting himself recklessly killed even harder. He had lost his mother today, he will not lose his brother too. In the end, it seemed like he needn't worry. As the attack approached, a golden aura surrounded his brother, parrying the attack. AFO looked befuddled as he tried to regain some semblance of his former body and strength back. The golden aura around Madara shifted, as a ribcage formed from it, and then a skull and two skeletal arms, all golden. The skull had a crown of horns atop its head, and as it stabilized it roared along with Madara. Susanoo. All stood in awe at the sight, a sight that will be forever burned into the hearts and minds of those watching as the time a new god had come into his full might upon the battlefield. The giant chakra construct swung its arm and a wave of pressurized air shot out, blowing AFO away. Madara rose from where he had knelt beside his mother's now lifeless body and began to slowly stagger towards All For One as he panted heavily, bawed, his eyes bleeding profusely. Were this a fair fight, Madara would have won, there was little doubt about it. But it was not, and Madara was tired. Izuku knew this. He remembered when they were little and used to cuddle together at night that his brother would sometimes tell him stories of great men that were known to be able to call upon the gods to act as their shield and sword. While the description slightly differed, Izuku knew that this was what he was talking about. This was the ultimate shield and sword, the very thing upon which Varuna was based. He with the ability to help by all means, Susanoo. But Izuku also saw how incredibly taxing such a thing was for his brother, and he knew deep in his heart that if Madara fought All For One as he is now, he would lose, not because he would be defeated, but because All For One will flee. As he watched the screen, Katsuki was left horrified. Many around him shared the same sentiment, and even the news commentators were silent. How could they not be? After all, they had just witnessed the tragic ending of what seemed to be Rikudo's last desperate attack. Next to him, Katsuki was aware of Yaoyorozu and Kirishima barfing, while Lita stood still, shocked and horrified. What came next was sure to scar people for life. Even Katsuki's heart twisted at the sound of Madara's tragic wail, and disgust filled his mouth at the sound of All For One's laughter. He wanted to puke, but his eyes were riveted to the screen in a nearly perverse manner. He watched as Izuku, known as One for All, was wrestled to the ground by one of the other heroes to stop him from recklessly charging the evil megalomaniac that had just forced his brother to kill his own mother. And then he watched as Madara rose, soul and eyes full of hatred and all of it directed at one person. He watched as he bathed the king of evil in black hell flame. It was not glorious, it was not funny or commendable. This was not the world of heroes that he had been raised to believe in. This was a twisted mockery of that world. As more and more people began to despair, even as Madara, clad in his golden avatar, staggered forward to once again do feudal battle with the king of evil, a single voice broke the silence. This is not how it will end. Do not despair. For I am here. All Might felt like a failure. He had failed his master, and now he was failing his heir and successor. He was failing the world. He was supposed to be the one to fight All for One, not Madara. Not for the first time, All Might had wondered how the world would have been without Madara. Would he and the world at large have survived this day? Would they have seen the dawn of a new day as free people or as the sub-ikes of All for One? As he watched on now, All Might couldn't but despair. Who was there to say I am here? Who was there for the people to rely on? Not Madara, not now, while mad with grief and rage and with hatred rolled off him in droves. Even as he staggered towards his wounded foe clad in that golden avatar of his, All Might could see that all that was holding him upright was pure strength of will and an undying hatred for All for One. All Might would be remiss to not compare this to the hatred he held for the symbol of evil after he killed his mother. And at the same time, young Izuku was too young, far too young in both body and spirit to be asked to hold the weight of the entire world on his shoulders as All Might once did. All Might took a look to his side where Gran Torino and Best Leanest were both restraining Izuku, who had tears in his eyes as he struggled ever harder to escape. What he would do afterward, All Might had no idea. He could flee or fight, the result was all the same. All Might was gone and all that remained was Yagi Toshinori, a pitiful quirkless old man. Remember Toshinori. Whenever you feel you can't go on, remember your origin. Yagi almost gasped. That was his master's voice. This was the end, wasn't it? Yagi looked around and all he was were the frightened expressions of the people around him, and all of a sudden he was 15 again and the world was shrouded in darkness. No, this is not the way I'll go. My origin, I must remember. There must be something that can turn the tide of this battle, something to make sure that All for One dies for good. And it was then that a memory arose in All Might's mind. Flashback around the time of the practical exams. All Might had rarely returned to his agency recently. Now that he had taken to teaching full-time, he simply had no time to dedicate to it. Still, he thought that he should at least pay a visit to see young Madara and how he was doing. As he walked through the doorway, he couldn't but notice a slew of fresh faces around. It seemed that young Madara had made some changes. Not that he was disapproving, but it seemed odd. As he identified himself at the security desk, he was almost instantly ushered to a private elevator. That was certainly odd. His smaller form certainly didn't get this kind of attention, even from his own agency back when he still led it. He arrived quite quickly to the top floor and was led into a grand room. It was quite Spartan, with but a desk and a single wall of glass windows to let sunlight in. There were also a couple of chairs, though most odd was the fact that Madara was doing paperwork at the office. The boy looked up and blinked, as if not believing what he was seeing. All Might, did you need something? Not particularly, no. I mostly came by to see how you're doing. After all, I did sort of drop this all on you quite suddenly. Madara glared at him at that. All Might replied with a sheepish smile. As you can see, I am quite busy, he replied scathingly. All Might flinched at that. He remembered hearing that Madara had just returned from successfully busting a large den of organized crime and got leads and evidence on many of its higher UPs. That was bound to cause some paperwork. Right, well, I'll only be a little. Actually, I wanted to ask you something about what you have written in your findings about me, specifically about the thing that you call the 8 gates. Madara looked at All Might for a while before motioning for him to sit down as Fuinjutsu's circles activated and barriers were raised. What about it? Well, I wonder why you called them frail. Madara gained a look of recognition. Ah, that. Well, it's as I said. They're frail. Being subjected to the stress of having the full power of One for All coursing through them almost constantly for the past 40 years has simply worn them down. You have to remember that the gates are there to regulate the flow of chakra through the body. The fact that you pushed One for All through them along with normal chakra has destabilized them. It's as simple as that, he explained. Then, will the same happen to young Izuku? Asked All Might, concerned. Madara laughed and shook his head. This won't happen to us. This happened to you because you pushed and trained with One for All before you developed even a shred of your own chakra, and thus you pushed the gates to take the full brunt of One for All's nature energy's corrosive effect. What should have normally been dampened by a layer of chakra came into direct contact with the gates and began eroding them. Why do you think I didn't let Izuku use Ofa as soon as he received it anyways? Why do you ask? If you were in any danger, I would have told you about it the moment I discovered it. Well, it's more of an old man's curiosity this, but I have heard young Izuku say something about the 8-gate formation. When I tried to ask him what it was, he clammed up and told me to talk to you. Madara's face became grim, and All Might couldn't help but feel a shiver go down his spine at that look. He was right to tell you to come to me. Needless to say that you can't tell this to anyone, but it goes like this. The 8 gates formation is a forbidden technique of the highest order. I already explained this to the faculty at UA. But in essence, you can open the gates inside your body for a massive power boost. The downside is that, like with One for All, an unprepared body will be shattered by its use. Heck, even for a prepared one it will be hell. The gates exist because the human body simply can't take the full force of chakra without shattering. You must understand that even under the direst of conditions, I would hesitate to use this technique. Messing up would mean certain death. Suddenly a light bulb appeared in All Might's head. Does that mean that I can? No, said Madara resolutely, for you it will be suicide. The shock on your body that opening even a single gate will cause may very well lead to a chain reaction that will break open all the gates, even the gate of death. I need not tell you that nothing can save you from death if that happens. All Might nodded and, after thanking him for his time, he left to ponder what he had learned. Flashback end. As he remembered, All Might couldn't but look at the battlefield. Was this the time to use it? All for One was running as more and more of the crater where a city once stood was now being ringed with black flames. Even so, he couldn't help but notice that Rikudo's avatar was beginning to look somewhat more ghostly, and it no longer had a head and one arm. It was clear that he was at the end of his line. He had reached his limit, and without using the gates himself, he would lose. Even if AFO didn't kill him, they couldn't allow him to escape. And so, All Might dug deep for that one last remaining ember of One for All and sent it smashing with all his might into the place where he knew the first gate was located. All Might gasped in pain as he felt the gate not open, but shatter, and power unlike anything he has had or felt before was now coursing through him and returning him to his original form as a cloak of crimson energy. His own blood that was currently evaporating, formed around him. He could feel young Izuku's eyes on him and the sheer horror that was exuding from him. Do not fear. For I am here. With that, All Might leaped into battle. Even if it will be his last, All Might was determined to go out as a hero. Still, he couldn't but think back to his successor and how disturbingly tragic and similar this was to his own master's death. I have taught you all I can, young Izuku, and I have become your brother's pupil in my own right. Please forgive this selfish action of mine, but I still have one more person to save tonight. All Might! Screamed Izuku in horror. He knew what the red vapor signified. He knew what his mentor, the closest thing to a father he and Madara have ever had just done, all for the sake of finally ending that monster that forced his elder brother to awaken those cursed eyes. All Might was gone in a flash, and with a single punch, he broke through Madara's Susanoo, or what was left of it, and grabbed him. He brought Madara back and laid him on the ground. Izuku lost it and unleashed Black Whip, tearing through Best Jeanist's fibers and all but teleporting to his brother's side. "Ni-san!" called out Izuku. Madara gave him a soft and pitiful smile in return, looking up at him with his crimson mangekyou eyes that bore so much pain in them. Izuku turned his gaze to All Might only to find him gone. He was flying through the air, kicking it to go even faster as All for One attempted to fly away. The battle with his brother had left him scarred and missing all his limbs. The only reason why his guts were still intact, despite the massive hole rippled into his abdomen, was that he was keeping them that way through some clever use of a telekinesis quirk. In the end, Madara had left him even more damaged than his previous fight with All Might ever did. Izuku attempted to rise and do something to support All Might when Madara grabbed his hand. "Don't!" he rasped. "What? Why?" demanded Izuku. Madara said nothing as he tried to stand. Izuku helped him, but it was clear that Rikudo had nothing left to give. Izuku would bet his life that he was using the last shreds of his chakra to power his eyes, possibly to create a last-ditch Susanoo to protect him and those around him. Madara pointed his hand at the battle unfolding above and looked at the camera. "Look. Watch and burn this sight into your hearts and minds. Look and bear witness as the greatest of all the villains falls at the hand of the greatest of all the heroes." "Ni-san," began Izuku. This was painful even for him. Did his brother even know what he was asking the regular people of Japan know? "Don't you dare look away. Don't you dare disrespect All Might's final act. Watch and bear witness. This is the end of an era. Watch and bear witness as your hero fights for you," roared Madara. Even weak as he looked right now, none could deny his words. Even the rest of the top 10 heroes stood and bore witness, transfixed upon the battle in the sky. That night, all across Japan people stopped what they were doing and watched and cheered as one heart and one voice for their greatest hero to triumph. For evil to fall and good to prosper. They all stood and watched as All Might, clad in crimson, saved them all. As All for One tried to escape, All Might would send blows of pressurized air of such force that it parted the clouds and broke the ground. All for One was at his wits' end, desperate for anything he could do to survive, but against this level of power, there was nothing he could do. Eventually, All Might managed to land a blow on his head, nearly crushing his skull, that sent him rocketing to the ground. All Might followed suit as he announced his last attack. The sum of all that he and 7 others had cultivated added to a power learned from one's own pupils. United States of Smash. Time and space bent against his fist as a crimson lance formed behind him. The ground below shattered with such force that the resulting quake caused large-scale devastation through Japan. The resulting updraft forced entire buildings to be swept up. It was of such force that Izuku had to raise a shield to protect himself and the people around them from it, though he never looked away from All Might's last stand. But it mattered not. The fist of justice had reached its mark. As the smoke cleared, it was clear for all to see, All Might standing in that crater. The whole of Japan was silent for a moment, and then as the first ray of dawn bathed the area in sunlight, All Might rose one fist in the air. victory. The crowds all around Japan broke in tears, sobs, and cries of joy. Each and everyone was chanting All Might's name. All except two. For Izuku and Madara knew what this truly meant. As the sun rose enough, it began to form around All Might a halo of light. It was then that Madara finally allowed his Sharingan to tuned off and he let out a sob. Izuku did much the same as both brothers sunk to their knees and cried. Those around them were confused. They could not sense what they did. They could not sense as All Might's chakra finally flickered out. As a slight breeze picked up, slight particles of dust began to flow upwards and away from All Might, until finally a sufficient gust of wind blew and All Might's charred remains dissolved into naught but ash and dust, all blown in the wind. The greatest hero had given his all and all that remained were the two boys that stand as his legacy. The ray of light that one shone on All Might now shone of Madara and Izuku, but they did not care. The two young would-be pillars remained in that same spot and cried. They mourned the death of a mother and the final act of love from a father, a mentor, and a savior. Dawn had come, and with it had brought both terrible pain and newfound hope. For now was the time for mourning, for reconciliation. After all, this was but the end of one thing and the beginning of another, and there was still much to be done, but that could wait. For now. Chapter 34, Dawn. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as rain continued to pour over the half-destroyed city. Thousands of rescue heroes and first responders swarmed over what was left of Kamino Ward. Most often than not, all they managed to pull from the rubble were the managed corpses of the people which used to live there. The rescue operation wasn't made easier by the sheer amount of damage that befell the city. Deep gorges had been carved, some of which had broken the gas and water pipelines that kept the city fed. Others were filled with lava, or even worse, they became pools where sewer water pooled, filling the surrounding area with an unbearable stench. Amidst all of that, the black flames kept on burning, silent reminders of the might of those that had clashed here not a few hours prior. What had been a clear and mournful dawn had quickly turned into a tragic day. On the outskirts of the city, crowds of onlookers came against the police barricades. Some were fathers looking for their children, some were mothers clutching their remaining family, some were weary relatives awaiting anxiously for news of their kin's survival. Such devastation was rare in the modern world. Even most natural disasters were swiftly dealt with by the local heroes. To see an entire city destroyed and thousands of people dead and displaced was horrifying enough, but to know that all this was the aftermath of a battle between two people struck a chord within most citizens. Quirks were not supposed to be this powerful. Individual people were not supposed to be this powerful, and yet here was undeniable proof that such monsters did, in fact, exist. Faced with this revelation, murmurs began to spread as society itself slowly began its death spiral to what will eventually become known as the Second Age of Darkness. Inside a building in Tokyo, Japan's heads of government, police force, military and public hero safety commission gathered. They stood there quietly around a U-shaped table as they listened to the damage report of what the media was now referring to as the battle at Kamino. It was known by other names as well. All Might's final stand, the duel for Japan, the clash of gods and monsters, were all apt descriptions. Unfortunately, they all presented a whitewashed version of the events that transpired there, and were far from the sheer scale that this event's aftermath would entail. As soon as he finished the presentation, the unfortunate employee that was forced into being the bearer of bad news fled the room as quickly as possible. They remained in silence for a few moments. "Is there any further intel that must be discussed?" asked the Prime Minister. "Nothing much. The Nomo we managed to capture were all useless and the other villains have all had their brains fried," reported a member of the police commissioner's team. "So we're at a loss?" "I wouldn't say so. We did manage to take out their boss and most of their forces. Don't be stupid, interrupted the police commissioner in a bored tone, but one that still held steel. We just lost All Might, the symbol of peace, and an entire city got destroyed, or did you not hear what was just said? The unfortunate minister that happened to voice said opinion cringed back and shrunk in his seat. The commissioner continued. We might have captured most of the League's assets, but the League itself is still loose. Shigaraki has shown himself to be dangerous and has set a dangerous precedent. He has shown the underworld that you can raise hell with only a few thugs. That's all well and good, but we still need to address the elephant in the room. Or was I the only one who noticed that a 15-year-old boy managed to go toe-to-toe with the literal boogeyman of Japan and win, said the army general. This gave way to a series of hushed whispers in the room. Enough. Madam President, I would like to hear your thoughts on the matter, said the Prime Minister. The Hero Commission President gathered herself as she answered. Madara Midoriya is an outlier. From what we managed to gather, he was not interested in being a hero initially. In fact, it was his younger brother, Izuku Midoriya, who wished to be a hero. I find that hard to believe, Madam President. Do you mean to tell me that the one who is arguably the strongest person on Earth now that All Might is gone, did not wish to be a hero initially? That's exactly what I'm saying. He had a promising career as a child genius, and some of the world's top university had already scouted him. By the time he was 10, he had a standing invitation to Island. Do not make the mistake of thinking him politically inept, gentlemen. He managed to hide his powers from us for the better part of 11 years, and once he was in UA, there was nothing that we could do to bring him under us, said the Hero Commission President. This being said, are you confident in his loyalty to us? How do we know that he won't just defect the moment we fall on rough times or a better opportunity presents itself abroad? We all know that it was only by God's graces that we did not lose All Might to the Americans. The US is already powerful enough, we don't need to strengthen them further, said the general. I wouldn't worry about that. We can keep the population pacified for the most part. All Might's already gone and did the heavy lifting for us and made himself a martyr. Now we just need to be careful and not let Shigaraki sink his teeth in the population even further, said the police commissioner. You are making it sound so simple, when it all but simple. All of you forget that two 15-year-olds went and fought on a battlefield, which I might add, is illegal. Even if you make them up to be the successors of All Might himself, it won't change the fact that they're minors, said the HPSC president. I don't think that you noticed, but All for One himself called them All Might's heir and successor, and that's without taking into account what he implied when he gave Izuku Midoriya the hero name One for All, said the general. Silence fell over the gathering as they all processed what was said. They knew how media worked. In at most 24 hours, someone would piece it together and share it on social media. The question of why Izuku Midoriya was named One for All was less important. What was important was the fact that it was connected to All for One, and Izuku Midoriya had it, seemingly receiving it from All Might himself, going by how he called them 8th and 9th respectively. We need to find out what One for All is, said the Prime Minister. Oh, please, even you can't be this stupid, interrupted the general, which made the Prime Minister glare at him. Really? Well, do enlighten us then. One for All is clearly a weapon, and seeing that I didn't see any device around those two, we can safely assume that it is, in fact, a quirk, replied the general smugly. The room fell into silence. A quirk? Asked the Hero Commission President incuriously. It makes sense, in a way, began the police commissioner. One for All and All for One. They are brother quirks, or at least close enough. So you're saying that we have another quirk out there that can pass itself on to another? Asked the Prime Minister incuriously. That's exactly what I'm saying, and let's not forget that it is Izuku Midoriya that has this power. He was chosen by All Might himself, and his brother managed to go toe-to-toe with the full power of All for One without this One for All power to aid him, said the general. Well then, we can't let this power lie in the hands of a child. All Might should have handed it over to us, crowed up one of the ministers surrounding the Prime Minister. The general laughed. The police commissioner joined in with a small smile, while the president of the Hero Commission stayed silent on the matter, though she did shake her head. Are you really that stupid? How can you even think of saying that, you moron? Yelled the general as he regained himself from his laughing fit. The minister flinched at the harsh words. And besides, what if he doesn't hand over that power to us? What then? How do you have the power to make him? Does anyone? We can already infer that All for One is unable to steal this power, otherwise it wouldn't have lived this long. And let's not forget that Izuku Midoriya is the only thing keeping his brother in check for now. What do you think he'll do when he finds out that you've accosted his little brother and tried to steal that which All Might himself has given them? What then? There was silence in the room as the general leaned back in his chair, sufficiently satisfied now that the upstart minister was put back in his place. The others in the room had had similar thoughts on the matter. After all, having a power such as One for All in the hands of children was certainly dangerous, but then again, that very same line of people that possessed One for All through the ages had managed to defeat All for One once already. So no, for now this line of discussion would be benched. There were other matters of greater importance to deal with than who gets control over One for All. The power was safe enough where it was. For Izuku, the past 24 hours had been a blur. Ever since All Might had given his life to defeat All for One, all Izuku could feel was numbness. That and sorrow. Looking up from his hands as he sat in the only chair in the private hospital room, Izuku gazed at the steady rising and falling of his brother's chest. The only indication that he was alive. Izuku had refused to leave the room, nearly attacking the stupidly insistent nurse that thought to tell him what to do. Fortunately, cooler heads prevailed, and one of the co-workers of the nurse grabbed her hand and pulled her away, all the while giving him a frightened look. As soon as he retreated into the room the hospital staff stuffed his brother into, Izuku allowed himself to relax and attempt to rein in the chakra that was leaking off him. He knew that it was making people uncomfortable to be in his presence, but he just didn't care. He didn't want people to see him like this. Not now, not when the only thing that was keeping his face dry was that single thought that he must endure. For All Might, for his brother, for everyone who lost a loved one as in that fight. For his mother. Against his efforts, a single tear slipped down his cheek. It was tainted red, as if to signify the taint he now carried. He knew better, though. Ever since All Might had disintegrated into the wind, Izuku felt an ever-present burning sensation in the back of his eyes. Izuku's grip on the chair's armrest tightened dangerously and the plastic creaked in his hand, a testament to his strength. Whatever it was, One for All itself was fighting against it. Izuku was not willing to fight One for All to discover what it was, but he had an idea. Suddenly the door opened and inside walked Gran Torino, Nitai, and Tsukachi. Izuku didn't even look up to greet them. Midoriya, began Tsukachi. He soon fell silent. After all, what was there left to say? Is this what you saw in your vision? Asked Izuku as he turned and looked straight into Nitai's eyes. Nitai shook his head. He then did something completely unexpected and fell to his knees before Izuku, pressing his forehead to the ground in utmost reverence. Please forgive me, he said in a tone thick with emotion and fresh tears. I once thought that the future couldn't be changed, that whatever prophecies I give and whatever I see will forever come to pass. What I saw back then was All Might's death at the hands of an unspeakable evil. A death so gruesome that it left scars on the minds of those who witnessed its aftermath. I saw All Might die as a broken man, not as a symbol. I was wrong to doubt you, and I was wrong to withdraw my support from his side. Please, I seek atonement. Let me help you as I failed to help All Might. Izuku looked on at the man prostrate before him. He could be petty. He could reject the man and let him suffer, but he wouldn't. After all, Izuku Midoriya was a hero, and what kind of a hero would he be if he turned down a request for aid? Izuku rose from his chair, the slightly tattered green Haori swaying around him as he approached Nitai. The man dared to look up and one could see his shining eyes full of tears. Izuku crouched in front of him and grabbed his hand. All Might had already forgiven you and I have nothing to forgive. But nothing cut him off. Izuku, you did what you thought was best, and that's all I can ever ask of you. That's all anyone can ask of you. If you are willing, I will gladly accept your help. UA soon returned in session, though this time it was brevet of students. Only the teachers were here and almost all of them were on high alert. For Nizu, this was to be expected. The school had just failed its sacred task. It allowed one of its students to be kidnapped and the entire heroic first year had been attacked. It would have been a disaster of epic proportions for any other institution, but fortunately UA was not just any institution. Sir, what are you doing? Asked a somewhat annoyed Aizawa. Nothing much, though I did notice that Madara tends to do this when he is deep in thought, said Nizu, not yet turning from where he was watching through the floor-to-ceiling windows the grounds of UA where construction was happening in full. Aizawa didn't dare ask how he found our Madara's secret proclivities for supervillain behavior. We need to discuss the dorm system, said Aizawa. You mean we need to discuss young Izuku's placement in this system? Aizawa didn't speak, but his silence was telling, so Nizu decided to play along. He from the widow and looked Aizawa in the eye. He needs to be with others his own age, said Aizawa. He shall be with them, agreed Nizu. As something more than a glorified watchdog. The kid hasn't formed true bonds with his classmates since the year began. They're simply too far apart in terms of skills, said Aizawa. So what do you propose, that I move him up a year or two? Asked Nizu. Aizawa mentally grimaced. He knew that Izuku was already good enough that the top student of the third years, Mirio Togata, posed no threat to him, but he hoped that by introducing his number one overpowered problem child to other strong people, that he would make deeper friendships than what he had in his own class. To be honest, I don't see any problems with his current position as a member of Class 1A, said Nizu. You wouldn't, but the others don't see Izuku Midoriya as a peer. He's so far above them that it's not even funny, and it's not like the kid will have any desire to indulge in his more childish side from now on. I worry that it will negatively impact his growth not only as a hero, but as a person as well, said Aizawa. Nizu sipped his tea. He was well aware of the distance between the ninth and his class. Despite what Aizawa said, he knew how loneliness can affect a person, but he was also aware of the growing frustration Izuku faced with his classmates. So, no, forcing them together would be pretty bad, especially now. I can see your point, but I will still insist to allow Izuku Midoriya the freedom to come and go from the premise as he pleases. Aizawa looked shocked and angry at the declaration. May I ask why are you playing favorites? He asked through gritted teeth. Certainly, replied Nizu with a smile. Right now, we can't cage Izuku, not after he lost his mother and All Might. Furthermore, his brother is in a coma. Trying to strong-arm him into anything right now pointless, if not downright idiotic. Like it or not, Aizawa, those two boys hold the weight of All Might's legacy on their shoulders. They need to be seen, not hidden away behind a wall. That, and I'm certain that Izuku Midoriya will push for an early graduation, something that the HPSC will undoubtedly support. Aizawa was silent for a moment. He then turned around and stormed out of his office. Nizu sighed. One problem at a time. For the rest of the students in Class 1A, returning to school was not the joyful reunion they had expected. After the battle at Kamino, they all had time to think, and despite their parents' reluctance, they convinced them to allow their return to UA and their stay in the dorm rooms. However, whatever excitement they had first felt when they reunited soon turned sour, as they couldn't help but notice a hole in their ranks. Now, instead of the 20 they had once been, now they were only 18. Aizawa looked on at the mass of students arrayed before him. He couldn't deny that their feelings were understandable. Good, now that we're all here, a flinch from some of the class, we have to go over the rules of this dorm. However, first we must address something else. Todoroki, Yaoyorosu, Kirishima, and Lita stepped forward. Like doomed convicts, the four stepped forward with their heads bowed and awaiting their sentence. Now, normally for what you have done, I would have expelled you, but given the state of the world right now, I can't afford to do that. Therefore you will not be permitted to take the provisional license exam in 2 weeks, and you will have to hand in each a 10-page report on why it is a bad idea for civilians and hero students without a license to try and do hero work, as well as tying what you find with your own experience at the Battle of Kamino. This being said, you are not excused from the intensive training the others have to go though. Lita stepped forward and bowed. We understand. Thank you for being lenient with us. Aizawa mentally snorted. You'd wish for expulsion after I'm done with you. Good, as for the rest of you, the rules are simple. You can't leave the premises without approval from a teacher and without a hero escort. Everything you wish to buy will be brought to you, though fair warning, we will not be your maids. You will be expected to keep the dorms in order, wash your own clothes and iron them, as well as do your own dishes. There are separate bathrooms for boys and girls, and each several others for those of you with specific requirements. Aizawa sighed as he his mouth in his scarf. Any other rules are in the binder on the table in the common room. Your curfew is at 11 p.m. Don't break it. Any questions? Karinari raised his hand. Where are Bakugo and Midoriya? This seemed to spark a wave of chatter through the students. Aizawa sighed again. Why was it that the universe was conspiring against him? It had been a long time since Izuku had stepped through the door of the Bakugo household. For all that their mothers had been friends, it would be hard to call Izuku and Katsuki's relationship as such. Still, there was a sort of camaraderie between them, even if it was buried underneath a decade of resentment and unresolved feelings that had been left to fester. And it seemed that those feelings have come back with a vengeance. It was hard to believe when Izuku had gotten that phone call from Aizawa that the Katsuki Bakugo, someone who had lived for the life of a hero ever since he was born, was now quitting the UA hero course. As much as he hated to admit it, a part of Izuku had wanted to tell him to go screw himself, to leave Katsuki be, and then later laugh in his face as the once pride of his middle school. A boy whom everyone thought would become great ended up as just another overworked salary man. Izuku squashed those thoughts. He had thought that he would remove that darkness within himself if he denounced his ties with Katsuki, if he severed those bonds. Now, that very same stubborn bond was all that was keeping him sane, well, him and Melissa, but she was still several days away from landing in Japan. Moreover, her father was still under tight surveillance after he tried to pull the wool over the heads of I-Island with his quirk-boosting device. It was a marvelous invention, but the fact that it turns those who wear it into cripples made it more of a torture device than a support tool. Izuku knocked at the door before he could change his mind. It did not take long for Aunt Mitsuki to open the door. Even if the relationship between the two boys was strained, both Izuku and Katsuki would call one another's parents as their aunts and uncles. As the door was opened, Luko was shocked by what he saw. She had been crying. Aunt Mitsuki had never been a crier. She was much like Katsuki in that regard. Tears for her were something rarely shed, and here she stood looking like she had been crying for the last 2 days. Izuku, she asked. Izuku couldn't help but swallow roughly as he became all too aware of what he was wearing. He still hadn't changed from his Mjolnir suit, and while he had cleaned it, it was nowhere near the pristine-looking suit it had looked like only 48 hours ago. If one looked close enough, one could see the scuffs and scratched on the metal plates, the marks of a weathered suit of armor, one that did its job and protected the wearer from harm. Still, he looked too much like the warrior that went up against all for one and not enough like the son that lost his mother. The only good thing about his attire was the jet black trench coat, hat and sunglasses let him move through the city mostly unimpeded. That, and they covered up most of the armor. He couldn't let Aunt Mitsuki see him like this armored demon that knew only vengeance. Hey, Aunt Mitsuki! Words died in his mouth, not that it was unexpected. After all, what do you say to the woman that your mother considered to be her sister after your twin brother shoved a hand through said mother's chest, willingly or not? Katsuki, Mitsuki devolved into crying as she was gently pulled away from the door by her husband. Izuku, I'm glad you could make it. Please, come in. Masaru led him inside as Mitsuki went off to the room. Izuku looked after her, if only to assure himself that she was still all right. You can sit, Izuku. We have some things to discuss, said Masaru. Izuku nodded and took the hat and sunglasses off his face. He couldn't but notice how Masaru's eyes scanned his metal-clad hands and deduced that he was still in his armor. It was strange, his uncle always took a back seat in their family dynamic. To see him take charge now. Is it that bad out there, he asked as he flicked his eyes in a meaningful gesture to his armor. I don't really know. I haven't been outside the hospital before now. Nii-san. He still hasn't woken up, admitted Izuku. Masaru frowned a bit as he took his place on the couch in front of Izuku. That's unfortunate, he muttered. What? What happened with Katsuki, asked Izuku. Masaru put the tea he was pouring down. He looked lost in thought. Don't know. After he came back, he's locked himself in his room all day and wouldn't see us. The only time he even spoke more than 2 words with us was when he told your teacher, Izuwa, that he was quitting UA and the hero course. Izuku swallowed hard. It was confirmation of everything he had feared. Can I talk to him, asked Izuku. Masaru blinked at the request. Be my guest. I hope that you have more success than we had, said Masaru. A new wave of crying was heard throughout the house. Excuse me, said Masaru as he quickly ran to his wife's side, leaving Izuku alone on the couch. Was it strange to be afraid of a room? Probably, but then again, he hadn't been inside Katsuki's room in over 10 years. Standing here, like this. It seemed wrong. Still, he must do what needs to be done. He won't let Katsuki's dream end like this. He knocked. There was no answer. No screaming, or threatening or anything like that, just silence. He didn't know what was more damning, the silence or that gut feeling he had that told him that something was wrong. He couldn't give up like this. He couldn't chicken out now of all times. Kikin, it's me, Deku. Using those old nicknames stirred up his feelings something crazy, but he couldn't back down now. After a few moments of silence, still nothing. Kikin, Katsuki, are you in there? This was begging to get worrying, so Izuku did what he always did when checking for people on the other side of a locked door. He stretched out his chakra and found nothing. Panic surged through his body and without even thinking, Izuku ripped the lock off the door with one for all and rushed inside, only to find the room empty, the windows opened and 2 neatly tucked letters on a desk. Shit! Izuku, I'm not normally this sappy, but I want to say that I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hurt you all those years. I don't know why I'm even writing this, you made it perfectly clear what you think of me. By the time you read this, I'll be gone. There is someone who can help me. Don't come after me. Don't try to find me, I'm not worth it. It's my fault that All Might and Auntie Inko died. It's my fault that Madara was forced to do what he did. I'm not a hero anymore, Izuku. I'm not worthy to go to UA. You know, funny thing is, until I saw All for One, until I saw you fight against the shits called the League of Villains, I couldn't for the life of me figure out what made you someone that All Might dotted on, but then again, I never knew or had what it takes to be a hero. Save everyone, one for all, successor of All Might. Katsuki. Izuku balled his fists in fury, nearly ripping the paper those words were written on. That bastard! Does he really think that a simple letter lets him off the hook? Folding the letter back, Izuku took the other letter and marched out of the room. Coming downstairs, he handed the piece of paper wordlessly to Masaru and stormed out. As soon as he was outside, he shrugged off his trench coat and with a burst of One for All and chakra he launched himself into the sky. Katsuki was smart. He was probably already out of his detection range and Izuku would admit that he wasn't the best of sensors, but he would be damned if he wouldn't find the fucker and beat him black and blue for what he pulled. Katsuki watched impassively as Izuku blasted off his parents' front porch and disappeared in the distance. He probably had an hour to get to where he was going before this whole area would be swarming with police. Katsuki took care to word his letter to his parents so that it could be considered a suicide note. Izuku's letter was a last-minute addition. He felt like he had to leave at least something for him. Any other path felt wrong. He couldn't falter now, he burned his boats, now he must move forward on this new path that he had chosen. It wasn't long before he found that old monastery. The old man was waiting for him outside. I'm ready. The heavy wooden doors opened, and he stepped through. Once they closed, the whole compound seemed to disappear and in its place all that remained was a large meadow. A high-tech plane made its landing approach at one of the nearby airports. Once it landed, the ground crew went to work on it. The door opened to reveal a staircase. A single woman exited. She wore a black shirt and pants that accentuated her physique. To the trained eye obvious muscles could be seen on her form and a skilled practitioner of the art of combat would instantly notice the otherworldly grace she moved with that denoted many years of hard practice to hone one's body to perfection. All this seemed to be in contrast with the friendly face she put on. Melissa's shield had arrived. Chapter 35, Izuku and Melissa, Origin. It began years ago, when a 7-year-old boy met a 9-year-old girl and the rest, as you know, is history. Izuku is sad again. Madara noted it's been happening more frequently and any attempt to push back, either by myself or my mother usually results in us either being laughed out of the administration offices or a rise in actions against Izuku. The sense of helplessness was a bitter one, but not an unfamiliar one in this situation. It wasn't anything new either, and while he would have loved nothing more than to go to that school and tear out the throat of every flesh bag that dared push his brother down, Madara knew he couldn't. Any action he would take would only be reflected on his little brother. Now, though, looking down at his hands, a small spark of hope bloomed in Madara's chest. Perhaps a vacation would do him good, thought Madara as he looked down at the invitation to the yearly I-Island Expo that was set for later that year. The announcement of this small vacation had the desired effect, and Izuku was able to pull himself out of his funk, at least for a little bit. The trip itself was nothing special. Although I-Island was one of the most secure places in the world, regular flights to and from the island still happened with astounding regularity. As the commercial airliner began its final approach, Madara pulled himself out of his musings and began to tuck his laptop and papers away. While it was true that most things nowadays were done of computers, Madara was a sentimental little shit, something he would fully admit to himself, and the actual feeling of paper in his hands was something else. He thanked whatever gods put him here that his mother was oblivious enough not to notice the obvious red flags that showed up when he began maturing faster than any kid had the right to, even considering quirks. After they disembarked, Madara went to meet with his contact in the academia while Izuku and Inko went to the hotel. Izuku managed to get away from his mother afterwards and went off to explore the surroundings, full of childlike glee and fascination. And, as he was gawking at the marvelous technology available, he unexpectedly bumped into someone. Little did he know that someone would later change his life for the better. As he was flying through the air, Izuku couldn't help but let a few tears drop down his face. Katsuki was gone, another link to his past was torn away from him and his brother still hadn't woken up. Even though it pained him to admit it, right now, Izuku was a mess. He didn't even know what he's supposed to do with what he had learned from Katsuki's house. He read the other letter, he saw how it was worded. Did that mean that Katsuki, the foul-mouthed short-tempered asshole that he was, had finally given up on the dream that fueled him through his entire life so far? Amidst all these questions, Izuku couldn't help but notice that he had ended up far from civilization. More specifically, he ended up in the mountains that his brother used to take him into for training every summer since he turned 10, the very same mountains that his brother used to construct his secret laboratory. Finally letting off his chakra, Izuku fell like a rock, catching himself on the cliffside and sliding down to a small, secluded pond that used to be his favorite spot to relax. Sitting there, he couldn't help but wonder what his only other friend, and secret crush, Melissa, was thinking about all this. Their first meeting was awkward, but they bonded over their shared love for All Might and heroes in general. It's ironic, Madara thought, the daughter of the greatest scientist of the modern era, so far, has so much in common with my little brother. The fact that the little girl that his brother had run into was Shield's daughter was quite something. Still, it warmed his heart to see his brother finally open up to someone after so long. 3 years was too long a time to go without smiling, and even longer to go without hope. They're getting along, aren't they? Asked a new voice. Madara looked behind him and came face to face with David Shield himself. I sure hope they are. It's good for both of them to have friends of the same age, said Madara. Not you though? Inquired David. Madara looked at him quizzically, as if to decipher the hidden meaning of his words. David chuckled. You don't need to put up a front with me, or my team. You aren't the first reincarnate that we had to deal with, but I have to say that you are the only one that retained all his memories from before. This brought Madara up short as he struggled to process what he had heard. To hear that there have been others, it begged to question many things. How? Madara paused. How do you know this? Not long ago there was a madman that had tried to find the secret of immortality. All he managed to do was pull reincarnates from what seemed like thin air. We never did discover how he managed it. Unfortunately, they all went mad and died shortly. You are the only one I know of that is an actual functioning member of society, said David as he began to walk away. Madara followed. How many people know of this? So far none other than me and you. I admit if I hadn't been looking over the files from that case, I wouldn't even have suspected that you were a reincarnate, said David. Madara was quiet for a moment. Mr. Shield. Told you to call me David. Madara chucked as he allowed his hair to cast a shadow over his eyes. He stopped and David stopped as well, looking down on Madara worried. I'm sorry for this, whispered Madara. With a flash, his Sharingan activated and bore into David Shield's eyes. The two tomos spun as lances of chakra were sent into the inventor's brain, activating the genjutsu and sealing away the memories of reincarnation quite crudely. But nobody can know that I am a reincarnate, continued Madara coldly. His task was clear. Find the evidence that led Shield to this decision and dispose of it. Meanwhile, the inventor would return to his quarters while the chakra worked its magic. All the while Izuku and Melissa played with one another, happy that they finally had the company of one of their own. Japan was more or less in shambles. That was the first thing that Melissa Shield observed when she exited the airport. Even though it was not immediately evident to the casual observer, one could tell that the people were scared. When she had heard the news about her dear uncle Might dying, it crushed her. Her father, though, was far worse off than she could ever be. Never in her life did she think that she would see the David Shield cry. Not that she didn't cry as well, but there was someone more important to her that was surely hurting even more than her. When Izuku Midoriya came into her life, she had almost entirely given up on the idea of ever being a hero. Even among the population of Island, there were very few people even close to her age at that time that were quirkless. The last one was a guy 6 years older than her that killed himself after he failed the admittedly harsh entrance exam for the academy. It was harsh, but even in places like Island, the supposed bastion of human innovation and progressiveness, bigotry and racism against the quirkless still existed, or more accurately it was never truly stamped out. Oh, sure, there were anti-discrimination laws, but those were meaningless if not strictly enforced. They were, after all, just a veneer to cover up the ugliness beneath. She was protected from the word of it by her father's reputation, others were not so lucky. It was not wrong to say that Izuku Midoriya relit the spark of hope in her, and with the aid of his extremely smart and talented older brother, she managed to regain the flame for heroism. It was a rocky process, but one couldn't say that it hadn't succeeded. Her father hadn't been happy with her when he heard what she was planning, but seeing as Izuku was in the same boat as her, it couldn't be helped. Or so she thought. They had kept in contact over the years. They even met one another several times a year, though these meetings stopped once Madara took to the stage as a hero, which was shocking to say the least. Seeing the golden boy of the support world suddenly enter heroics was quite something. It was even more shocking when he demonstrated skills far in excess of what one would expect of him. It took Melissa a month to get a hold of Izuku, though she did understand the reason for the long absence. Ever since that time, he seemed more reluctant when talking to her, like he had something to hide. Melissa had long decided not to push it. While she certainly cared for Izuku, their relationship was not such that she could demand his deepest secrets. And considering that it was nearing the time when Izuku would had to have been working the hardest for the UA Heroics exam, Melissa decided to drop it completely. When news reached her that Izuku managed to enter the hero course, she, of course, celebrated. While her own training was probably not quite as brutal as Izuku's had been, considering that she had had 2 extra years to train, she was still no pushover. Madara had introduced her top his own trainer that helped him during his childhood, and it certainly showed. She was, after all, a world-renowned Kinjutsu mistress, and even Madara himself had struggled against her in pure Kenjutsu, though that is neither here nor there. At the sport festival, she expected Izuku to make a show of his skills. What she didn't expect was for him to suddenly have a quirk. The private jet touched down on the runway and made its way to the private hangars where Melissa and her father were waiting. For the first time, the new head of Might Tower Agency, Madara, was coming to the island in that official capacity, and he was accompanied by none other than Izuku and All Might. Melissa tapped her foot on the ground, her expression schooled into one of careful neutrality. Her father looked at her for a moment and decided that it was best to keep silent. After all, discretion is sometime the better part of valor. Ever since the sport festival aired, Melissa had retreated into her shell. She was quiet, withdrawn, and besides a single video call with Izuku, she had had no other contact with other people any more than her position as a student required. Even her training for her international hero license was done without her usual passion. All that remained was a clinical precision that reminded David of his late wife. It was never a good thing for it to happen. The door to the plane opened, and out stepped Madara in his resplendent armor. Next came All Might and finally Izuku. All Might and David embraced each other as long-lost friends and let the others to their own devices as they caught up with each other. Madara gave Izuku and Melissa a look. "I have something to attend to. We'll catch up later." Neither responded as Madara departed, leaving them alone in the plane hangar, Melissa glaring at Izuku and Izuku keeping his head down. The silence between them was heavy. "So, how have you been? We haven't seen each other in a year," began Izuku as he tried to break the ice. "Yeah, a year. A lot has happened in this year," said Melissa coldly. Izuku flinched. "Look, Melissa, She held up a hand. "I want to know one thing first. Did you lie to me when you told me you were?" She couldn't bring herself to say the word. It hurt too much to even think about the possibility that her beloved friend would have lied to her about such a thing. "No." The word came resolute from Izuku's mouth. Melissa breathed out a sigh of relief she hadn't known she was holding in. For all of Izuku's skills, lying was not one of them. He was too earnest for that, always carrying his heart on his sleeve. Then how Melissa choked up. "How did you get this powerful? How did you manage what so many failed to do?" Questions like these swirled in Melissa's head. Izuku let out a shuddering breath and looked around. I'll tell you everything, but not here." Melissa nodded. "Not here, so this is that kind of secret then." She was no stranger to secrets, but she had the feeling that this will be her biggest one yet. Her lab, adjacent as it was with her father's, was one of the most secure places on Island. There were no cameras, no recording devices, nothing that could be used to spy on her and her inventions. After all, her work was considered dangerous, extremely so. So it was here that she led Izuku, to the one place she was sure of that their discussion would not be overheard. The entire building was more or less deserted. After all, there were not many people that wanted to work late into the night, and those few that did were usually escorted out by security to prevent them burning out. "So, you wanted to talk, then talk," said Melissa as soon as the doors closed. Izuku was silent. He opened his mouth a few times, but nothing came out of it. "I'm sorry," he finally said. "Didn't want to keep this from you, but..." He crossed his arms defensively. Melissa was unperturbed. She was still waiting for Izuku to work up the courage to say what he had been hiding. Suddenly, Izuku took a deep breath and looked Melissa straight in the eye. "I have a quirk now." Melissa felt like the wind was knocked out of her chest, so much so that she had to brace herself against the table behind her. She knew of only one person that could give other people quirks. All for one. "My quirk is called One for All. It was passed on to me by All Might." Confusion was evident on Melissa's face. This was really throwing her for a loop. "What?" she asked in a breath. Then Izuku began to explain. And it began to make sense. He talked about how he met All Might, how he was offered the chance to become his successor, how Madara abandoned his plans to lay low. He talked and talked, about One for All and its 9-generation mission to defeat All for One, about the intricacies of the quirk. There he paused for a bit. "There is something else I need to tell you." Melissa nodded. It was not like she could do anything more. What he told her blew away almost everything that they had known about quirks themselves already. Furthermore, to learn that there was a companion quirk to all for one itself was too much. Little did she know about the bombshell that was about to be shoved straight in her face. I also have chakra. Melissa was confused. Chakra? Izuku nodded. His eyes no longer had the playfulness that Melissa secretly adored. Right now, he looked eerily similar to his elder brother, all brooding and serious, without an ounce of energy wasted for something as frivolous as emotion. She knew that it was not true, that Madara was just a private person, but to see the same expression on Izuku's face, the Izuku that was always bright and smiling and bringing joy to whomever crossed his path, was startling. Chakra is an energy that exists within every one of us. It is the fuel source for quirks themselves. Ni-san liked to say that chakra is like electricity. For those with quirks, that electricity is funneled into a single machine. For those without quirks, it's just there, waiting to be used. Melissa felt lightheaded. So what you're saying is, everyone can use chakra? Izuku made a so-and-so gesture. Only the quirkless. That is what me and Nil-san have discovered so far. Wait, him and Madara, did that mean that Madara was quirkless? Thought Melissa. Apparently, the widening of her eyes was clue enough for Izuku to deduce what she was thinking. He nodded. Melissa felt lightheaded, so much so, that she had to sit down. From the look that Izuku was sending her, he understood the shock it must be for her. To think that Madara, the 15-year-old youngest pro-hero in Japan and somewhat of a controversial figure, the heir of All Might himself and the only one bar all for one to give All Might a challenge and then defeat the symbol of peace, was quirkless all along. Se let out a giddy laugh. After she toiled for years to hone her skill, here was someone that could be called a true genius. Equal in strength of mind and strength of body. Tell me more, begged Melissa. Izuku could do nothing but oblige. Finding the hospital where Madara was staying did not prove to be too difficult. After all one needed to do was seek out the largest mass of reporters outside Might Tower to find him. Thankfully, her name was recognized by the guards there and she was let in. In the strangely quiet lobby she met with Gran Torino. Izuku had told her about him, the trainer of All Might. So you're the brat's girlfriend? Brashly asked the old man. This threw Melissa for a loop as she blushed. What? No, we're just friends, that's all she said. The old man seemed unconvinced, but he nonetheless motioned for her to follow him. She fell into line behind him as he took her through the maze of corridors of the hospital. Where is Izuku? asked Melissa. The brat, heck if I know. He left several hours ago, something about an old friend in need. Melissa frowned. She knew Izuku, and despite him hiding his powers from her, she knew that he usually told her everything. It was a method of venting for both of them. To just talk and share their burdens with one another, in a way to make them lesser on themselves. It was a task they both gladly undertook, for they both knew the dangers of keeping emotions in a bottle until it exploded. The friend in question was most likely Katsuki, though she would really hesitate to call him Izuku's friend after how cold he had been for the majority of Izuku's life. Here we are. Go do your magic, girl, said the old man. Melissa snorted as she entered Madara's hospital room and stopped dead in her tracks as she saw him. It had not been even 3 days since Kamino, and yet Madara had not awoken. Worse still, he looked truly weakened. Melissa approached him warily and placed her hands on him. While she had nowhere near the amount of power and control the other two had, she still was capable of at least marginally using chakra to sense his condition. Madara was looking at the both of them with an incredulous expression. Izuku had his eyes firmly affixed to the floor, apparently finding the tile design quite interesting, and Melissa was half glaring, half looking quizzically at Madara. Finally, the silence was broken as Madara sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Izuku perked up at this. So, let me get this straight, you, he said, pointing to Melissa, found out that Izuku had a quirk and confronted him, and then, after he told you about One for All and all its accompanying secrets, Madara was now glaring at Izuku, who had once again found the floor interesting, proceeded to also tell you about chakra, which was supposed to be a secret. Izuku and Melissa nodded. Madara sighed again and then motioned for them to sit down. While it was not the most comfortable seating, Melissa's lab was the most secure area. They had to talk about chakra freely. Okay. Let's get some things out of the way first. I'm guessing that since you are telling me this, that you want my help to awaken Melissa's chakra, am I correct? Asked Madara. Izuku and Melissa nodded with excitement, but that quickly died down when Madara fixed them with a glare. Then let me ask you this one simple question. Why? What? Asked Melissa, startled as the full weight of Madara's gaze fell upon her. Why do you want chakra? To become powerful, she answered quickly. Madara raised an eyebrow at her and she gulped. This was a test, that much was evident. Want to be powerful so that I can be useful. I don't want to be a damsel in distress. I want people to look at me and not have looks of pity once they hear I am quirkless, and most of all I want to help people, said Melissa with conviction as she looked into Madara's eyes. Madara closed his eyes and leaned back a bit. Then he nodded. Melissa and Izuku let out a sigh of relief, but it was quickly choked back as an oppressive aura of death overtook them both. Izuku had felt this before. His brother's bloodlust, his desire for battle and death made manifest in his aura and held back, not unlike a mad dog, by his brother's iron will. This was the first time since he had been hit with the full force of said aura, and although every instinct he had was screaming at Kim to get up and fight, he found himself paralyzed. Eventually he found enough strength to turn his head and look at Melissa. She was pale as she stared straight into Madara's glowing blood-red Sharingan. In fact, Madara's whole being seemed to be oozing chakra. One final question. Madara's voice reverberated slightly as he spoke, seemingly shaking the very air around them with the power it held. What will you do to gain that sort of power? Melissa tried to respond, but she was paralyzed with fear and her gaze was fixated on those glowing red orbs. Suddenly the pressure vanished. Madara leaned back and closed his eyes again, this time crossing his arms over his chest. Izuku and Melissa were sprawled on the ground in a quite undignified manner as they tried to regain their composure. After a while, Madara spoke. I will teach you. Two sets of eyes were now locked onto him. I see that you have a pure heart and that you will not abuse this power, but be warned. You must never let anyone know that you have something other than a quirk, and especially not something as powerful as chakra, not if we want the world to not collapse into a second age of darkness like at the beginning of quirks themselves. It did not take long for Melissa to assure herself that Madara was fine, mostly. He had severe chakra exhaustion and was likely to remain in a coma for quite some time. Neither her, nor the two brothers had put much effort into medical chakra research. For her, it was excusable. She was still learning the ropes and messing with the body of another was neither ethical nor was it legal, and doing it on oneself was highly unadvisable. Melissa had long since known that she would never stand on the front lines of the heroes, and even now, after she had been given the literal power of gods in the form of chakra, she knew that she would have to play support for Izuku and Madara. It was not something that bothered her anymore. It was a simple fact of life that those two were better suited to be warriors than her. Melissa's shield came a voice from the doorway. As she turned, she came face to face with Nightai. How is he? Asked Nightai softly. Stable. That is all I can say. There is nothing we can do now. All we can hope for is that his rest is brief, said Melissa. Nitai nodded stiffly. The people are restless. They are beginning to wonder. It's been 3 days without a single peep from Rikudu, and May are beginning to think that he might not be returning at all, said Nitai. Are you saying that they think he's dead? Asked Melissa incredulously. Nitai shrugged. Where is Izuku? Asked Melissa. Somewhere in the mountains. Apparently Katsuki Bakugo committed suicide, or so we are telling the public. The truth is that he ran away, to where we do not know. What we do know is that One for All has last been spotted heading for a remote mountainous region, said Nitai. Take me there, demanded Melissa. Nitai sighed but nonetheless acquiesced. The mountains were beautiful, that Melissa had to admit. If there was one thing that always made Madara seem oddly at peace with himself, it was nature. Izuku was much the same, though he would often express this freedom by giving in to his more childish side. The place she was searching for was a secluded grove deep in the crests of the mountains, but not far from the hidden base that Madara had constructed. After her induction into the world of the chakra wielders, Melissa had been informed of several secret locations to be used should she ever need it. The journey was treacherous, with steep cliffsides and slippery ground. It was not hard to see why this mountain was devoid of even tourists. Without chakra or a highly advanced mobility quirk, one would have to be mad to attempt to scale this mountain. Eventually, though, she reached the small clearing at the top of a plateau. It was a gorgeous sight. A small waterfall, giving way to a heated pool of crystal clear water, surrounded by thick, lush trees. It was a picture-perfect paradise, but that did not matter to her. All she had eyes for was the small form huddled on the moss-covered rock at the edge of the heated pond. She said nothing as she walked onto the water's surface to reach him. Izuku looked up, eyes puffy and red, and irises flickering constantly between a deep Sharingan crimson and bright viridian green. Without as much as a single word, she hugged him tight. He hugged her back just as tight and started sobbing once again. They're gone, and it's all my fault," wailed Izuku. Melissa held him tighter as she rubbed his back to try and calm him down. I know, but it wasn't your fault, Izuku. It couldn't have been, she whispered in his ear. Of course it was. If I was stronger, if I was faster, if I had more control over this blasted power, I could have helped Nii-san. I could have saved All Might. Yelled out Izuku, sobbing and smashing his fists uselessly in Melissa's back. There was no strength behind his strikes. Melissa bore it and kept a tight grip on Izuku, despite his trashing. It wasn't your fault. There is nothing more you could have done that you haven't already done, she said softly as she felt Izuku's strength leave him and him lean more on her. And don't blame yourself for what Katsuki did. You had no more control over his decision than you had over All Might. Izuku began sobbing again. He was my friend. We were getting better with each other. We could have fixed it. Now, he. Melissa held him tighter. I know. But whatever comes next, we'll face it. Together. Melissa's words came with such conviction, that for a moment Izuku stopped breathing. He then let out one last ragged breath as he laid his head down on Melissa's shoulder, uncaring of the position he currently found himself in. After all, this was just two friends being there for one another. Together, to the end. To the end. The words were laced with such emotion and conviction that it seemed, if only for a moment, that they could look into one another's hearts. To see each other's truest self. This was not a place for romance of half-hearted platitudes, this was a place where the strongest of bonds are formed. As he closed his eyes, no one noticed as Izuku's irises shifted through all the forms of the Sharingan and the three tomos spun themselves into the intricate pattern of the Mangekyu. It stayed that way for a bit before slowly fading, blood-red eyes of hatred giving way to green of the purest jade. The Mangekyu sealing itself as its wielder rejected its purpose, for there was no purpose to give one who walked in the light the ability to see the darkness. In a far-away hospital, Madara took a sharp intake of breath as he opened his eyes, revealing to the world two pits of red burning rage and hatred as his Mangekyu took root in them for good. He pulled himself up and donned a cloak around his bare shoulders. No one tried to stop him as he headed for the hospital exit, and there, on the steps of the hospital, clad in only a black cloak and his tattered and blooded under-armor compression suit, he gave his speech. From today, I, Rikudo, declare war on all villains. At the end the crowd cheered as Rikudo watched on with crimson eyes. Far away, in a long-forgotten bunker since before the age of quirks, an old doctor walked the ancient halls and came to a stop before a mass of wires and plumbing surrounding a tank. The whole room was cast in an unnerving shade of purple as the covering over the cylindrical tank was lifted to reveal a grotesque mass of a half-formed head, with only shadows as its body. Well, I suppose that's what happens when you get overconfident. But, as the saying goes, when at first you don't succeed, the doctor inserted a cylinder with what appeared to be a card covered with cells and twisted it. Try again, said the doctor with a grin and a maniacal laugh as sparks of black and red electricity covered the twisted husk in the pod. Chapter 36, Chapter 35 Closure. I know double upload, this not going to happen a lot. Trigger warning, mention of suicidal. The square was packed full of people. Almost anyone that was anyone of even the slightest importance to the Japanese public was there. Everyone from the Prime Minister and the Emperor to your corner department store's ordinary managers were there. That was, of course, besides the throngs of civilians and heroes that attended. It had been 3 weeks since the battle at Kamino. Only now did the site manage to look less like a war zone, but the scars remained. The gorges were cleaned of debris and any foul-smelling odors, but they were not yet filled in. Fallen buildings still ring the battlefield as rescue crews work tirelessly to try and find anyone that might be alive. The search was stopped a few days ago when all they managed to pull out for a week in a row were dismembered corpses. In the middle of it all, a small park was erected at the bottom of the massive crater that All Might's final blow produced. A small garden of serenity and tranquility amidst the ruins. It was this place that the hordes of people surrounded. At its center stood a statue of All Might, with his fist raised high in triumphant victory. Surrounding the circular walkway around his statue were 12 monoliths made of stone, more specifically, made from the basalt that I used to parry All for One's throne building. On each slab were written the names of all who died in this fight, including my mother. I felt my eyes burn, but I shoved down my rage. In the 2 weeks since I awoke, I hadn't used my Sharingan in any of its stages, bar one time. One foolish time where I declared war against villains. It hadn't hit me then, not really, that what I just did was the equivalent of pointing a loaded gun towards my foot and playing Russian roulette with the trigger. Then, of course, some supported me in my actions, but the larger community of Japanese people now looked at me like some sort of warmonger. The rest of the heroes were no different. Where before I had expected to reach top 5 before winter, now I would be lucky if I remain in the top 10, and unfortunately my escalation of the conflict stood as a possible cause for the increase in villain activity across the board. Unfortunately, even if the truth had little to do with my declaration, people often listen to the one who shouts the loudest. And all of this brings us to this moment. Here, standing at All Might's feet for the nation to gain a sense of closure after the tragedy that had just happened. Izuku was leading the procession that carried All Might's remaining ashes. It was a small amount that was able to be collected. The power of the 8 gates made short work of his body, given that he was already severely weakened. I stood silent for the entire procession. There was nothing I could do right now but wait and see. It took hours, but Aizawa stood silently by along with the rest of UA's staff and students. At the very least, Izuku was back with them. The void that Izuku's disappearance and Katsuki's apparent suicide caused almost shattered the cohesion of the group. After all, those two were the hearths of Class 1A. Looking away from where his class was standing, Aizawa directed his gaze at the lone figure standing before All Might's coffin. It was his duty to perform the final step of the ceremony. And yet, Aizawa couldn't help but feel like he had failed Madara. The atmosphere was clear. Madara was alone. The only one that stood by him was his brother, but for the people of Japan, the golden boy of hero society was no more. It was maddening to see just how fast people change their allegiance, how fast they turn on their protectors. Still, they dared not say anything out loud, even if Madara was smart enough to read between the lines. The people were uneasy and Madara's choice of attire did not help matters. Not as he was dressed in his pure midnight black armor from that fateful day, armor that he had not cleaned or fixed, armor that still had the blood of innocence on it. The red cape he donned over it covered what it could, but Aizawa was of the opinion that Madara did not wish to conceal anything, if only to bring the public to wake up to the true reality of the world. With a few movements of his hands, the coffin containing All Might's remains sunk into the ground, and on top of the place where it sunk, a small pillar of fire sprouted, casting its golden light over the surrounding area. Madara did not move. Not until everyone else had already left. Izuku stayed by his brother. It was the least he could do to show solidarity. He knew that Melissa and her father were watching them from slightly farther away. Madara was in pain, that was clear, and this time it was his turn to help. Izuku stepped forward. "Nii-san." Izuku spoke in soft tones. Even so, he could see Madara tense up as if preparing to clad his heart in steel, even if for just a moment. "Izuku," he breathed a whisper. Izuku ascended the stairs to stand side by side with him. Only now, looking at him, could Izuku see the tear streaks that crossed his brother's cheeks. From the way he was looking, he had been crying for quite a while, but the light and his proximity to the fire let nothing to be seen by any casual observer. All the people were gone. It was only Madara and Izuku here. Melissa and her father were too far away to see or hear anything clearly. "Let's go home, Ni-san. Everyone's already left." Madara was silent for a moment, and afterwards, he raised his head and looked at Izuku. Izuku could quite clearly see his stormy dark green eyes that were full of grief. It was a mark that his brother had finally given up all pretense of composure, and all that was holding him together was the last shred of his pride, though even it was falling. "What home, Izuku? I destroyed it. Mom is gone, All White is gone, and everything I have strived to achieve is crumbling before my very eyes. Where is home, Izuku? I can't seem to remember." Izuku grabbed his hand and pulled Madara in a hug. "Come on then, I'll show you." The apartment building looked dilapidated, even though others were still standing and very much intact. Though, it was to be expected, after all their old home was the first place All for One's goons had hit in their search for their mother. At least it was better than the housing for those under hero protection. That apartment was completely destroyed. Izuku watched as his brother moved through the remains of their apartment, running his hands over the walls and looking at old pictures. Izuku and his mother had been allowed to move back after the media had calmed down. His mother had made a request, saying that the apartment they had been given didn't feel like home to her. "Do you remember this?" Izuku turned back to see what Madara was asking about. He held a picture of their entire family. It was one they had taken after the sports festival had ended. Izuku still had a massive grin on his face, something that Madara easily mirrored. His face looked softer than it did now, but that was to be expected. After all, no one can go through what they had and come out the same in the end. Izuku walked up to his brother and took the picture frame from the table it was sitting on, running his hands over it to remove some of its accumulated dust. He was right. This was the picture they had taken together with All Might in his Yagi Toshinori form. "I do," whispered Izuku. Izuku looked up from the picture and fixed his eyes on his brother. "You can't keep blaming yourself, elder brother. It wasn't your fault." It was an old mantra by now, but Izuku felt like he had to say it. Especially now that his brother had awakened the cursed eyes that he had warned him about so long ago. "Still feels like it, even if I know in my head that there was nothing I could have done to prevent what happened, my heart still wonders if I could have done something different." Izuku was silent. He just stood there and waited for his brother to say his goodbyes. They weren't taking anything from that house. No pictures, no memories, nothing. That house was their only remaining tie to the past. It had to be severed lest it keep old wounds too raw and open. The moment they were out of the building, the demolition charges went off. The past was buried and the world still turned. "We finally arrived at our destination. UA. Originally, I had planned to use my tower as my home as well as my base of operations. My actions in the past few days, however, have put a damper on things. Japan is still reeling, and soon enough the villainous underbelly of society will begin to stir. Had to be ready for the avalanche of people and organizations that wanted all for one's throne as the king of evil. To do that, I needed a place to relax. It is fortunate that I'm still on good enough terms with Nizu for him to allow me a place on campus." A shout brought me out of my musings. Looking up, I see a mass of students barrel towards Izuku. Most of them were crying, and Izuku was crying alongside them. It seemed like an almost sacred moment, one I had no intention of interrupting. This being said, it wasn't long before they began noticing me. It was telling that their posture changed immediately. I decided to nip it in the bud before it turned out even more awkward. "Hello." They stiffened and seemed unwilling to answer. "Okay, that's enough," came a familiar voice. If it wasn't for the fact that I was carrying Mime and Izuku's luggage, I would have let my shoulders sag with relief as Izuku made his presence felt. "Sensei. Madara will be staying with us for the foreseeable future," said Izuku in a no-nonsense tone. Lita had his hand in the air immediately. "Will he be attending UA alongside Izuku?" "No. He is here mostly as an additional form of security, though I imagine that he will be busy enough at Might Tower, so don't harass him. Treat him as you will any other teacher. He just so happens to be your age." "So that means that Izuku will be coming back to school with us?" asked the blonde, Kaminari. "Yeah, though I may be needed in the field from time to time," confirmed Izuku. The class cheered again and picked him up and carried him inside. Izuku was laughing all the way. I noticed Izuku approaching me. "How are you?" I gave him a look. "What do you mean? Don't play dumb. You know exactly what I mean. So, how are you holding up?" This time I let myself sag a bit. "I don't know, better. It's still too early to tell, and there's so much to do that I haven't even begun to process all that's happened properly. You know that you can request help. I don't think that Hound Dog will turn you away if you ask him." I smiled at Izuku's concern and shook my head. "There's too much to do. I have to ensure that all Might had worked for won't come crashing down the moment the dust settles. On another note, how's Melissa doing?" "Fine. There weren't any problems integrating her with 3A, though she'll have to take the provisional license exam with the first years, there shouldn't be any problems. Good, that's good. If you need me, you know where to find me, right? Aizawa nodded. I dropped my bags and began walking towards the forested area nearby. I needed to be alone for a while, to find my center. I will allow myself this small luxury. The sound of clashing steel echoed through the training hall. Nearly 40 pairs of eyes watched transfixed as Izuku and Melissa danced together under the ever-watchful gaze of Madara. Aizawa had to admit that the daughter of David Shield had surprised him. Her had honestly thought that she would be like her father, a support technician. However, seeing her like this, dueling what could be reasonably called one of the strongest fighters in Japan now, all doubt vanished from Aizawa. It was even more impressive because Izuku was going at her with his full strength. It was evident that Izuku was the strongest and fastest of the two, though that didn't deter her. Melissa had technique and finesse on her side that would make more than a few pro heroes jealous. "They're still going at it?" asked a voice from the doorway behind the stands. Aizawa turned to greet Vlad. As it was usual in the Aizawa fashion, he simply grunted an affirmative. "How long have they been at it now?" 3 hours, maybe a little bit more, answered Aizawa. Vlad let out an impressed-sounding grunt of his own. Aizawa didn't blame him. It was impressive, especially considering that at the level they had been continuously fighting, not even top pro heroes could have sustained the same rhythm. "Those kids are nuts, even by UA standard," noted Vlad as Melissa displayed an impressive mastery of acrobatics that were needed to dodge the high-speed strikes of Izuku. Aizawa didn't disagree. Looking at the spectator benches, it was clear that he wasn't alone with Vlad in his assessment. "The way she is fighting, it reminds me of Izuku when he first got his chakra. Could it be that she is a chakra wielder as well?" That was a frightening thought. 2 chakra wielders have already proven to be a grave threat to any would-be villain, and in the same vein, a threat to the stability of Japan itself. To add another one to their ranks and so soon after All Might's defeat was suspicious. No, they didn't add her just now. Those kind of skills need years of training and discipline for one to acquire. It is not something that can be just learned in a month or two. And because she is a possible chakra wielder, that means that she must be quirkless. Did Madara plan this all along? It was a scary thought, but not an absurd one. Madara has shown himself to be particularly resourceful when it comes to long-term plans like that. It would not be beyond his skills to ensure that Melissa Shield walks down a path where she could gather as much of the necessary training for her to truly bloom when given access to chakra. With a final clash, the duel came to an end as the training saber in Melissa's hands shattered under Izuku's heavy blows. Aizawa pushed himself off the wall and headed down to the arena. Now that the spectacle was over, the real training could begin. "Man, I'm beat," said Kaminari as he flopped onto the couch in the dorm common room. "I know what you mean," replied Kirishima. Kaminari perked up at the unnaturally gloom tone of Kirishima's voice. He wasn't the only one, as Mina, Momo, and others also took note of the slight undertone of sadness that seemed to permeate his very being. "Okay, enough of that. Eijiro, I forbid you from being gloomy," yelled out Mina. "Okay, sure," came the droll response. Mina frowned and pouted. Momo, the ever-diplomat, stepped in to mediate the situation. "I know that you miss Bakugo, but you can't go on like this." "Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. It's just, I hoped that he would come back with Midoriya, either of them." "I mean, you can't really believe that he..." "You know," said Kirishima. The rest of the class present winced a bit. Bakugo and All Might were still open wounds as far as they were concerned, and not something that you brought us over dinner. "I don't know. We only knew him for a couple of months, but Izuku said that it wasn't true, and he was childhood friends with him, so he's got to know, right? Said Mina. The others hesitantly nodded, not wanting to even entertain the idea that the proud hero student that is Bakugo Katsuki would do something like kill himself over this. I guess you're right, admitted Kirishima. Great. Now we have to talk about the new girl that Izuku's been hanging around, said Mina, successfully changing the subject. I know, right, she's so awesome, said Kaminari. And strong. I mean, did you see how she pinned Izuku to the floor at the end yet? But he reversed the situation really fast, though you're right. She's got mad skills with that sword. Guys, are you thinking what I am thinking? The rest of the night was spent doing in the typical teenage gossip-mongering fashion, with the members of Class 1A being oblivious to their hidden stalker. Madara pushed himself off the wall with a small smile. After all, it was a good idea to unwind some, and what better way to do that than by picking up on gossip and using it as blackmail against his little brother. The license exam came soon enough. It was interesting to see the reactions of all the different schools and students as my brother and I descended from the bus. It was fun for a while, and afterwards it simply became annoying. The exam went well, even though Class 1A was one member short, though that would be fixed soon enough. It was a shame that Todoroki's previous behavior came to haunt him and cost him his license, but that was only a temporary setback, not something truly career-ending. Afterwards I returned to Might Tower. I wasted enough time and villains won't catch themselves. I will continue the task that All Might left for me, undoubted by what others think of me. For I am the hero they need, not the one they desire. High in the mountains of Japan, Katsuki had just passed his own test. He was proud of what he had accomplished in the 3 weeks since that day he decided to change the course of his life for good. You are finally ready, intoned the old man to be inducted into the order. Katsuki grinned. This was his start line. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Lotus Mark. In the dead of night, 2 cars sped towards the old industrial center. They stopped in front of a warehouse. From one car exited the villain twice and a young man with a beak-like mask from the other. So this is your place, how quaint, said the young man in an unimpressed tone. Shut up. No. Sorry, no I'm not. The young man ignored Twice's ramblings as he continued towards the building. Fortunately, Twice still had the presence of mind to open it. Inside the building the remainder of the League of Villains waited as the young man entered. So, who did you bring us today? Twice asked. Magni. Shigaraki stepped forwards. I know him. My master showed me a picture of him once. He is the young head of the Shihasaikai. Kai Chisaki, a Yakuza. A Yakuza, what are they? Asked Toga, who was still nursing her injured arm. Allow me to explain, began Compress back before quirks became a thing. The underground was run by a multitude of different groups, the Yakuza being among them. Nowadays though, most are relics barely scraping by. With the rise of heroes and especially All Might, organized crime became more or less dead. The shouldn't you be celebrating? Yakuza boy asked Magna mockingly. We indeed have reason to celebrate All Might's death, but not everything is about him anyways, said the young man in a measured tone. What is more important is the death of the Emperor of Darkness, All for One himself. The change in mood was palpable as Shigaraki pushed himself off the wall and began stalking forward. So you know who my master is, then I assume you are here to join us. Nothing so presumptuous. After all, while All for One didn't leave behind a clear air, All Might most certainly did. The atmosphere chilled. They all knew whom they were talking about. Or should I say his recent actions have forced most of the usual investors in our type of business away, and his crackdowns have begun to hurt more and more criminal groups. It won't be long until they too will be forced in hiding, said the young man. His words were met with silence. To that end, I propose a partnership between our two groups, he finally said. Shigaraki stalked forward. You come here, refuse to acknowledge me as my master's successor, and you still have the gall to propose a partnership, he asked menacingly. The young man shrugged. We don't know each other. We don't know each other's goals. My goal is the destruction of Hero Society. To tear down all that All Might built and his brats along with it, said Shigaraki, cuttingly. Well then, can you please tell me how do you plan on achieving such a mighty feat? That's simple, I'll gather my army and crush anyone that stands in my way, blurted out Shigaraki. So, in truth you have no plan then, and besides, how do you plan on taking down Rikudo himself? Not even All for One could defeat him, and he's still a boy. He still has room to grow, and that's without taking into account his brother, whom All for One named One for All. There was silence in the warehouse as Shigaraki finally reached up to scratch his neck. We're done here. See him out. Think about what I've said. With your brand and my plan we could turn society upside down. It was nighttime in a small harbor in the north of Japan. A single small boat was approaching the dock in total darkness. This is it? asked a middle-aged gangster with 4 arms. This is it, confirmed the tattooed Chinese man standing next to him. Good. It is, as always, a pleasure doing business with you, said the 4-armed man as he handed the triad member a black case. And we with you. If I may, I must say that all this secrecy and security is a bit much, don't you think? The 4-armed man growled at that. I am sure you have a good reason for it, said the triad, quickly backtracking, but the demon and All Might are finally dead. And with all the chaos going around, I would have thought that security measures may have been a bit relaxed. The 4-armed man resumed his usual expression, if with a slight annoyance at the triad member. Usually they would be, but my client was adamant that whatever is in this case is too dangerous to fall into the hands of the heroes, Rikudo especially. The triad member was silent before mentally shrugging and depositing the silver briefcase in his other hand on the ground. The head smuggler bent down and confirmed the payment just as the fishing boat docked. That boat will take you several miles off the coast where a seaplane is waiting for you. Very well. Until we meet again, then. Until we meet again. As soon as the boat departed, the 4-armed man breathed a sigh of relief. Another job well done. He called the sole number on the burner phone he was given. It's done. The ones on the other end didn't even bother to respond as they closed the line. The man crushed the phone in his hand and tossed the remains in the water. Just as he was about to head back, a strong arm snaked around his neck and covered his mouth and nose. Before he could react, a strong electric current coursed through his body and knocked him unconscious. The smuggler's body fell limp to the ground. As I looked around, could see that my shadow clones were mopping up the others in this smuggling gang and cataloging any and all evidence to their activities that they could find. I was pretty fortunate to find out about this smuggling ring. Ever since the event, organized crime has seen a significant uptake. While it was true that there had been a surge of low-level crime that happened right after said event, that quickly went away as order was established. Despite the massive crater where Kamino used to be, there has been enough of the status quo preserved so that society could get back on track fairly easily. Unfortunately, with All for One and All Might dead, the blocks put in place against organized crime were suddenly lifted. As a result, there has been an influx of gangs, new and old, that have begun to try and profit from this. Another shadow clone landed next to me and handed me a briefcase before he dispelled himself. I frowned at the newly received knowledge. It would seem that Overhaul's group was further along than expected if they have the pull required to hire such an experienced smuggling gang. And to deal with the triad no less. Japanese criminal culture was isolationist to a great degree. They were against interfering with the outside world more than they absolutely needed to, but they were also fiercely territorial, with even bitter rivals fighting against outsiders together. In fact, I suspect that this quirk of their culture is what prevented All for One from fucking off to South America or Africa and building an empire the usual route. Note that I'm not complaining about it, but his unusual propensity to infiltrate governments and societies with secret cabals loyal to him was beginning to grate on my nerves. Not that I had many nerves to grate left. Shaking my head, I pushed any unnecessary thoughts out of my mind and focused. The package was retrieved and none was the wiser to it. Now, let's see what exactly this particular Yakuza fossil is planning to do. For Izuku, the past month had been mostly peaceful. Well, as peaceful as one could get in this day and age. It still hurt that he no longer had a home besides the small room at the mountain compound where he and his brother developed Mjolnir. It hurt even more that he could no longer pick up his phone and call his mom and tell her about his day. He still had nightmares about that night. In a way, it was almost insulting how quickly the world had returned to a degree of normalcy in the aftermath of the battle at Kamino. Nevertheless, it still felt wrong to not hear All Might's familiar "I am here" shout first thing on Wednesday morning as they entered the training fields. At least Melissa was there to help with the pain, even if his brother wasn't. Izuku decided to stop that train of thought before it went any darker. He had already been the subject of an intervention by Mina and Melissa, with Tokoyami accusing him of exuding darkness that ate away at the light or whatever it meant. The dorms instituted by the school at least managed to mitigate most of his and his classmates' mental problems. Still, Kirishima had yet to return to his usual bubbly self and Mina was constantly hovering around him. The lack of a blonde-haired yelling ball of anger management issues was sorely missed. Still, Izuku couldn't afford to lose himself in fantasies. Katsuki was gone, at least for the moment, despite how it grated him to know that his letters weren't suicide notes and having to keep it quiet. His classmates will pull themselves together. This Izuku knew. They were a resilient bunch, even if a bit odd. He still couldn't explain how Aoyama managed to actually look even more chipper and happy after this ordeal, but it may just be the way he dealt with loss. Izuku bounced off the ground and retook his stance, managing to parry the sword strike with his gunbei and attempting to counterattack. Unfortunately, Melissa just danced out of his way. This is unfair. How did you even get this good at Kenjutsu?" grunted out Izuku. Melissa giggled. "Talent and hard work, I suppose. What is it you told me with chakra? Nothing is impossible." Yeah, I remember. Now let's move on. I served enough as your punching bag. Okay. Melissa dropped her stance and returned the sword to her scabbard. Izuku moved to the nearby bench and tossed her a bottle of water and a towel before setting down his gunbei and retrieving a water bottle for himself. "So, how is it going with Black Whip?" asked Melissa as she came to hit near him. Izuku shrugged his shoulders before making a so-and-so motion with his hand. "It's weird. They're not that different from the chains of heaven, but it's like they're more responsive and yet, at the same time they're not. Also they make an excellent substitute for scribing seals with chakra." Melissa frowned. "Isn't that good though? You don't have to waste chakra on scribing seals." "Not really, I mean not right now. If it was back when I just started chakra training, then maybe, but scribing in the air takes a relatively insignificant amount of chakra and I don't have the best control over Black Whip. It'll be great for maneuvers, though. And weapons. Now I have a true non-lethal replacement for the chains of heaven," said Izuku with a happy tone. Melissa smiled. I'm glad it's going good for you. You seem happier than I've seen you in some time. Yet, well, I managed to get in touch with the vestiges last night, and All Might was there, so I cried myself out in there, said Izuku with a tinge of nervousness in his voice. If you weren't so sweaty, I'd hug you right now. Hey! The two devolved into laughter at the joke. After all, they had been training with resistance seals and without active chakra support, so their clothes were caked with sweat and grime from fighting each other. Not that they cared. Izuku was just happy to not be alone in the moment, and he was somewhat glad to be away from Kirishima's moping. He hoped that it won't devolve into full-blown depression. His entire class and Aizawa watched for even the slightest hint of that. No one wanted an actual suicide on their hands. So, about the work studies, Melissa began. What about them? Have you decided where to go? Izuku paused in drinking his water. He had originally wanted to go and join Madara in cleaning up what remained of All for One's known associates in Japan. Those that hadn't been taken in after All Might and All for One's first battle were now bereaved of all support that the Emperor of Darkness could have provided. That, and with Japan collective rage turned towards them, and now that All for One was gone, it was quite easy to arrest them and then ransack their house's business in search of evidence. But this won't last. People were already moving on, now that the last funeral service for those that had lost their lives as a result of the battle was over. That path was closed to him. Apparently UA had decided that only agencies with a reputable track record of good internships could take on students in work studies. Mighty Agency, formerly All Might's, now his brother's, was unfortunately not one of them, and they were unwilling to waive that rule, even for Izuku. No, said Izuku, somewhat depressed. Melissa sighed. Maybe you could ask Gran Torino or Nitai. That's it, yelled Izuku as he jumped to his feet with a smile. Melissa was confused. Thank you, Mel. You're a lifesaver, said Izuku as he gave her a quick hug and then bolted out the door. Melissa remained there dumbfounded until the light bulb clicked in her head as well. Mirio didn't know what to think when Sir Nitai called him and told him to bring a first-year student to his agency. It was even more unusual because Sir didn't even give him the student's name, only a place and time where he was to meet up with this mysterious first year. It was quite unexpected to see one of the Midoriya brothers there, all dressed up in his armor. For a moment he even struggled to say anything. Hello, senpai. I am Izuku Midoriya. Mirio kept his smile only out of sheer habit. What could Sir possibly want with one of the Midoriya brothers? Not that he had anything against them or anything, but during his internship with the elder brother he saw that his and Nitai's relationship was strained, and as much as he would like to see only the best in his mentor, Mirio was aware of Nitai's weak spot for All Might and what he considered to be his legacy. Don't worry, senpai, there's nothing nefarious going on here, said Izuku with a smile. What do you mean by that? Asked Mirio, genuinely confused at the sudden description of his thoughts. Ni-san and Nitai didn't have the best of starts, but we reconciled. The death of someone we all held dear would do that, said Izuku sadly. Again, Mirio felt a stab of pain in his chest. Was he really that obvious? No, but when you have as much experience dealing with those of the silent stoic type like my brother, you usually get what they're thinking without them saying it out loud, said Izuku. Mirio's smile faltered. This is one scary kid. Haha, I'm sure. Anyhow, I'm Mirio Togata, hero name Lemillion. Are you ready to leave now, or do you want to change? Asked Mirio, hoping to steer the conversation to easier topics. What's wrong with what I have on now? Asked Izuku. Mirio looked at him. It really didn't fit to have his cute, almost babyish face sticking out of a suit of armor that wouldn't look out of place on one of the old dark superheroes from the pre-Quirk era film that Tamaki usually watched. Nothing, of course, I just thought that you might want to dress a bit more inconspicuously, given that we'll be taking the train to Sir's agency, said Mirio. Izuku seemed to consider this and nod. Be right back. Nightai was surprised when Izuku contacted him to ask for a position as a work-studies intern at his agency. To be frank, he would have suspected that he would choose his brother. Still, seeing as UA was unwilling to relax its stringent requirements for which pro-hero agency could take on interns, it warmed his heart to know that he was considered above all others by Izuku for his internship. As Izuku stepped into the office, Nightai allowed himself a slight smile. He quickly took note of Mirio's strained expression. As unfortunate as it was that he was being kept in the dark, it was a necessary precaution when dealing with the insanity that usually followed the Midoriya brothers. Thank you for accepting me, sir. It's an honor, said Tsuku sincerely. It was my pleasure. Now, when we spoke, you told me that you wanted to gain experience in certain matters. Could you elaborate, asked Nightai. Izuku nodded and lost his cheery smile, his face turning blank and his eyes gaining a glint of steel that never failed to send a shiver down Nightai's spine. It felt unnatural for this kind boy to seal away his hearth under a mountain of ice-cold steel. Izuku gave Mirio a look. Mirio, wait outside please. I'll call you back inside once we're done here, said Nightai. He could see the slight shock and hurt on Mirio's face, and Nightai felt like shit. Once he left, Izuku began to speak. Need to learn how to investigate and take down organized crime rings. While Ni-san is good at that, he's not the best. You helped All Might rip apart All for One's operations before. You're the best for this, said Izuku factually. Nightai nodded. You are correct. In the past several weeks, we have seen an increase in activity, particularly in the old crime syndicates, said Nightai. Izuku went to speak, but Nightai cut him off. And it's not just Japanese crime rings that are moving. Izuku shut his mouth with a click and took a seat in the chair in front of Nightai's desk. What do you mean by this, asked Izuku. Madara has not told you, asked Nightai, surprised. He has not confirmed, Izuku. Nightai observed him. It was a jarring change from the time before to see him like this now. Continue, please, said Izuku, but Nightai knew that it was a command. Very well. Since the death of All for One, it would appear that his international allies have begun to jockey amongst themselves for control over AFO's empire, and they are not always subtle. In Japan though, it would seem that old groups like the Yakuza have begun resurfacing. The group that my agency is investigating is one of these Yakuza groups called the Shihasaikai. Their leader is known as Overhaul, and in the last couple of weeks, they have begun an aggressive drug export operation, seeking ties with the Triad and even the mob bosses of Vladivostok. With the chaos that is beginning to brew all across the world, most big hero associations are focusing on the big players as well as rooting out corrupted agents of All for One. Izuku nodded. It was the expected response, but in his mind, he was doubtful. If the big players were such a problem, why is Nightai focusing so heavily on this small Yakuza group? Surely contact with other underground syndicates wouldn't warrant such actions. No, there was something more here. Why are you targeting this Yakuza group, asked Izuku. Up until 3 weeks ago, it was being run by the old boss. He was someone we could deal with and he knew his place. It certainly helped that he had a strong code of morals and he was more interested in helping others get out of the crime life than he was in profits or power. What happened to him? He fell ill. Or at least that is what my contact said before he went dark. And this happened right after Overhaul assumed command, didn't it, asked Izuku. Precisely. That was also the time when the entire group shifted in their stance. They began marketing their own version of Trigger, and an improved one at that, one that reaches close to the triggers sold in America, said Nitai. Izuku leaned back in his chair as his mind raced with possibilities. The movements of the Yakuza leadership were suspect, but in the current climate, ultimately minor and reasonably expected. After all, there were bigger fish to fry than a small-time Yakuza remnant. However, this sudden production of high-quality triggers shows some worrying signs. There's more, isn't it? Asked Izuku. Nitai nodded. This past week, we have received reports of a drug that is capable of temporarily stopping a hero's quirk. When apprehended, the villains were oddly adamant about keeping the source of this newfound drug a secret. Fortunately, we were able to get our hands on a dealer. And you found your link to the improved trigger distribution network, surmised Izuku. Correct. The dealer in question was just a small fry, but he had connections, and he was trusted enough that some of his higher UPS trusted him enough to sell this drug in their name to people he trusted to keep their mouths shut, said Nitai. I see, but I still don't get how you linked this new drug to the Hasaikai. On another note, did you even manage to capture some of this drug for analysis? Asked Izuku. We have not, however. The Hasaikai is our most promising lead, and they are small enough to use as a practical lesson for you, said Nitai. Izuku nodded, withholding a cringe. It still felt wrong to throw his, admittedly small, weight around to get what he wants, but he told himself that it was necessary. Especially now that All Might and All for One was gone. Changes were taking place in the high tower of what was formerly known as Might Tower. The first to go was the globe-shaped ornament on top of the tower. It still sparked outrage. I sighed as I thought about the protest last week. In a way, people were doing all they could to cling to the memory of All Might. However, despite a somewhat rocky public perception after my blunder, most people understood it to result from my injuries incurred after fighting All for One. I will not alter that perception of events. It suits me far better than the truth. Turning back from the window, I took in the mass of holographic displays. I had several active cases, and keeping track of them took a lot of work. I am somewhat glad for all this technology to aid me. In the past month I have noticed something highly distressing. My vision is beginning to wane. True, with the Sharingan I could still see clearly, but the edges of my vision were just out of focus enough that my field of view has narrowed. Not by much, certainly not enough to be noticeable day to day, but it was still unsettling. I didn't use my Mangekyou much after the battle, only enough to get a grip over its activation, but the damage was already done. I'll estimate that I could do what I did at Kamino 3, maybe 4 more times before I go blind, and considering that Izuku possesses no Sharingan of his own. No, I won't go there. If I am to go blind, so be it. I will not propagate the curse of hatred by stealing my brother's eyes for the meager possibility that I may achieve eternal sight. I haven't told Izuku about this yet. This is not something that he needs to know right now. This burden is mine to bear alone, and I will not take what little peace my brother has for the sake of this world. The power of my Mangekyou will be enough, however little or long it lasts. With the technology at my disposal, I can easily create clones of my eyes, and even if the Sharingan will be lost to me, I am still more than capable of fighting without these eyes, so won't worry too much. All need is enough time to right the world and eradicate All for One's remaining allies. After that, I can rest. Now though, the mission awaits. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, The Curious Case of the Shihasaki. I stood on top of a high-rise in Tokyo City, waiting for my fellow hero, Hawks, to arrive. While I wouldn't call us friends, I could most certainly make the case for colleagues. Ever since my brother's internship several months ago, we have been cooperating on a number of high-profile cases with ties abroad. These cases were of particular interest to the Hero Public Safety Commission, seeing as they implicated some notorious smuggling groups that were rumored to have immunity even from the Interpol and the World Hero Association. My interest in these had more to do with the fact that they were part of AFO's mid-level underling circles. More precisely, they were his procurers. Seeing how most of them had a solid grip on the flesh and quirk trade, they could bring him new and exotic quirks, while also making a profit of the selling of newly quirkless people on the slave markets of Indochina. We spent some time rooting out their bases and operatives from the border control staff in Japan. After all, one couldn't leave the enemy a source of resupply. By the time Kamino rolled around, I'd mostly cleaned house, with only the lesser and slightly more moral, i.e. no slave trade groups remaining in operation. Now though, it seems as if the Yakuza are making some interesting inquiries into the parts of this former network that mostly dealt with cargo shipments of drugs. I sensed a new presence approaching me. As I turned my eyes in the direction of the sensation, I was greeted with the sight of Hawks arriving at our meeting spot. "Hawks," I greeted. "Rikudu," replied Hawks. "So, what's this about? Tell me, have you heard about the new drug going around the black market, the one rumored to take away quirks?" I ask. "Yes, somewhat." "Why?" asked Hawks somewhat defensively. "Last night I intercepted a smuggling operation that was trying to get this shipped to the Triads," I said as I produced a single red bullet tightly sealed in a styrofoam container. Hawks took the container and opened it, looking at the bullet in surprise. "How did you get your hands on this?" I busted down the door of 3 drug dealer dens and never found more than mere rumors about these, asked Hawks. This was what they were trying to sell. I need your help to dig out their distribution lines. You know the supplier then? Only somewhat. I suspect that the Yakuza group known as the Shihasaikai is behind this, but you know how these things are, I said, shrugging. Hawks nodded. I too do it. Do you want me to look for incriminating evidence or something more specific? No, just to stop them and to get every bullet like this off the market. I don't really care with what they're loaded. We don't need any more scandals among heroes. I'll speak with Nitai about taking them down. After all, they are supposed to be under his watch, I said. Hawks nodded and left. Even though our relationship started off rough, I knew I could trust him in this matter. He was, after all, one of the few heroes that had an actual intelligence network that was good enough for what I was asking him to do. These new bullets had to be stopped, and fast. I could not afford to have division among the pro-hero ranks. Not so soon after the loss of All Might. As I looked over the light-filled night skyline of Tokyo City, I couldn't help but sigh. Even if it wasn't visible on the surface, I could almost see the underground roiling and bubbling up through the cracks of law enforcement and heroes. Now that the chaos of those first few weeks without a solid leadership within the hero and villain ranks were winding down, many saw new opportunities without the restrictions formerly imposed on them. This being said, the thing that scared me the most is that we have somehow lost track of the remaining League of Villains. Now that Twice was free of his mental trauma, it is imperative that he is taken out. Captured, killed, it matters little, but that quirk cannot be allowed to exist any longer under villain control. Who knows when Shigaraki might decide to unleash an army of cloned Nomu on a city? Suddenly, my senses picked up on a disturbance. With a flex of my chakra, I was gone, leaving a bright blue trail as I streaked through the sky. For Izuku, the first days of his internship went well, all things considered. There were no major villain attacks, no resurfacing of the League, no nothing. It was making Izuku slightly nervous, if he was to be fair. All seemed to have fallen in place too easily. The only noteworthy thing to have happened in the past week would be the capture of some quirk-destroying bullets from a smuggling ring. Still, it was nothing that really tied the creation of these new bullets to the Shihasaikai. Heck, even the DNA that was recovered from the contents of the bullets matched none on record. Even so, they had enough evidence for a raid on their facilities should it be needed soon. After all, making and distributing trigger is illegal in Japan, and they busted open enough drug distribution rings to gather enough evidence as to who their suppliers were. No move was made against the Hasaikai. Not without figuring out if they truly have anything to do with the creation of the quirk-destroying bullets. So, to stave off the mind-numbing boredom that usually accompanied a long period of sitting on one's hands and waiting for the other pieces to fall in together, Izuku was sent out on patrol through the city. Though, calling it a patrol would be a bit much. In truth, it was a glorified parade that had Izuku strut about the streets to let people gawk at him. It was in times like these that he was grateful for Mirio's presence on these so-called patrols. After all, people were less willing to accost him if he was with another hero students while they were on patrol. I just wish that something would happen already, thought Izuku as he smiled and waved at the nth person he met today. I have to admit, it's not often that I get as much attention from people on the street, said Mirio once they were far enough away from the civilians. You still have time to make your fanbus, and you should know that it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Mirio grimaced. Izuku snorted in his head. He was undoubtedly aware, but he still welcomed the invitation to small talk. So, any plans for the weekend, seeing as we're unlikely to make much progress in the investigation, asked Izuku. Miro shrugged. Not really, I figured I'd stay here and bother Nitai for something to do. That is, unless I'm intruding on something. Loco shook his head while trying not to cringe at the tone Mirio used. It was true that he was taking up a lot of Nitai's time, but he had to admit that learning from him was much more efficient than learning from the teachers at UA. Especially considering that what he needed to learn was oftentimes far in advance of what his classmates were doing. No, I'm taking a break this weekend. I plan to go see Madara at Might Tower. Maybe drag him off for some brother bonding activities. You mean you're bored, and you want to go and have violent fun? I completely understand, said Mirio with a laugh. Loco smiled, and as he was about to respond, his senses flared, alerting him just before a small white-haired little girl slammed into his leg. Time seemed to have crawled to a halt for just a moment as the child fell, but Izuku was quick to respond, crouching down and catching the girl to keep her from injuring herself by falling on the pavement. Are you okay? Izuku trailed off as he looked at the small girl. The first thing he noticed was that she was barefoot. The second were the bandages wrapped around her arms and legs. As he moved his hand to help her, she flinched hard. Izuku was startled by this reaction and off balance just enough to not notice the man that emerged from the alley. Now, Eri, let's not make problems for the heroes. As soon as the child heard the voice, she closed the gap between her and Izuku and grabbed hold of Izuku's Haori, resting her cheek against the metal of his Mjolnir armor. I'm sorry for my daughter bumping into you, I hope that she wasn't a bother. Izuku looked up at the man that had emerged from the alleyway. In front of him stood Kai Chisaki, the new leader of the Shihasaikai, and the target of their investigation. Oh, it wasn't a bother, honestly, we should be the ones apologizing for bumping into your daughter, said Mirio as he attempted to defuse the situation. I must say, I wasn't expecting someone so famous to be patrolling around these parts, one for all. And your partner must be new then, said Chisaki. That's quite all right. I was honestly just taking a stroll through the area on my way to see an old friend, replied Izuku, regaining his composure. It would not do to spook Chisaki now. As he did so, he carefully enveloped the trembling little girl in his arms, infusing calming thoughts into his chakra aura. He also carefully snipped a few hairs from the girl's hair. Something told him that these will be invaluable later. Well, at any rate, thank you for your services, heroes. Eri, come. The little girl, Eri as Izuku now knew her name to be, only tightened her little fists around the fabric of his battle cloak. Please. Don't go. Izuku tightened his hold on her as he heard the mumbled words. Your daughter seems to not want to let go, said Izuku, not letting go of her either. She just received a scolding. She has been a bad girl recently, stated Chisaki frostily. And the bandages on her arms and legs. She likes to play a lot, and she's very clumsy. A child like her, to be trembling like this while silent, it looks quite suspicious, Mr. Chisaki, if you would. For a moment he was silent, before sighing. I do apologize, but would you mind stepping out of the street? I do not like to air my family's dirty laundry in public. That's fine, said Luko as he scooped the little girl in Tony's arms. In the same motion, he arranged his battle cloak, so that the hilt of the tanto trapped to his lower back was clearly visible, and at the same time, he used the opportunity to slip a small tracking seal in Eri's hair and mark another one on her clothes. As they followed Chisaki into the dark side street, Mirio remained silent. He was preparing for any sort of hostile action from Chisaki. Meanwhile, Izuku was already charging up AIAs just in case. He knew that Mirio was capable of phasing through it, so if it came to battle, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage in terms of offensive strength. Lately, I've been having all sorts of problems with Eri. She absolutely refuses to listen to me, even when she is aware that her actions have consequences. As he said the last word, Chisaki's hand moved to take off his left glove and his killing intent spiked. Izuku was instantly ready to activate the shield, but before he could, he felt Eri wiggle her way free of his arms, drop to the ground and run off after Chisaki. Oh, done with your little temper tantrum already? The little girl just nodded, eyes never straying from the floor. Izuku stood there, looking dumbfounded as the two disappeared into the shadows. It's best that we let them go. They might already be suspicious considering that you're here, let's. Miro yelped and stumbled back as a fist made a crater but a few centimeters in front of his face. Yes, let's, replied Izuku through grinding teeth. Mirio just nodded, too frightened by the violent action and the slight burst of dark killing intent that Izuku radiated for a moment. He just wordlessly followed Izuku back to Nitai's agency. As they made their way through the underground tunnels of the compound, Chisaki was mad. He gained some measure of satisfaction from killing the buffoon that let Eri escape, but it did little to quench his anger. One for all. Motherfucking one for all, the twin brother to that monster Rikudo and a monster in his own right was here, patrolling the streets. He would bet the Shihasaikai itself that wasn't a coincidence, not with Nitai's agency so close to their main base of operation. Sir, what's our next move? Asked Chrono. Our next move: lock down all we can and prepare to evacuate as soon as possible. I already had my doubts when I heard that the shipment hadn't reached the Triads on schedule, but now I'm certain that it's because one of the heirs of All Might interfered. But sir, didn't we plan for their interference? Asked Chrono. Not so soon. Boss! Called out Mimic. What is it? The League called. They say that Shigaraki wants a face-to-face, and soon, said Mimic. Chisaki nodded. Get Eri to her room and check for any trackers. With those two sniffing around, we can't take any chances. Upon their return to the agency, an emergency meeting was held as they waited for the DNA sequencer to finish cataloging the DNA from the hair that Izuku managed to get off the little girl. The database check came up empty. Whomever this little girl is, there are no records of her birth, said Bubble Girl. She is evidently abused. Those actions aren't the actions of a misbehaving child, even a scolded one. Even more telling is the fact that she didn't have any shoes, said Izuku. Despite his calm tone, he was still fuming inside. He knew that he had no real evidence against Chisaki at the time, and technically he had no right to remove Eri from his care without a warrant, but in his heart, he still felt as if he failed her. I will reach out to several other heroes that can help us determine the location of this little girl. At the very least we should keep track of her as best we can, said Nightai. That won't be necessary. I already placed 2 tracking seals on her. As soon as I get in range, I'll sense them, said Izuku. Just then, a knock was heard at the door. Come in, called out Nightai. Excuse me, sir, but the results are ready, said Centipeder. He handed Nightai a tablet with the results. Izuku, curious to see them as well, craned his neck to see the screen. The DNA results were a 100% match. For the DNA found in the quirk-destroying bullets that had been captured not even a few days prior. Izuku felt ice flow through his body as his mind processed the implications of this discovery. Chisaki, that bastard, is using his own daughter's blood for his sick drugs. While Izuku wouldn't have put it like this, he agreed with the outrage that was present in Mirio's tone. This just became a matter of grave importance. We need to gather enough heroes to gain sufficient evidence to have the Hassaikai permanently shut down, said Nightai coldly. All Izuku could do was nod. This was the first time he was confronted with such evil. It won't be the last, and he had every intention to ensure that Kai Chisaki either rotted away in Tartarus or his head was mounted on a spike. The room was packed up with heroes. They were mostly low rankers, but there were a few exceptions. Among them were Gran Torino, Eraserhead, Ryukyu, and 2 UA students, Uraraka and Azui. Of course, the UA Big Three were there as well in their capacity as interns to multiple pro heroes. Door opened and in walked Nightai. The 2 who followed him brought a wave of silence across the room as the gravity of the situation dawned on them. Please be seated. We have much to discuss, said Nightai. The people in the room took their assigned seats, each of them paying attention to the 2 newcomers in the room. Izuku, one for all, took his seat next to Nightai and Mirio, as he was still an intern at Nightai's agency. Madara took his seat at the opposite end of the table, being the sole occupant of that side. Many of the lesser heroes looked on at him with something akin to awe. Unlike his brother's black and green Haori and black undersuit of Mjolnir armor, Madara had on a simple crimson cloak that covered the red-stained Mjolnir armor he wore. It was evident that the design was intentionally painted, seeing how the bright red splotches seemed to shine crimson. Nightai broke the silence. Over the last few weeks, I'm sure you have heard the rumors going around the underground and the hero network about a quirk-destroying bullet. I am here to confirm that these were not mere rumors, but truths. Nightai paused as he made eye contact with the grim-faced heroes in the room and the worried students. However, due to the actions of both Rikudo and One for All, we were able to determine the source of these bullets. The name of the organization responsible for this and for the sudden uptick of trigger on the Japanese black market is the Hassaikai. The Yakuza group. I thought that they were pacified already, said Fat Gum. So did we. Under the previous boss, we had something of an understanding with them. However, he fell ill and our contact became silent suspiciously around the time that the rumors of quirk-destroying bullets and the influx of trigger into the markets did, said Nightai. So you figured it out, great for you. But that still leaves the question, why did you drag all of us here? I mean, it's not like you lack the firepower for a raid, said Rocklock, casting a meaningful glance at Madara and Izuku. Normally you would be correct, however, I have more important matters to attend to, and I cannot dedicate my full power to handling this case, said Madara. "You're here, aren't you?" asked a skeptical hero. The other heroes around the room shared in his confusion. After all, he was in the same room with them. Surely, he could spare some time to lead the spearhead of this operation. Madara shook his head. "What you see before you is merely a construct with a copy of my mind in it. I will regain all its memory once I dispel it, but considering that I'm up to my elbows in a villain hideout right now, I could not afford to leave this construct with much of my power. I'm not joking when I say that a strong breeze will pop this clone," said Madara. "At any rate, the specific details of the operation can be discussed later," said Nitai. "Wait, hang on a minute. I get that you're busy, but who will be our spearhead? I mean, no offense to Ryukyu, but she doesn't do too well in tight spaces," asked Rock Lock. "Will," declared Izuku. The heroes were startled to hear his voice. "And I intend to take Chisaki down for what the bastard has done. Now if you're finished with the questions, listen to what Nitai has to say, and I guarantee that you'll want Chisaki's head on a spike just as much as I do," said Izuku. After the meeting, the UA students retreated to one of the rooms in the Nitai agency to think about what they had heard. It was hard for Uraraka and Azui to reconcile such evil with reality, but they saw the evidence clear as day, and all the people in the room could feel their hair stand up on their necks as the subject of Eri was discussed. It was also hard to reconcile the rage in the eyes and tone of Izuku Midoriya with the kind boy they all knew him as. The door to the elevator opened and Eraserhead stepped out of. "Sensei!" called out Uraraka. "Uraraka, Azui, how are you holding up?" "We'll manage," replied Azui. Eraserhead sighed. "That's what I wanted to talk to you about. You aren't obligated to go on this mission. If you want, you can drop out." "Sensei, after what we heard, how could we drop out?" Eraserhead regarded Uraraka. She stood up and looked at him with defiance in her eyes. Eraserhead shook his head and relented. And to think that he had this whole speech about how it was okay to give up. He taught them too well, or better said, they've been through too much already. "Be ready. We move at dawn tomorrow. The plans have been drawn up. Get a good night's sleep, and whatever you do, don't try to study or train today. You need to be in tip-top shape tomorrow." The girls nodded and Eraserhead left. Tomorrow was do or die. For Chisaki, the previous 24 hours were stressful. Having to pack up all his equipment and materials and money to move the project elsewhere was taxing. Especially since he was taking a good majority of the Hasaikai with him. The only ones that were being left behind were the old guard, and enough money for them to live comfortably with the old man while he made his plans come to fruition. The ability of Twice to clone his people had greatly sped up the move, but it was still not enough. "Chrono, how long before we can leave?" asked Chisaki. "Another 10 hours at least. We have most of the essentials, but we would struggle to set up a new production line without the other machines. 10 hours is already too much. The heroes will be on top of us any time now. Go and see Twice about some new clones. Even if they can't take a punch, having more hands is always a good thing." "At one, sir." The end was near, and Chisaki could feel it. And yet, as he looked down in his hand at the finished product sitting there, he could not help but feel hopeful that the coming end might be merely a new beginning. It certainly pained him to leave the old man behind, but he was the past. Once Chisaki had finished rebuilding the Yakuza overall for one and his successors' corpses, he would reawaken him, and the old man will thank him for his hard work and praise him for his accomplishments. For the future he had foreseen to come to pass, the past had to die, even if it required a little bit of help on his part to do so. Chapter 39, The Ends Do Not Justify the Means. The usual setup for a search like this usually took somewhere around a week. This could be sped up, as the case demanded, but it was unlikely to happen. This particular case is an exception. The possibility of a weapon existing that can be used against the quirks of heroes was too great of a danger to be left to the whims of fate. For this reason, what would have usually taken the courts a couple of days to decide was waved away on the grounds of national security. Not that it was that much of a stretch. In a sense, this was exactly what those laws were meant to do. Ensure quick action when needed. I looked down upon the gathering of police and heroes in front of the gates of the Shihasaikai complex and frowned. They were still using police protocol when this case most certainly called for breaking with tradition. Though, it was understandable. Excessive force was most certainly a problem in the hero world. It could also provide a cover for villains to escape justice, or at least its full extent. This is something that I am unsure if Izuku recognizes. Now that time has passed since I killed my mother, I can look at the situation more clearly. This clarity granted to me by hindsight and a coming to terms with my emotions has revealed several worrying trends, both in the world, in me, and most distressingly, in Izuku. The reason why I'm not leading this mission, despite having enough chakra to sustain a shadow clone with enough power to wipe out the Hasaikai, is to test Izuku. He needs to be ready and on the right path if he is to take over the position of symbol of peace or its eventual equivalence in his time. I cannot afford to have a loose cannon in Izuku. Not with the possibility of him having a Mangekyo Sharingan of his own hanging above my head. Izuku stood in full battle gear in front of the gate. For today, he had foregone the usual gunbei and full-blown rifle that is his standard loadout. For use in tight spaces, a tanto, his fists, and a pistol would suffice. Looking around, he saw that the other heroes were nervous about the upcoming battle. The topmost were tense, but that was expected. Izuku charged up a barrier of his left fist and signaled the police chief attached to their task force to begin reading the warrant. It was an unnecessary annoyance, this bureaucratic procedure, but Izuku would do what was needed to ensure that the Shihasaikai organization was relegated to the history books for good, even if it meant wasting valuable time with useless shit like this. Before the chief could manage to get even the first words out, the gate to the Hasaikai compound was blasted open and a hulking brute of a man came into the street and ran straight at the gathered police and heroes, intending to trample them all. Izuku was in motion the second the gates touched the ground. Lightning-style chakra streamed through his body, bolstered by the might of One for All, as he flashed in between the villain and the gathered police, catching the villain's fist with the shield on his left arm and deflecting it, while his right brought to bear the pistol on the center of mass of the villain. A squeeze of the trigger, and 3 bolts of concussive force cloaked in a plasma-release chakra shell struck the midsection of the villain, flinging him back and destroying more of the wall surrounding the Shihasaikai compound. Ryukyu, deal with this guy. The rest of you, on me! Yelled Izuku as he stormed through the blown-up gates. A moment passed as people processed what just happened, then the orders of Izuku were obeyed and heroes and police began to stream inside the compound. As this happened, the other Yakuza who were inside the courtyard began to fight back, launching a few long-range attacks at Izuku, who dodged them all and returned fire with his pistol, knocking them out. They were quickly overwhelmed by the other heroes and police. More members of the Yakuza were streaming from the door to the house, though they were quickly dispatched as well by Izuku. As he got past them, he came face to face with 2 men and a heavy machine gun. "Kill him!" one of them yelled. Izuku barely dodged in time, sending himself crashing through a wall as bullets started to fly into the courtyard, mowing down Yakuza, police, and heroes alike. Izuku didn't hesitate. With a few hand signs, he used Earth style to make a pillar of earth rise under the 2 manning the machine gun and send them crashing into the ceiling, killing them instantly. "Is everyone alright?" yelled out Izuku as he went back towards the courtyard. He nearly puked as he came to the gory scene of several Yakuza members cut in two by the 4-second machine gun burst. Further afield, there were also several dead police officers and a couple of wounded heroes. "Most of us are all right, one for all," replied Mirio. "Go. Find Chisaki and stop him. You're the only one who is fast enough," yelled out Eraser. Izuku's eyes widened at this and nodded. This time, it was all on him. Chisaki looked up as the ceiling shook and a bit of concrete dust fell on him. "They are here sooner than I expected," commented. "Chronostasis. No matter, the important parts of the operation are already loaded up. Only Eri is left." "Did you manage to see who came?" asked Chisaki. The third person in their group, Shin Nemoto, who was currently tasked with carrying Eri, nodded. "Their attack leader is Nitai, and I saw one for all with him at the gate. So far there has been no sign that Rikudo might get involved in this. That's to be expected. He is currently leading an assault on one of All for One's former underlings. You might know him, actually, Chrono." The brothel owner growled out chronostasis. Chisaki nodded and said nothing as he allowed his underling to show his frustrations. That particular bastard had dealt in sex trafficking under AFO's rule and was a nasty piece of work. If it wasn't for his master, he was certain that he would have been already strung up for the depraved things he was known to do to his defective products. Another explosion shook the compound. This time, it felt closer than the previous one. "Let's hurry up. I don't fancy our chances if we meet with one for all." Izuku didn't hesitate in taking Eraserhead's advice. He turned around and practically flew down the hallway, smashing through the earthen pillar he had used to squash the machine gun crew. In the next instant, as his foot touched the ground, chakra poured off him and into the ground, mapping with relative accuracy a great deal of the full extent of the tunnels that the Shihasaikai had excavated. As he received the data, Izuku swore in his head. It was bigger than he had suspected. In 10 more steps, he arrived at the hidden entrance to the underground labyrinth. Without wasting any more time, he smashed through the door and came face to face with 2 shocked villains. They hadn't expected to be the ones being surprised. This moment of hesitation was all that Izuku needed as he blitzed them and knocked them out. On his way down, he smashed through another 3 walls, before he came face to face with 3 of the 8 bullets of the Hasaikai. Their presence here caused Izuku a moment of hesitation. Well, what do we have here? A hero brat all alone? Only your kind would be so arrogant as to think that you can waltz into our base all on your lonesome. Surrender. I'll say this only once, said Izuku as he pulled out his pistol to make the point clear. However, as soon as it was pointed in the general direction of the 3 bullets, it suddenly vanished from his hand and reappeared in the hand of the one he had spoken. Shit, that's Toya Setsuno, the larceny quirk wielder. I didn't think that Chisaki would expend him so soon. Sensing a presence from his left, Izuku dodged just in time to avoid the open mouth of another one of the bullets. The ground where he was standing gained a new hole. In fact, it looked like someone took a bite out of it. So, this is Sorimitsu to be, so that means that the only one left is the crystal user. Izuku disappeared in a burst of speed and reappeared behind the last one and threw a punch. As expected, that punch was intercepted by a thick wall of crystal growing off the Yakuza's skin. So I can take this as you resisting arrest then, asked Izuku with a slight grin. Eat shit and die, kid. The larceny user tried to fire Izuku's stolen pistol, but when it refused to work, he settled for throwing it away and pulling out his own pistol. Izuku easily dodged the poorly aimed shots and danced out of the way of the crystal user's retaliatory strike. Using the momentum he built up, Izuku smashed his foot into the neck of Tabi, snapping his spinal cord and killing him instantly. The crunch of shattered bone gave pause to the two Yakuza. This allowed Izuku all the time needed to charge up another attack. Chidori. Lightning coalesced on his open right hand, guided without hand seals by the chakra control granted to Izuku by his mastery and affinity for lightning release. Normally, it would be a poor tactical choice to use this attack without a Sharingan, but at this close a distance, the Chidori is nothing if not a sure kill shot. The crystal user tried to stop the thrust, but armor made of earth, even refined earth, like crystal, is useless in the face of high-level piercing attacks like this. The attack struck home and destroyed Yu Hojo's heart, killing him instantly. Before he could even fall to the ground, Izuku was already in front of Toya. He grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up against a wall with one hand, as the other came crashing down on the wrist of the hand holding the gun, making him drop it. "Where is she?" growled out Izuku. "Fuck, shit. What the hell, man? Weren't you supposed to be a hero? Since when do heroes kill?" Izuku forced more chakra into his eyes, making them glow and flicker between green and red as he let out a low-tone growl and brought the Yakuza lower to look into his eyes. "I don't give a shit about what you think about heroes. Tell me where the little girl is." "I don't know. I swear, I don't know. Overhaul rarely lets anyone near her. Only the top ranks know." "So what you're telling me is that you're useless," concluded Izuku. Toya's eyes widened as he began struggling with renewed vigor. "Wait. I can still help you, please don't kill." His words were cut short as Izuku jumped back and the wall crashed down on him and Izuku's pistol. Mimic cursed Izuku as he had to jump back again as every wall in the room became an undulating mass. Inside the courtyard of the Yakuza compound, the other heroes had just finished mopping up after the remaining villains. With most of them subdued, what was supposed to be the main attack force could continue with their tasks. "Where to now?" Eraserhead asked Nejire. "We follow the path one for all made and take care of any villains we encounter." The rest nodded. Things went easily enough until they reached the entrance to the lower levels. What was supposed to be a passageway to the underground tunnel system, was now a dead end made up of a contorted mess of walls. "Damn it! What now?" asked Rock Lock. "This is the way to the underground. I'm sure about it." "This could only be the work of Mimic," said Nightai. "Mimic isn't that midget supposed to be able to control objects no larger than a fridge?" asked Rock Lock. "Evidently these Yakuza aren't averse to using their products on themselves," commented Eraserhead. "At any rate, we still need to go down there." "I can go," interjected Lemillion. The others turned to look at him. "With my permeation, I can get there the fastest out of all of us and back up one for all." Nightai gave a stiff nod. There were no objections to this. It was the only logical action after all. "Right. Now that's manly. I'll break down this wall in no time," exclaimed Kirishima as he hardened and began attacking the wall. Izuku was pissed. The guy he was fighting now, Mimic, was one of Chisaki's elites, the treasurer of his organization, if the intel the police had on them was accurate. To think he would be sent out to attack as soon as he had was a surprise, though considering how he had managed to literally stonewall Izuku so far, it was no wonder that he had been chosen for the task. After the initial attack when he was interrogating the larceny quirk wielder, Izuku managed to stabilize a foothold for himself. The problem is that the seal he used to do that, was localized and chakra intensive. He could not spam it to trap Mimic. Though the level of urgency Izuku could sense in the attacks that were thrown his way did give the impression that Mimic is on a timer. So the report wasn't wrong. Mimic doesn't have access to this kind of power usually. That leaves only one solution. He used trigger on himself, thought Izuku with a slight smirk. This brat. He figured something out. I have to hurry, I don't have much time. I have to crush him, thought Mimic. Well, would you look at that, here I thought that the Yakuza were honorable, and yet you don't even show your face to me, how cowardly! Yelled out Izuku. It's a long shot, but if I can get him to mess up, I can deal with him sooner rather than later. Every second wasted is a second in which Chisaki can escape with Eri, thought Izuku. You dare! I'm no coward, you brat, unlike you! Yelled Mimic, his voice seemingly coming from everywhere. Really, first, you attack me by surprise, and even when I don't retreat more than what is necessary for a stable footing, you still don't show yourself. If I was with Eraserhead I could have understood, but what you're doing now is just pathetic. No wonder the old Yakuza empires fell in less than a year since. All for one's first appearance. You would have struggled to stay alive even if quirks didn't exist. 4. Shame. Kai Chisaki isn't worthy of being the boss of a Yakuza family. There are no Yakuza worthy of the name anymore, yelled out Izuku. What did you say? I'll kill you, damned brat! Yelled Mimic as he jumped from a wall behind Izuku with a knife, fully intending to stab him in the back. Izuku grinned bloodthirstily, something that had been happening more and more lately. Thanks, brother, you were right. Messing with the minds of villains is a great strategy. And it leaves one right open for a counterattack. Without wasting a second, Izuku flooded his body with chakra and one for all, as he turned to face Mimic. From his right fist, black tendrils shot out and wrapped around Mimic. Sensing danger, Mimic tried to merge into the floor, but Izuku was on top of him before he could even properly activate his quirk. Using his Tonto, Izuku flowed fire-natured chakra into it, and then slashed open Mimic's back, severing his spine and flash-frying his wounds closed. Once that was done, he commanded Black Whip to form around Mimic's body in a special pattern of the cursed Heavenly Temple 5 trigram seal. Phone, whispered Izuku as he clasped his hands together and fed chakra into his technique. The selected strands of Black Whip that formed the seal glowed crimson red and began to burn into Mimic's skin and body. The process was so painful that it woke Mimic up from his unconsciousness and the pain made him scream. This way you'll never hurt anyone ever again, and we can still get all the information we require from your head, said Izuku coldly as he watched the spasming midget on the ground with indifference. Once he was sure that his opponent was down, Izuku turned his attention to the direction in which he could sense the tags on Eri. With a couple of hand seals and Black Whip to form the support for the Fuinjutsu, a path was open. Earth style, mobile earth core. Chisaki was looking impatiently at the people around him. The chamber they were in was newly constructed and not on any plans. Chisaki had hollowed it out himself when he discovered that One for All was prowling around his turf. The room had enough space for 3 vans and a car. The vans were loaded up with every essential machine and object he could not easily replace. All that was left was to shove Eri in the car with himself and Chrono. All essential personnel are secure, overhaul, reported Nemoto. Good, and twice asked Chisaki. Fucked off when he heard that One for All was knocking down our doors. I see. No matter. It's not like we were relying on him anyways. The most his clones could do was be a little bump in Opha's path. Speaking of which, any word on where he is right now? No, responded Chrono. We did however recently lose contact with Mimic. How unfortunate. It was indeed unfortunate because at that moment, Lemillion dropped down from the ceiling and landed on Nemoto. Chisaki! Shouted Lemillion as he jumped the stunned Yakuza boss. Overhaul's reflexes were good enough to dodge Lemillion's kick, but Chrono wasn't so lucky. Lemillion's other foot went through Aries' head and smashed into Chrono, kicking him away and dislodging Aries. "Don't worry, Aries, I'll protect you," said Lemillion as he caught her. "No, please stop. I don't want anyone to get hurt," whimpered Aries. Meanwhile, Chisaki and Chrono were getting their bearings. "You sick hero! Give her back!" "Never, I'll protect her with my life." "I'll hold you to that." "Chrono, take the vans and the product to safety." "I'll follow later," ordered Chisaki. As he did so, he removed his gloves and touched the ground. With his quirk he raised a wall, separating Chrono and himself. "He's talking about products. That means that whatever is in those vans must be connected with the quirk-destroying bullets and the new trigger drug. I have to stop them, but if I leave, Chisaki will just get Aries back. No, I have to stay and fight. I must have faith in my fellow heroes," thought Mirio as he settled into a combat stance. Overhaul touched the ground with his bare hand, and all hell broke loose. As he was making his way through the eerily empty tunnels, Izuku couldn't help but feel distinctly lost. Which was bad, since he was the one supposed to find Aries first. With each passing moment, the odds of recovering Aries fell. In the end, Izuku could only grudgingly accept that Mimic did a good job of confusing the way to Aries. This and the expected fight with Overhaul precluded Izuku from using high-powered sensory techniques due to the chakra drain. Just as he was contemplating the potential use of more powerful Earth-style jutsu to get to the lower levels, Izuku felt a flash of something in his mind screaming danger. That plus his innate senses made him doge as a flurry of fists came crashing down in the spot he had just occupied. "Stay still, damn it! Rappa, you fool! You just cost us the element of surprise." From where he had retreated on the ceiling, Izuku studied the new arrivals. They were clearly of the 8 bullets. "TCH, I don't have time to waste with you. Tell me where Chisaki is and I might just let you live. Or I might just kill you, either way," intoned Izuku coldly. The whole rescue mission was going from one setback to another, and the last thing Izuku wanted is to have his first mission end up tits up because of his inability to deal with petty criminals. "You mean it? You'll give me a fight to the death if I tell you where that bastard Chisaki is? Rappa. If that is you wish, consider yourself as good as dead. Now tell me where Chisaki is," demanded Izuku. As he opened his mouth to speak, Rappa was covered in a golden dome that blocked sound. Rappa tried to escape by punching it but could not break the barrier. "I don't have time for this, though, Izuku." Deciding to be done with this farce, Izuku charged up a raise nan and charged at the shield. The two Yakuza had only a moment to process what happened as the raise nan let out an unholy screech as it ground through the shield. The sudden force applied to the shield caused the shield user to lose concentration and drop both shields that he was using to protect himself from Izuku and Rappa. Thus, making him take a punch from Rappa that shoved him into Izuku's trajectory and got a still mostly intact raise nan to the face. The force of the jutsu was such that his head exploded like a melon, coating Izuku, Rappa, and the walls in a fine mist of brains, blood, and bone. "Fuck!" exclaimed Izuku. "That was great, dude. Now, let's fight for real, to the death!" yelled Rappa as he charged Izuku. Izuku dodged and stomped his foot, causing the floors to crack and trip Rappa. "Tell me, where is Chisaki?" demanded Izuku. "Downstairs from here in a newly built chamber." "Now fight!" yelled Rappa as he got back on his feet and charged again. Izuku, being done with this shit, charged up with lightning chakra and one for all, he disappeared from view in front of Rappa and reappeared next to him, fist chambered and a raise nan in his hand. Faster than the eye can see, Luka punched through Rappa's chest, killing him instantly. As the villain fell to the floor, Izuku was shaking his hand, trying his best to get the blood off him. Great, now LVE got to wash out blood from the cloak. Now, how to get to that chamber that Rappa was talking about? A great rumbling was heard from below. The ground burst open in front of Izuku, hollowing a pillar up to the surface, only to be followed by a second pillar with Eri, Overhaul, and a heavily inured Lemillion on it. Well, that answers that. Lemillion was in the fight of his life. Of this he was sure. If it hadn't been for that internship he did with Madara, he would have died for sure a couple of times by now. This being said, he also managed to get in a few good shots on Overhaul. The man was bleeding from several places and was beginning to tire. If he could just hold on a bit longer, he was sure that some other hero could come to reinforce him. I'm tired of this. Do you know the difference between us, hero? I don't need Eri alive. I can always fix her back up if I need to. Mirio's eyes widened as he lunged for Eri, who was looking at the fight with scared eyes while clutching the tattered remains of Miro's cape. Fortunately, he managed to get to her just in time to prevent a spike from going through her body. What followed was a minute of frantic dodging before Overhaul got lucky and managed to spear through Mirio's leg. The pain made him drop his permeability for a second. That was all Overhaul needed as he speared his arms and side, immobilizing and taking Eri from him. Afterward, Overhaul grabbed one of his minions, and using his quirk, he fused with him. Seeing as all other escape methods were disabled, Overhaul made a huge cavern that stretched all the way to ground level with his quirk and then a pillar on which he and Eri rode to the surface. Mirio managed to grab onto a ledge in the pillar and got dragged up as well. Finally. Now I can complete the old man's dream, muttered Chisaki as he guided the pillar upwards. Guess again. Came a shout from the side. What? A streak of green light crashed into the pillar, smashing it apart, and causing all its passengers to fall off. Eri and Mirio were grabbed by that same streak and deposited on the ground. When they finally stopped moving, they both looked to see a smiling Izuku Midoriya before them. Take care of her, Mirio said one for all as he turned to face the villain. Wait. You need to be careful, he can revive people. He even began attacking Eri before he managed to get her away from me, warned Mirio. Shit. That complicates matters though, Izuku. Before either combatant could do anything, the ceiling, being held up by almost nothing, collapsed suddenly, and with it, came Ryukyu in dragon form, the 1A students and Nier as well as other pro heroes and a slew of Yakuza who were outside. Among them was Rikia. Ro-Aias. Black Whip flashed to make the seal, and as soon as the 7 barrier was up, large chunks of what was previously a road rained down on them. Their combined energy was more than enough to shave 2 layers of the shield before it all stopped. Ryukyu, you guys all right? Asked Izuku as he bounded to them with Lemillion and Eri in his arms. We're fine. Ryukyu moved her wing, showing that everyone from the hero side was relatively uninjured. What about you? I'm okay. Lemillion is injured. We've got Eri, and I neutralized the other 8 bullets, but we lost the trigger and the quirk destroying bullets from what I can see, reported Izuku. A sound was heard from the other end of the man-made cave. There, Overhaul was standing in a shower of blood that used to be his subordinates. What the hell? Came a murmur from the other heroes as Chisaki overhauled himself to become some sort of gigantic kaiju monster. We need to get out of here. I'll handle him. You get Eri and Mirio to safety, ordered Izuku. Give Eri back. She doesn't belong to you, yelled Overhaul as he sent forth a veritable forest of spikes toward the heroes. Earth style, Earth barrier, intoned Izuku as he finished the hand seals and clapped his hands together in the snake seal. Earth rose in front of the heroes and blocked the attacking spikes, leading to both offense and defense cancelling each other out. Go! Izuku flew towards Overhaul as Black Whip stretched out to form a great seal. Izuku managed to surprise Overhaul and punch him, making him stagger back a bit. This was all that he needed. Now devoid of momentum, Izuku landed in the puddle forming from the broken water lines and slammed the finished seal into it, dumping a large amount of chakra into the seal. Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. From the water in the puddle and the pipes, an enormous amount of water began to swirl around Izuku as the head of the dragon formed. It let out a roar before smashing into Overhaul, and then arching away from the wall, carrying him up into the sky. Izuku barely managed to keep the seal going and keep his footing on the dragon's back. As they came to their apex, Izuku jumped off and the water dragon crashed into the street, slamming the entire weight of water into Overhaul. However, Izuku was not idle. As soon as he cut the connection to the water dragon, he began folding hand seals for a lightning jutsu. Lightning Style, Lightning Bolt. A quite literal bolt of lightning flew from Izuku's outstretched fingers and came crashing down onto the wet Overhaul. The latter howled as he was electrocuted by several million volts of electricity. Izuku landed in front of the now collapsed Overhaul. Seeing no movement, he let out a sigh of relief. Well, that was easier than I thought it would be. Overhaul began to move. Come on! Really, complained Izuku as he readied to fight again, cursing himself for invoking the forbidden taboo of heroics. You foolish child infected with heroism, do you even know what you've done? I could have used that girl to reverse all the wrongs that quirks brought upon mankind. I would have brought back the Yakuza to the high place we were meant to be. Yelled Chisaki. The world has no need for relics. And your Yakuza is nothing but a relic. Yelled back Izuku. Chisaki let out an unholy scream of rage as he rebuilt his body with his quirk and brought down a massive fist on the spot that Izuku used to be. One for all Sage Art, 40%. Green lightning streaked to the side of Overhaul's kaiju form, evading his attack and returning one of his own, blasting the enlarged monster into the remains of the Yakuza compound. I need to finish him quickly, otherwise, he might actually bring down this entire neighborhood, thought Izuku. He continued to dance around Overhaul, taking pop shots and testing the water with Black Whip and Raise Nans. It was wearing Overhaul down, this Izuku could tell, but it wasn't fast enough. At the rate he was going, he would burn through the entirety of his chakra before he put down Overhaul for good. I need to get to his real body, then I can seal his quirk away and destroy the flesh puppet arms without having to worry about his regeneration, so that means that I have to use the Udama Raise Nan. I need to be careful, I only have one shot at it. Jumping back, Izuku let go of One for All and brought forth Black Whip. A mass of black lines formed around Overhaul with the intent to bind him as Izuku put his hands up and focused his chakra into the forming Raise Nan. What began life as a tennis ball-sized attack grew to the size of a big basketball. It was not quite as big as what Madara could normally accomplish, but considering the speed with which Izuku mastered the jutsu, it was impressive nonetheless. Overhaul tried to move and attack but was stopped by the Black Whip bindings and Ryukyu, who figured out the main idea that Izuku was planning to implement. With the villain retrained, Izuku used Black Whip to launch himself into Overhaul. Raise Nan. The blue ball of chakra screamed as it burrowed through flesh and bone, blasting out the other side in a gory display and leaving Izuku's hand in the perfect place to active the seal. Heavenly Temple 5-point seal, FUIN. Shouted Izuku. With the mimetic phrase spoken, chakra flowed through his arm and scribed the seal into the space above Overhaul's flesh. Another pulse of chakra sent it flying into him and activating the seal. The now active seal sent out bands of red script running across Overhaul's entire body as it decompressed and activated the primary function of the seal, the isolation of a quirk factor from the user's energy and mind. As this happened, Overhaul yelled as he forced his quirk to work in a last desperate struggle against the inevitable. He disconnected from the grafted body parts around him and sent them flying, turning the poor people he had used in his madness into a bloody red mist. As the seal finally caught, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Izuku fell to his knees next to him, breathing heavily and covered in blood, but grinning nonetheless. As he brought his bad to feel his heart racing in his chest, he finally understood. This was battle, the closest to war he had ever been, and it was fun. Chrono looked out the window of the car he was in and sighed. It was hard to wrap his mind around what happened. In less than 12 hours, the entire Shihasaikai Yakuza group was dismantled and destroyed. All that was left from the original higher UPS was himself. Even so, that is enough. With these bullets and the equipment we managed to save, I can bring your dream to reality, Overhaul, boss, said Chrono softly, to himself, as he gripped the blue and red boxes with the bullets. So long as he had those, there was nothing to worry about. He could start again. It had already been 10 hours since the raid and the police hadn't caught him yet. Now that he was in the mountains, there was little they could do to find him, so long as he laid low for a while, but he was patient. He would wait. Suddenly an explosion struck the car, sending it flipping over and chucking Kron out the side window. He landed painfully on the tarmac. What the ack? A knee was pressed into his neck and a fiery hand destroyed his hair, rendering him powerless. Struggling, he managed to look up and his eyes widened for a moment before his head was blown to bits by another explosion. TCH, weak. At least these could be of some use. A gloved hand picked up the 2 boxes and the special pistol used to fire the bullets and brought them up before 2 red eyes which inspected them with apathy. At least this way, that little girl's sacrifice would be put to good use, instead of being wasted on lowlifes like you. The sound of shattering glass brought his attention back to the car, where the driver was crawling away from the burning wreck. The guy he was fighting now, Mimic, was one of Chisaki's elites, the treasurer of his organization, if the intel the police had on them was accurate. To think he would be sent out to attack as soon as he had was a surprise, though considering how he had managed to literally stonewall Izuku so far, it was no wonder that he had been chosen for the task. After the initial attack when he was interrogating the larceny quirk wielder, Izuku managed to stabilize a foothold for himself. The problem is that the seal he used to do that, was localized and chakra intensive. He could not spam it to trap Mimic. Though the level of urgency Izuku could sense in the attacks that were thrown his way did give the impression that Mimic is on a timer. So the report wasn't wrong. Mimic doesn't have access to this kind of power usually. That leaves only one solution. He used trigger on himself, thought Izuku with a slight smirk. This brat. He figured something out. I have to hurry, I don't have much time. I have to crush him, thought Mimic. Well, would you look at that, here I thought that the Yakuza were honorable, and yet you don't even show your face to me, how cowardly! Yelled out Izuku. It's a long shot, but if I can get him to mess up, I can deal with him sooner rather than later. Every second wasted is a second in which Chisaki can escape with Eri, thought Izuku. You dare! I'm no coward, you brat, unlike you! Yelled Mimic, his voice seemingly coming from everywhere. Really, first, you attack me by surprise, and even when I don't retreat more than what is necessary for a stable footing, you still don't show yourself. If I was with Eraserhead I could have understood, but what you're doing now is just pathetic. No wonder. The old Yakuza empires fell in less than a year since. All for one's first appearance. You would have struggled to stay alive even if quirks didn't exist. 4. Shame. Kai Chisaki isn't worthy of being the boss of a Yakuza family. There are no Yakuza worthy of the name anymore, yelled out Izuku. What did you say? I'll kill you, damned brat! Yelled Mimic as he jumped from a wall behind Izuku with a knife, fully intending to stab him in the back. Izuku grinned bloodthirstily, something that had been happening more and more lately. Thanks, brother, you were right. Messing with the minds of villains is a great strategy. And it leaves one right open for a counterattack. Without wasting a second, Izuku flooded his body with chakra and one for all, as he turned to face Mimic. From his right fist, black tendrils shot out and wrapped around Mimic. Sensing danger, Mimic tried to merge into the floor, but Izuku was on top of him before he could even properly activate his quirk. Using his Tonto, Izuku flowed fire-natured chakra into it, and then slashed open Mimic's back, severing his spine and frying his wounds closed. Once that was done, he commanded Black Whip to form around Mimic's body in a special pattern of the cursed Heavenly Temple 5 trigram seal. Phone, whispered Izuku as he clasped his hands together and fed chakra into his technique. The selected strands of Black Whip that formed the seal glowed crimson red and began to burn into Mimic's skin and body. The process was so painful that it woke Mimic up from his unconsciousness and the pain made him scream. This way you'll never hurt anyone ever again, and we can still get all the information we require from your head, said Izuku coldly as he watched the spasming midget on the ground with indifference. Once he was sure that his opponent was down, Izuku turned his attention to the direction in which he could sense the tags on Eri. With a couple of hand seals and Black Whip to form the support for the Fuinjutsu, a path was open. Earth style, mobile earth core. Chisaki was looking impatiently at the people around him. The chamber they were in was newly constructed and not on any plans. Chisaki had hollowed it out himself when he discovered that One for All was prowling around his turf. The room had enough space for 3 vans and a car. The vans were loaded up with every essential machine and object he could not easily replace. All that was left was to shove Eri in the car with himself and Chrono. All essential personnel are secure, Overhaul reported Nemoto. Good, and twice asked Chisaki. Fucked off when he heard that One for All was knocking down our doors. I see. No matter. It's not like we were relying on him anyways. The most his clones could do was be a little bump in Opha's path. Speaking of which, any word on where he is right now? No, responded Chrono. We did however recently lose contact with Mimic. How unfortunate. It was indeed unfortunate because at that moment, Lemillion dropped down from the ceiling and landed on Nemoto. Chisaki! Shouted Lemillion as he jumped the stunned Yakuza boss. Overhaul's reflexes were good enough to dodge Lemillion's kick, but Chrono wasn't so lucky. Lemillion's other foot went through Eri's head and smashed into Chrono, kicking him away and dislodging Eri. Don't worry, Eri, I'll protect you, said Lemillion as he caught her. No, please stop. I don't want anyone to get hurt, whimpered Eri. Meanwhile, Chisaki and Chrono were getting their bearings. You sick hero. Give her back. Never, I'll protect her with my life. I'll hold you to that. Chrono, take the vans and the product to safety. I'll follow later, ordered Chisaki. As he did so, he removed his gloves and touched the ground. With his quirk he raised a wall, separating Chrono and himself. He's talking about products. That means that whatever is in those vans must be connected with the quirk-destroying bullets and the new trigger drug. I have to stop them, but if I leave, Chisaki will just get Eri back. No, I have to stay and fight. I must have faith in my fellow heroes, thought Mirio as he settled into a combat stance. Overhaul touched the ground with his bare hand, and all hell broke loose. As he was making his way through the eerily empty tunnels, Izuku couldn't help but feel distinctly lost. Which was bad, since he was the one supposed to find Eri first. With each passing moment, the odds of recovering Eri fell. In the end, Izuku could only grudgingly accept that Mimic did a good job of confusing the way to Eri. This and the expected fight with Overhaul precluded Izuku from using high-powered sensory techniques due to the chakra drain. Just as he was contemplating the potential use of more powerful Earth-style jutsu to get to the lower levels, Izuku felt a flash of something in his mind screaming danger. That plus his innate senses made him doge as a flurry of fists came crashing down in the spot he had just occupied. "Stay still, damn it! Rappa, you fool! You just cost us the element of surprise." From where he had retreated on the ceiling, Izuku studied the new arrivals. They were clearly of the 8 bullets. "Tch, I don't have time to waste with you. Tell me where Chisaki is and I might just let you live. Or I might just kill you either way," intoned Izuku coldly. The whole rescue mission was going from one setback to another, and the last thing Izuku wanted is to have his first mission end up tits up because of his inability to deal with petty criminals. "You mean it? You'll give me a fight to the death if I tell you where that bastard Chisaki is? Rappa. If that is you wish, consider yourself as good as dead. Now tell me where Chisaki is," demanded Izuku. As he opened his mouth to speak, Rappa was covered in a golden dome that blocks sound. Rappa tried to escape by punching it but could not break the barrier. "I don't have time for this, though, Izuku." Deciding to be done with this farce, Izuku charged up a raise nan and charged at the shield. The two Yakuza had only a moment to process what happened as the raise nan let out an unholy screech as it ground through the shield. The sudden force applied to the shield caused the shield user to lose concentration and drop both shields that he was using to protect himself from Izuku and Rappa. Thus, making him take a punch from Rappa that shoved him into Izuku's trajectory and got a still mostly intact raise nan to the face. The force of the jutsu was such that his head exploded like a melon, coating Izuku, Rappa, and the walls in a fine mist of brains, blood, and bone. "Fuck!" exclaimed Izuku. "That was great, dude. Now, let's fight for real, to the death!" yelled Rappa as he charged Izuku. Izuku dodged and stomped his foot, causing the floors to crack and trip Rappa. "Tell me, where is Chisaki?" demanded Izuku. "Downstairs from here in a newly built chamber." "Now fight!" yelled Rappa as he got back on his feet and charged again. Izuku, being done with this shit, charged up with lightning chakra, and one for all, he disappeared from view in front of Rappa and reappeared next to him, fist chambered and a raise nan in his hand. Faster than the eye can see, Luka punched through Rappa's chest, killing him instantly. As the villain fell to the floor, Izuku was shaking his hand, trying his best to get the blood off him. Great, now LVE got to wash out blood from the cloak. Now, how to get to that chamber that Rappa was talking about? A great rumbling was heard from below. The ground burst open in front of Izuku, hollowing a pillar up to the surface, only to be followed by a second pillar with Eri, Overhaul, and a heavily inured Lemillion on it. Well, that answers that. Lemillion was in the fight of his life. Of this he was sure. If it hadn't been for that internship he did with Madara, he would have died for sure a couple of times by now. This being said, he also managed to get in a few good shots on Overhaul. The man was bleeding from several places and was beginning to tire. If he could just hold on a bit longer, he was sure that some other hero could come to reinforce him. I'm tired of this. Do you know the difference between us, hero? I don't need Eri alive. I can always fix her back up if I need to. Mirio's eyes widened as he lunged for Eri, who was looking at the fight with scared eyes while clutching the tattered remains of Miro's cape. Fortunately, he managed to get to her just in time to prevent a spike from going through her body. What followed was a minute of frantic dodging before Overhaul got lucky and managed to spear through Mirio's leg. The pain made him drop his permeability for a second. That was all Overhaul needed as he speared his arms and side, immobilizing and taking Eri from him. Afterward, Overhaul grabbed one of his minions, and using his quirk, he fused with him. Seeing as all other escape methods were disabled, Overhaul made a huge cavern that stretched all the way to ground level with his quirk and then a pillar on which he and Eri rode to the surface. Mirio managed to grab onto a ledge in the pillar and got dragged up as well. Finally. Now I can complete the old man's dream, muttered Chisaki as he guided the pillar upwards. Guess again. Came a shout from the side. What? A streak of green light crashed into the pillar, smashing it apart, and causing all its passengers to fall off. Eri and Mirio were grabbed by that same streak and deposited on the ground. When they finally stopped moving, they both looked to see a smiling Izuku Midoriya before them. Take care of her, Mirio said one for all as he turned to face the villain. Wait. You need to be careful, he can revive people. He even began attacking Eri before he managed to get her away from me, warned Mirio. Shit. That complicates matters though, Izuku. Before either combatant could do anything, the ceiling, being held up by almost nothing, collapsed suddenly, and with it, came Ryukyu in dragon form, the 1A students and Nier as well as other pro-heroes and a slew of Yakuza who were outside. Among them was Rikia. Ro-AIAs. Black Whip flashed to make the seal, and as soon as the 7 barrier was up, large chunks of what was previously a road rained down on them. Their combined energy was more than enough to shave 2 layers of the shield before it all stopped. Ryukyu, you guys all right? Asked Izuku as he bounded to them with Lemillion and Eri in his arms. We're fine. Ryukyu moved her wing, showing that everyone from the hero side was relatively uninjured. What about you? I'm okay. Lemillion is injured. We've got Eri, and I neutralized the other 8 bullets, but we lost the trigger and the quirk destroying bullets from what I can see, reported Izuku. A sound was heard from the other end of the man-made cave. There, Overhaul was standing in a shower of blood that used to be his subordinates. What the hell? Came a murmur from the other heroes as Chisaki overhauled himself to become some sort of gigantic kaiju monster. We need to get out of here. I'll handle him. You get Eri and Mirio to safety, ordered Izuku. Give Eri back. She doesn't belong to you, yelled Overhaul as he sent forth a veritable forest of spikes toward the heroes. Earth style, Earth barrier, intoned Izuku as he finished the hand seals and clapped his hands together in the snake seal. Earth rose in front of the heroes and blocked the attacking spikes, leading to both offense and defense cancelling each other out. Go! Izuku flew towards Overhaul as Black Whip stretched out to form a great seal. Izuku managed to surprise Overhaul and punch him, making him stagger back a bit. This was all that he needed. Now devoid of momentum, Izuku landed in the puddle forming from the broken water lines and slammed the finished seal into it, dumping a large amount of chakra into the seal. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. From the water in the puddle and the pipes, an enormous amount of water began to swirl around Izuku as the head of the dragon formed. It let out a roar before smashing into Overhaul, and then arching away from the wall, carrying him up into the sky. Izuku barely managed to keep the seal going and keep his footing on the dragon's back. As they came to their apex, Izuku jumped off and the water dragon crashed into the street, slamming the entire weight of water into Overhaul. However, Izuku was not idle. As soon as he cut the connection to the water dragon, he began folding hand seals for a lightning jutsu. Lightning style, lightning bolt. A quite literal bolt of lightning flew from Izuku's outstretched fingers and came crashing down onto the wet Overhaul. The latter howled as he was electrocuted by several million volts of electricity. Izuku landed in front of the now collapsed Overhaul. Seeing no movement, he let out a sigh of relief. Well, that was easier than I thought it would be. Overhaul began to move. Come on. Really, complained Izuku as he readied to fight again, cursing himself for invoking the forbidden taboo of heroics. You foolish child infected with heroism, do you even know what you've done? I could have used that girl to reverse all the wrongs that quirks brought upon mankind. I would have brought back the Yakuza to the high place we were meant to be. Yelled Chisaki. The world has no need for relics. And your Yakuza is nothing but a relic. Yelled back Izuku. Chisaki let out an unholy scream of rage as he rebuilt his body with his quirk and brought down a massive fist on the spot that Izuku used to be. One for all sage art, 40%. Green lightning streaked to the side of Overhaul's kaiju form, evading his attack and returning one of his own, blasting the enlarged monster into the remains of the Yakuza compound. I need to finish him quickly, otherwise, he might actually bring down this entire neighborhood, thought Izuku. He continued to dance around Overhaul, taking pop shots and testing the water with Black Whip and Raise Nans. It was wearing Overhaul down, this Izuku could tell, but it wasn't fast enough. At the rate he was going, he would burn through the entirety of his chakra before he put down Overhaul for good. I need to get to his real body, then I can seal his quirk away and destroy the flesh puppet arms without having to worry about his regeneration, so that means that I have to use the Udama Raise Nan. I need to be careful, I only have one shot at it. Jumping back, Izuku let go of One for All and brought forth Black Whip. A mass of black lines formed around Overhaul with the intent to bind him as Izuku put his hands up and focused his chakra into the forming Raise Nan. What began life as a tennis ball-sized attack grew to the size of a big basketball. It was not quite as big as what Madara could normally accomplish, but considering the speed with which Izuku mastered the jutsu, it was impressive nonetheless. Overhaul tried to move and attack but was stopped by the Black Whip bindings and Ryukyu, who figured out the main idea that Izuku was planning to implement. With the villain retrained, Izuku used Black Whip to launch himself into Overhaul. Raise Nan. The blue ball of chakra screamed as it burrowed through flesh and bone, blasting out the other side in a gory display and leaving Izuku's hand in the perfect place to active the seal. Heavenly Temple 5-point seal, FUIN. Shouted Izuku. With the mimetic phrase spoken, chakra flowed through his arm and scribed the seal into the space above Overhaul's flesh. Another pulse of chakra sent it flying into him and activating the seal. The now active seal sent out bands of red script running across Overhaul's entire body as it decompressed and activated the primary function of the seal, the isolation of a quirk factor from the user's energy and mind. As this happened, Overhaul yelled as he forced his quirk to work in a last desperate struggle against the inevitable. He disconnected from the grafted body parts around him and sent them flying, turning the poor people he had used in his madness into a bloody red mist. As the seal finally caught, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Izuku fell to his knees next to him, breathing heavily and covered in blood, but grinning nonetheless. As he brought his bad to feel his heart racing in his chest, he finally understood. This was battle, the closest to war he had ever been, and it was fun. Chrono looked out the window of the car he was in and sighed. It was hard to wrap his mind around what happened. In less than 12 hours, the entire Shihasaikai Yakuza group was dismantled and destroyed. All that was left from the original higher UPS was himself. Even so, that is enough. With these bullets and the equipment we managed to save, I can bring your dream to reality, Overhaul, boss said Chrono softly, to himself, as he gripped the blue and red boxes with the bullets. So long as he had those, there was nothing to worry about. He could start again. It had already been 10 hours since the raid and the police hadn't caught him yet. Now that he was in the mountains, there was little they could do to find him, so long as he laid low for a while, but he was patient. He would wait. Suddenly an explosion struck the car, sending it flipping over and chucking Kron out the side window. He landed painfully on the tarmac. What the ack? A knee was pressed into his neck and a fiery hand destroyed his hair, rendering him powerless. Struggling, he managed to look up and his eyes widened for a moment before his head was blown to bits by another explosion. TCH, weak. At least these could be of some use. A gloved hand picked up the 2 boxes and the special pistol used to fire the bullets and brought them up before 2 red eyes which inspected them with apathy. At least this way, that little girl's sacrifice would be put to good use, instead of being wasted on lowlifes like you. The sound of shattering glass brought his attention back to the car, where the driver was crawling away from the burning wreck. Thanks for tuning in. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe and share your thoughts. Until next time, happy listening.